softly, "It's not that I don't want to go, I just feel that I'm a little far away from you." Hearing this, Lu Rai's expression softened again. She looked at Kai Yi with tenderness in her eyes, and then smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not busy at work anyway, so just come to me if you have nothing to do." After hearing these words, Kai Yi felt a little better. "But I don't want the office left by Wei Zong after all. When I met Lin Weiwei in the elevator before, she had obviously just come out of Wei Zong's office." However, this kind of thing could not be told directly to Lu Ruya, so Kai Yi paused before continuing. Qian Yorong also said before that she and Wei Zong were in his office. As he spoke, Kai Yi slowly looked at Lu Ruya. Lu Rai's expression suddenly turned ugly. "Is that so? That's not good, but there are no other vacant offices on the 8th floor. Don't worry, I will have someone redecorate it." Seeing Lu Rai's face full of disgust, Kai Yi naturally believed that she could change all the offices. "Okay, then is it okay for me to stay here with you until the office is renovated?" Kai Yi asked while the iron was hot. "Yeah, of course it's okay." In this way, Kai Yi successfully replaced Wei Zong. Secretary Wang's work efficiency is still very good. Only half an hour later, the re-edited announcement was posted on the official blog. "Colleague, the dismissal document was also successfully sent to Wei Zong's computer." Wei Zong was not in a very good mood to begin with. Although he was only suspended from his job, his photo had spread all over the internet, involving the issue of minors. This incident has caused quite a stir, and even his personal account is now filled with verbal abuse. At this time, Wei Zong knew that he could not show up yet and could only wait quietly for the heat to die down. So for the whole morning, Wei Zong was busy trying to cancel his own hot search. At the same time, he is constantly looking for various technicians and hackers to help him destroy the photos on the internet. However, even though he hired so many people at a high price, there are still many nude photos of him on the internet. According to their feedback, these photos began to spread wildly in the early hours of last night. After a whole morning of fermentation, coupled with the comments and various processing by netizens, these photos were reposted, so it is still difficult to destroy these photos online in a short time. Looking at these feedbacks, Wei Zong almost got angry to death. After all, although these photos are censored, he is the only one that is not censored. Also because a certain part of his body was not very developed, he had seen many people mocking him in the morning. No man wants to see himself being ridiculed like this. So this is why Wei Zong kept hiring people to delete photos for him all morning. Wei Zong has lost interest in his work because he is busy eliminating his negative influence online. To be precise, Wei Zong had never worked properly. Now Wei Zong can't even see the resignation letter in his mailbox and is still busy with his own things here. Knock knock. It was at this time that someone knocked on Wei Zong's office door. However, before Wei Zong could respond, the door of his office was pushed open forcefully from the outside. With a loud bang, Wei Zong was so shocked that he immediately raised his head in dissatisfaction. "Who is it? Don't you know to knock before entering?" he yelled angrily. "Huh, of course I know." Kai Yi walked in slowly with a sarcastic look on his face. Seeing that the person coming was Kai Yi, Wei Zong was stunned again. "What are you doing here?" Wei Zong frowned and looked at Kai Yi with dissatisfaction. Then he laughed unceremoniously. "You come to see me alone? I think you are looking for death." "What nonsense are you talking about, brother? It's already noon, why don't you pack up and go home?" Kai Yi's expression did not change at all, as if he did not take Wei Zong's words to heart. On the contrary, what Kai Yi said made Wei Zong extremely angry. He looked like a superior sitting there, but his face had turned livid. "Kai Yi, I advise you not to be ungrateful. I have only been temporarily suspended." Kai Yi turned his head to look at him, then walked directly behind him without any hesitation and looked at his computer. "It seems like you really haven't been working seriously, brother. What are you looking at? Oh, are you looking at your own little dick? You're in a very refined mood, brother. You." After hearing what Kai Yi said, Wei Zong couldn't bear it anymore. His face flushed as he looked at Kai Yi, then he stretched out a hand and pointed it straight at Kai Yi's face. But the next second, his movement was blocked by Kai Yi, and his entire arm could not move. "Oh, are you angry? Out of shame do you want to hit someone?" Kai Yi held Wei Zong's arms tightly, making Wei Zong unable to move. However, when Kai Yi came in, he did not close the office door, which caused Fang. The conversation between the two of them had been heard in full. Seeing the suppressed smiles on the faces of those people outside, and some employees who couldn't help laughing out loud, Wei Zong suddenly felt his face burning hot, and he was instantly ashamed. This time, he couldn't bear it anymore. Although one of his arms had been restrained by Kai Yi, he had practiced this technique after all, so the next second his other hand quickly rushed towards Kai Yi. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows, but did not fight back. Instead, he quickly let go of his other arm and dodged backwards. If we talk about strength, Kai Yi will naturally crush Wei Zong. But, unfortunately, Kai Yi didn't want to take action now, so even if he retreated again and again, Wei Zong couldn't touch him at all. Brother, I tell you to stop being so stubborn. Can't we just have a quiet conversation? Kai Yi raised a sarcastic smile, but his tone was normal. Unfortunately, Wei Zong couldn't hear anything Kai Yi said at all. Kai Yi's evasion made Wei Zong even more anxious. If you have the guts, then don't hide, fight me squarely. Seeing this, Kai Yi shook his head helplessly. Hey, brother, you will understand. I am doing this for your own good. Wei Zong rushed towards Kai Yi angrily, not listening to what Kai Yi said at all. In an instant, all the furniture and office facilities in the office were damaged, and most of them were knocked to the ground. You, what are you doing? Secretary Wang had just stepped off the elevator, and after hearing the noise here, he hurried over. But seeing the mess in the office and Wei Zong looking like a madman, Secretary Wang was stunned. After hearing Secretary Wang's voice, Wei Zong suddenly became more sober, especially after seeing the panicked expressions of the employees behind him. Secretary Wang, why are you here? Secretary Wang is someone close to Lu Ruya after all, so she usually passes messages to Lu Ruya. Now that she has come here, could it be that things have taken a turn for the better? Secretary Wang nodded and gestured to the document in his hand. I'm here to deliver these documents and to talk to Mr. Kai. Boss Kai, what do you mean? Wei Zong was stunned, and his attention was immediately attracted. However, before his doubts were resolved, the sound of footsteps appeared outside the office again. Who called the police? What happened? After these words were spoken, everyone around was stunned. Even Wei Zong and Secretary Wang turned their heads to look over in astonishment. Ah yes, it was me they were fighting just now. Someone in the crowd raised his hand and said something, then pointed towards the office. Were you guys fighting? Looking at the mess in the office, which looked like it had been robbed, Jiyu Wancho frowned immediately. When hearing this familiar voice, even Kai Yi did not expect such a coincidence that the police officer who responded this time was also Jiyu Wancho. Secretary Wang, who was always calm, was also dumbfounded and didn't know what to do for a moment. No, we were just discussing things. Looking at the policeman at the door, Wei Zong became visibly panicked. The online public opinion is nothing, but if something is really found out, he will be finished. Really? Jiyu Wancho frowned and looked around. Looking at the tilted furniture and broken equipment inside, he really didn't believe what the man in front of him said. Suddenly, Jiyu Wancho saw a familiar figure. Kai Yi, why are you here? After these words were spoken, the people around were stunned again. Wei Zong also looked at Kai Yi in panic. Did they know each other? Nice to meet you again, Sister Wancho. Kai Yi nodded politely at Jiyu Wancho. At this time, the relationship between the two seemed to be more familiar than before. After all, Kai Yi had sent a video. Seeing Kai Yi nodding at her, and thinking of how she had watched his videos at home countless times before going to work, Jiyu Wancho even didn't dare to look Kai Yi in the eye. Hey, what a coincidence. So what happened? After coughing lightly to pretend to be calm, Jiyu Wancho asked. I don't know why Wei Zong suddenly attacked me. I can't explain it clearly. You can just watch the surveillance video. Hearing this, Jiyu Wancho nodded, and then asked the people behind him to check the surveillance footage. So there's really no reason for you two to fight each other? Jiyu Wancho asked again in disbelief. That might be because I said the wrong thing accidentally, or it might be because of the news he just read. Before Wei Zong could stop Kai Yi had already spoken his words leisurely. And his words successfully aroused Jiyu Wancho's curiosity. Seeing that Chong Chong looked at Kai Yi curiously, Wei Zong was immediately scared and broke out in a cold sweat. He glanced at the computer behind him and was about to walk forward. But he didn't expect that a hand got ahead of him and picked up the laptop directly. Kai Yi, Wei Zong couldn't help but shout anxiously. What's wrong? Can't this be shown to the police? But since the matter has become so serious, Everyone should know about it, right? Kai Yi blinked and said innocently. Ji Wancho reacted immediately. Wei Zong's face suddenly turned ugly. It is one thing to have public opinion online, but it is another thing if the police get involved. Not only Wei Zong knew this, Kai Yi naturally knew it as well. After all, in his previous life, he had seen someone go in and operate a sewing machine. Therefore, even the fact that he did not close the door just now, allowing the employees to see the chaos inside and causing them to call the police, was intentional on Kai Yi's part. Seeing that Wei Zong's face looked unpleasant, Ji Wancho walked up and looked at the laptop in Kai Yi's hand. At the same time, the colleague who retrieved the surveillance footage also came back. Then there is no other way. Mr. Wei, you are involved in intentional injury to others. You have no choice but to come with me. Ji Wancho said this in a cold voice, and then looked at the auxiliary police behind him. Seeing those people closing in step by step, Wei Zong became completely panicked. If it involves intentional injury to others, who knows what will be found in the end. Thinking of this, Wei Zong put on an ugly smile on his face, and then looked at Kai Yi beside him. Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings, so it should be okay if we just settle it privately, right? Hearing this, Ji Wancho also looked at Kai Yi, wanting to know what Kai Yi meant. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows. It turned out that people would become a little shameless at critical moments. Kai Yi, I was impulsive, but as a leader, I was indeed a little angry when I saw you come in without knocking. I hope you can understand. Wei Zong said amiably, as if he was not the one who wanted to kill Kai Yi just now. But after hearing Wei Zong's words, Kai Yi felt as if he had heard something funny. Even Secretary Wang looked at Wei Zong with some complicated thoughts. Wei Zong, do you still think you are President Wei? Kai Yi looked at President Wei, couldn't help but marvel at it, then shook his head. What do you mean? Wei Zong didn't react at once, thinking that Kai Yi was mocking his suspension. Although I have been suspended, my position is still here. How can you say that I am not your leader? Although Wei Zong's face became stiff and he was a little furious in his heart, the police were still here so he couldn't turn hostile. After hearing what Wei Zong said, Kai Yi understood after a little thought. It seemed that Wei Zong had not had time to look at the files in the mailbox. After looking at the scene inside, Secretary Wang couldn't help but speak. Mr. Wei Zong, didn't you check the resignation documents in your mailbox? What document? Upon hearing this, Wei Zong looked at Secretary Wang in surprise. Helplessly, Secretary Wang could only step forward and then handed the paper document in his hand to Wei Zong. Well, this is for you. Seeing Wei Zong's extremely ugly expression, Secretary Wang didn't dare to stay with him any longer, so after handing him the documents, he hurried back to the door. So, I'm going back to my office. Seeing Wei Zong looking at the document in his hand with a dark face, his whole body trembling with anger, Kai Yi pretended not to see it and added another sentence. You. Wei Zong suddenly raised his face and looked at Kai Yi. Hey, what are you doing? You're not going to hit me again. Kai Yi was so scared that he quickly hid behind Ji Wancho. Sister Wancho, can you tell from the surveillance video that I was protecting myself the whole time and didn't fight back? Ji Wancho stood in front of Kai Yi, gave Wei Zong a warning look, and then nodded slightly. Yes, that's right. Kai Yi looked at Wei Zong in front of him with a smile. He was extremely angry but could do nothing. Then let's just deal with it as it should be. I don't accept private settlements. Just like that, while the employees outside were gasping for breath, Wei Zong was already being escorted away by the police. But Kai Yi also has to go with him, after all, he also has to take a statement. After learning the news, Lu Ruya had no choice but to hurriedly go to the police station, but she just followed behind. Wait till the pool. After Yi finished taking the statement and came out, he saw Lu Ruya waiting outside. I heard that Wei Zong beat you. After seeing Kai Yi coming out, Lu Ruya walked up to him anxiously, but her expression did not look very good. Indeed, after all, there are so many bad things today. If Kai Yi was Lu Ruya, he probably wouldn't be able to laugh now. It's okay, I dodged quickly and he didn't hit me. It was just that a kind employee called the police, so. Lu Ruya nodded, okay, I know about this. Because Kai Yi didn't want to settle the matter privately, Wei Zong had to detain him for a few days. During these few days, Kai Yi believed that the righteous Ji Wancho would definitely be able to find out something. At this point, Kai Yi actually has nothing to do here. But there's still something I haven't asked about yesterday. Sister Ruya, please wait for me for a moment. I'll go and ask what happened yesterday. Having said that, Kai Yi was about to turn around and look for Ji Yuancho. Seeing this, Lu Ruya thought about it and followed behind. After all, she had already received some information about what happened yesterday, but she still wanted to hear what the police had to say. The two found Ji Yuancho in an office inside. After hearing Kai Yi's purpose, Ji Yuancho was silent for a while, then slowly nodded. Although I have some clues, the group insisted that they did it voluntarily and just don't like you. There is nothing we can do about it. Kai Yi immediately heard the problem. That means you already have someone you suspect, but... Kai Yi didn't say the next words, but Ji Yuancho nodded. Then can you tell me who that person is? Ji Yuancho looked at Lu Ruya who was beside Kai Yi, and after hesitating for a while, he said, well, it's just a suspicion. Let's talk about it after the case is finalized. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows. Okay, I understand. In the end, the two of them didn't get to know anything and had to leave the police station. But until they got back to the car, Lu Ruya remained silent. Kai Yi knew that she was worried about something, so he didn't disturb her. Since Ji Yuancho already has someone he suspects, Lu Ruya will naturally be able to find out who is the mastermind behind giving money to those gangsters. Robbery, leave the money behind. Kai Yi was not going to force Lu Ruya to tell him who that person was, nor would he ask Lu Ruya to do anything. He just wanted to watch and see how Lu Ruya would get rid of these people with her own guesses and means. In that case, his hands are clean. He did nothing, but what he did brought huge profits to the company. So, even if someone thinks he is an undercover, they have to think carefully. I'm sorry, Sister Ruya, I've caused you trouble again. If you want me to settle this privately, I'll go now. No need. Lu Ruya came back to her senses and immediately rejected Kai Yi's words. To be honest, Wei Zong has worked under me for so many years. There is a bit of brotherhood between them. But not to mention the stupid things Wei Zong had done recently, which made Lu Ruya very unhappy. He had indeed overstepped the line before. But just these alone were not enough to make Lu Ruya treat him like this. Obviously, the reason why Lu Ruya looked at Wei Zong coldly was because during yesterday's investigation, among those who attacked Kai Yi, her men targeted Wang Weilong. And while tracking Wang Weilong's whereabouts, they discovered that the two had met secretly. The two of them stayed in a private room in a restaurant with great privacy for 2 hours before coming out. If it were someone else, Lu Ruya wouldn't have thought too much about it. But this is Wang Weilong and Wei Zong. Not only Lu Ruya, but everyone in the company knew about it. If we were to talk about the two people who get along the least well in the company, they would be Wang Weilong and Wei Zong. The two have worked in the company for several years, but they treat each other as strangers. There were also many open and secret struggles during this period. Therefore, if the relationship between these two suddenly improves, then there is something unusual. For example, two people achieved the same goal, which made two people who disliked each other become accomplices. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Lu Ruya also knows this. And now, she guessed that maybe this enemy was herself. After all, Lu Ruya didn't think Kai Yi posed any threat to them. Yes, in Lu Rui's eyes, Kai Yi is a harmless and honest person. Kai Yi turned and looked at Lu Ruya. Lu Ruya was helpless. He sighed. Compared to him, the company is more important, and he had to consider the consequences before it happened, so this is what he deserves. Having said this, the look in Lu Rui's eyes became fierce. Kai Yi knew that since Lu Ruya had built such a big company, it was impossible for her to always be as gentle as she was in front of him. Although when the two were together, Lu Ruya was always very gentle to him. But this was not enough to make Kai Yi forget the rumors about Lu Ruya in the martial arts world and her famous title of a femme fatale. Guhua Group. It was almost noon. In the morning, I received a message from Wei Zong that he wanted to meet me and said he would go out on a date at noon. So Lin Weiwei skipped work and went to the bathroom to touch up her makeup. Because of this, Lin Weiwei didn't know what had happened in the company in such a short period of time. Seeing that it was time for lunch break, Lin Weiwei sent a message to Wei Zong. However, after waiting patiently for a while, she still received no message from Wei Zong. In desperation, she could only go directly to the underground garage according to the message Wei Zong sent in the morning. Lin Weiwei waited until she reached the underground garage and saw Wei Zong's car parked there with the lights on. Only then did she feel relieved. After dressing up for a surprise, it would be a bit sad to be stood up. Besides, this is the first time Wei Zong asked her out, so she has to perform well. Although she knew that Wei Zong had been suspended, Lin Weiwei was clear that a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Moreover, Wei Zong is a veteran in the company and it is said that he also holds shares. Therefore, Lin Weiwei was not worried at all that he would feel lonely. Even if you don't go to work, you already have a lot of shares. Thinking of this, Lin Weiwei twisted her waist with a look of joy and walked towards Wei Zong's car. Walking to the front of the car, she opened the passenger door and sat in with her waist twisted. "Boss Wei, why didn't you reply to my message?" Having said that, Lin Weiwei shyly turned her head and looked at the driver's seat. However, after seeing Zhou Li's lewd smile with yellow teeth showing, Lin Weiwei suddenly froze there. The smile and shyness on her face also disappeared very quickly. "Why is it you?" When Lin Weiwei saw clearly that the person driving the car was Zhou Li, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. At the same time, she quickly turned her head and looked at the back seat. She also thought that maybe Zhou Li was here to act as a driver. But unfortunately, her plan failed in the end, and there was no one in the back seat of the car. "Yeah, what's wrong?" Zhou Li said happily, and then started the car. Lin Weiwei was immediately shocked when she noticed Zhou Li's action. "You, what are you going to do? I warn you, you'd better not do anything rash, otherwise President Wei will not forgive you." Hearing Lin Weiwei's warning, Zhou Li immediately became certain. It seems that Lin Weiwei really didn't know that Wei Zong had been detained. He smiled and comforted her, "Don't worry, I know, I am only responsible for getting you to your destination. President Wei is waiting for you now." Zhou Li was not stupid either, especially when he thought that he was about to taste this stunning beauty. He must be careful in everything, otherwise the meat will slip away when it is right in front of his mouth, and he will regret it. Lin Weiwei was a little nervous at first, but she finally calmed down after hearing Zhou Li's words. Glancing at Zhou Li with disdain, Lin Weiwei guessed that he wouldn't dare to do anything. Thinking of this, Lin Weiwei started to touch up her makeup. Look at how beautiful Miss Lin Weiwei is. There should be a lot of people chasing after her, right? Looking at Lin Weiwei posing coquettishly over there, Zhou Li was already becoming extremely greedy. Hearing this, Lin Weiwei's face suddenly showed a hint of pride. "Of course. From the time I started school until now, I have had many suitors around me." "Oh, I see." Little did he know that Lin Weiwei's words made Zhou Li feel ecstatic again. "Look, the flower of high mountain in the eyes of others, won't she have to bow down to you and submit to you in a while?" Thinking of this, Zhou Li couldn't wait to speed up the car. Lin Weiwei looked at Zhou Li in confusion, but didn't think much about it and continued to prepare. From graduation to now, every man Lin Weiwei has hooked up with is her stepping stone. Although Lin Weiwei knew that Wei Zong was a very fickle person. But it doesn't matter. As long as she can hook up with Wei Zong, it means that her class will be raised to a higher level, and she will have no worries about finding a target. Thinking of this, Lin Weiwei couldn't help but smile. Zhou Li, who was standing beside her, also saw the expression on her face. Seeing Lin Weiwei laughing, Zhou Li couldn't help laughing as well. The car soon stopped outside a hotel near the suburbs. Lin Weiwei didn't expect to have to go so far to eat. During this period, she also sent messages to Wei Zong, but the other party did not reply to her. Lin Weiwei was a little skeptical at first, but when she saw the nice decoration of the restaurant in front of her, her doubts quickly disappeared. She got out of the car with an aloof look on her face, slammed the door, and then Lin Weiwei looked at Zhou Li with her chin slightly raised. "Okay, take me to see President Wei." Seeing the disdain in Lin Weiwei's eyes, Zhou Li felt more or less dissatisfied. But it doesn't matter, there will be a good-looking woman like this one soon. The two of them walked into a private box, but unfortunately, after Lin Weiwei went in, they still didn't see anyone inside, let alone Wei Zong. "Where is President Wei? Are you kidding me?" Lin Weiwei sat on the sofa with a dissatisfied look on her face, frowning at Zhou Li. Zhou Li smiled awkwardly and poured a glass of water and handed it to Lin Weiwei. "Ms. Lin, what are you talking about? You are Mr. Wei's sweetheart. How dare I play tricks on you? Besides, this restaurant and this private room are not something I can afford." Lin Weiwei listened to Zhou Li's words and nodded in agreement. That's right, Zhou Li is such a loser. Seeing this, Jolie continued, "Please wait a moment, I will contact Mr. Wei." With that, Jolie retreated to the door, took out his cell phone and fiddled with something. Lin Weiwei glanced at him casually, then picked up the cup of water in front of her and took a few sips. Crack. The voice was unusually clear in the silent room, causing Lin Weiwei to look up suddenly. "You, what are you doing? Why did you lock the door?" She stood up in fright and looked at Jolie warily. Jolie approached Lin Weiwei with a lewd smile. "Lin Weiwei, don't you know? What do you think you are here for today?" What do you mean?" Seeing this, Lin Weiwei was completely panicked. Today's situation was specially arranged by President Wei. If you want to blame someone, just blame President Wei. Am I? As he spoke, Jolie rushed over impatiently. After returning to Guhua Group, Lu Ruya went to work, while Kai Yi and Secretary Wang were planning in the office of the operations director. Not only did they have to throw out all of Wei Zong's stuff, but they also had to be demolished and redecorated. Especially the office outside and the lounge inside also need to be disinfected thoroughly, otherwise Kai Yi really can't stand it. Knock knock. It was at this time that someone knocked on the office door. Kai Yi looked over subconsciously and saw Jolie sticking his head out with a wry smile. "What's wrong? Are you here to see Wei Zong?" Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and looked over. He, it's not that I'm here to look for your brother Yi. I just sent you a message but you didn't reply," Jolie said attentively. "What's the meaning?" Kai Yi did not answer his next question, but looked Jolie up and down. He didn't think Jolie would like him. However, he did receive a message from Jolie just now. But he really didn't want to bother with this weirdo. Jolie also knew what this meant, so he had already thought of a countermeasure. "Brother Yi, I admit that I was wrong before. How about we have a good meal and a good chat this afternoon?" Upon hearing this, Secretary Wang looked at the two of them curiously. From what he heard, did they know each other before? Kai Yi waved his hand. "No, I'm busy." As he spoke, he continued to tell Secretary Wang about his plan. Jolie was not in a hurry either. Although he was rejected by Kai Yi, he was not in a hurry to leave and still stood at the door. It was not until Secretary Wang received Kai Yi's opinion and left that Jolie started to beat him. "Brother Yi, I admit that I didn't recognize a great man before, but people always make mistakes, don't they? After all, I am still young and haven't experienced the beatings of society, right?" The door was not closed to begin with. After seeing Secretary Wang go out, Jolie walked straight in and then closed the office door. "I have the following words. I don't understand some of this," Kai Yi said directly. Seeing that Kai Yi was so disrespectful, no matter how thick-skinned Jolie was, he became a little stiff at this moment. He stood directly behind Kai Yi. "Brother Yi, I admit that I was a little bit dissatisfied when I saw you join Guhua Group at first. Later, when I met Wei Zong, I also felt that I had a backer, but now I regret it, don't I? But I sincerely realize my mistake." Real. Upon hearing this, Kai Yi narrowed his eyes and looked at Jolie suspiciously. Really? Jolie stood there with a sincere look on his face, then nodded. While agreeing, he also reached out to give Kai Yi a massage. But the next second Kai Yi stood up, making his men's actions in vain. "Well, since you are so sincere, please send the address to my phone. I have to go back and discuss it with Sister Ruya." Having said that, Kai Yi stretched lazily, turned around, opened the office door and left. It was not until he saw the door in front of him close that the smile on Jolie's face slowly disappeared. He gritted his teeth and looked at the door fiercely, as if he was looking at Kai Yi. "Damn it, why are you so proud?" He said this and kicked the table in front of him in annoyance. "Please keep your complaints down. I can still hear you." Kai Yi's faint voice came from behind the door. This woke Jolie up suddenly, and he realized that the door in front of him was not closed tightly. Ha, Brother Yi, what are you talking about? I didn't say anything," Jolie quickly explained with a wry smile. However, when he walked up and opened the door, the person behind the door had disappeared. Grass. Jolie was so angry that he couldn't help but curse inwardly again, but as soon as he finished cursing, he quickly looked around. "I didn't feel relieved until I was sure Kai Yi was not nearby." After getting off work in the afternoon, Kai Yi arrived at the location Jolie sent on time. "I have to say that this place is not that close to the city center, and..." Kai Yi looked around and found that the surrounding facilities were not that good. "Hey, Brother Yi, you're here." Jolie came over enthusiastically. Come on, my brother has ordered the dishes, all of which are barbecues that can be eaten with wine. Barbecue. Kai looked at the restaurant in front of him, then looked deeper into the alley on the side. Seeing this, Jolie hurried to explain. It's like this, the barbecue restaurant we're going to is in the back, but don't worry, it's a 10-year-old shop, and the taste is definitely delicious. Jolie stood beside Kai with an attentive look on his face, rubbing his hands and talking with a smile. I have to say, this look does look very flattering. But, Kai looked towards the alley over there, and then narrowed his eyes subconsciously. Just when Jolie thought Kai was going to refuse, he actually nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Jolie was immediately overjoyed. It's right in front. I'll lead you there. I was blind before, but I've just entered society, right? Kai followed Jolie slowly, and couldn't help but sneered when he heard what he said. I didn't expect you to be so self-aware now. When Jolie heard this, he paused for a moment, but it was only for a moment before he returned to normal. Kai saw all of Jolie's actions. I didn't expect that Jolie is so tolerant now. If he continues like this, he will still have some prospects in the future. But Kai knew in his heart that Jolie would not be so tolerant for no reason. With a chuckle, Kai continued to walk forward leisurely with Jolie. Soon, the two of them passed through the alley and came to a large courtyard. But when you get here, you're basically in the suburbs. Kai looked around the big house. The yard was very spacious, and there were many tables and chairs in the middle. It really looked like a proper barbecue restaurant. Of course, if Kai hadn't just come in, Jolie would have closed the door directly. Brother Yi, please sit down first. I'll pour you some drinks and I'll go to the back to urge them. People in this line of work usually start work at night. As he spoke, Jolie happily poured a drink for Kai and placed it in front of him. Then he ran into the house. At this time, everyone in the room gathered in a group, and each of them had a weapon in their hands. Brother, are you sure that person will be fooled? A man weighed the object in his hand. Jolie also looked at Kai behind him nervously, feeling somewhat unsure. Jolie looked outside hesitantly. After all, he had seen Kai's skills before. So when Jolie invited Kai here, he figured it out. As long as I stab him when he is not prepared, things will be easy. Thinking of this, Jolie remembered what Wei Zong had said to him before, and then he slowly took the dagger beside him. At the same time, Kai, who was sitting in the yard outside, calmly drank the drink in front of him. This made Jolie's eyes widen. He never expected that Kai actually let down his guard. Now, Kai has already drunk the drink, so even if he knew what he wanted to do, it was too late to change the situation. Thinking of this, Jolie couldn't help but smile. He gradually tightened the dagger of his cell phone and looked at Kai outside with a grin. Kai, don't blame me for dying here today. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for offending others. Hearing the footsteps approaching slowly from behind, Kai sat there, swinging his legs leisurely. He looked at the sunset in the distance with a carefree look, and asked without turning his head, is everything ready in the kitchen? Jolie approached Kai's back with a grim smile, of course I'm ready. I'm preparing to kill the pig. Killing pigs, it looks so new. It seems to be a time-honored brand indeed. Yes, but it's a pity, Kai, you can't taste it yourself. How could you? Jolie slowly approached Kai, and looking at Kai who was so close in front of him, he quickly stabbed out with the dagger in his hand. But Jolie had clearly seen the dagger pierce Kai's body steadily, but why, in the blink of an eye, he was strangled by Kai's neck. As Kai's strength increased, Jolie's breathing became difficult. He struggled hard, but still couldn't break free from Kai's restraints. The pair of big hands were pinching his neck, like a lock, motionless. How could that be? You were sitting here just now. Jolie couldn't breathe, and his whole body began to tremble. Even the dagger that was originally tightly held in his hand fell to the ground due to loss of strength. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure out how Kai turned around and then grabbed his neck so accurately. Kai looked down at him, his eyes full of disdain. You're just an ant, and you want to resist. Who do you think you're fighting against, huh? There was a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth, and the strength in Kai's hands continued to increase. He didn't know if it was Jolie's illusion, but while he was having difficulty breathing and was in a daze, he seemed to hear the sound of his bones cracking. Brothers, go ahead. It was at this time that the people hiding in the house finally rushed out. Raising his eyebrows and looking at Jolie, Kai didn't even turn his head to look behind him. It seems that you are indeed very well prepared this time. Is this the person that Wei Zong invited for you? Jolie tried hard to pry Kai's hands apart. Before he fainted, his eyes widened when he heard Kai's words. You, how do you know? Did you know it a long time ago? Did you follow me here on purpose? Oh, it seems to be Wei Zong, then I guessed right. Kai smiled and threw Jolie and his hand aside. A second before Jolie fainted, he realized that he had been tricked by him. Don't be in a hurry. Wait here for a while and see who will be the people who will accompany you to the underworld. As he spoke, a splash of blood suddenly splashed on Jolie's face. Jolie, who had been thrown to the ground, had fainted but was soon awakened by the miserable scream. He trembled all over, looking at the bloody scene in front of him. His mind was more clear than ever because of the shock. Looking at the tough guy lying beside him with his eyes wide open and unconscious, he raised his head tremblingly and touched his face. Sure enough, what splashed on my face just now was indeed blood. In the dim sky, Jolie stared with wide eyes and looked at Kai, who was crushing the opponent in front of him, with horror. And now, he realized that he had provoked the wrong person. Looking at Kai, who was walking slowly towards him with the head in his hand, Jolie suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Please, please, let me go, please, this is all instigated by Wei Zong, and I don't want to do this. As he said that, Jolie quickly and frantically retreated backwards, without even noticing the hot current between his legs. Kai looked at Jolie's wet crotch with a sarcastic expression and sneered. Jolie, ah Jolie. He picked up the dagger that Jolie had dropped on the ground, then stood in front of him and gently tapped Jolie's face with the dagger. You've just entered society and you're already dreaming of soaring to the top. I can't blame you for that. But if you have to blame someone, it's because you provoked the wrong person and had thoughts that you shouldn't have. So, you deserve to die. Ah. The setting sun was blocked by the mountains, and the surrounding sky suddenly became dark. As a scream was heard, everything around seemed to be buried in darkness. Kai. When Lu Ruya opened the door and saw Kai outside, covered in blood, she was immediately startled, and her heart skipped a beat. Kai, covered in blood, slowly raised his head, his calm gaze fixed on Lu Rui's face. You, what's wrong with you? Lu Ruya touched Kai's face with trembling hands. The heavy rain outside was still falling, and soon Kai was soaked, with a pool of blood under his feet. Kai still stared at Lu Rui's face, carefully observing the expression on her face. Sister Ruya, I killed someone, he said bluntly. What? In almost just a moment, Lu Ruya frowned. Although Lu Ruya had already guessed it after seeing the blood stains on Kai's body. But that was just her worst-case scenario. I'm sorry to trouble you. Don't worry, I'll leave right away. Seeing Lu Ruya frowning, Kai turned around and left without hesitation. Wait a minute. At this moment, Lu Ruya quickly reached out her hand, grabbed Kai's wrist tightly, and pulled him into the house. Where? Kai looked at Lu Ruya, and the expression in his eyes suddenly became dark when he heard the words. Lu Ruya took out her cell phone and asked quickly, where is the location? Kai told the truth, and then he saw Lu Ruya quickly dialed someone's number, and then began to give instructions in a rapid tone. Soon, Lu Ruya finished giving instructions and then pulled Kai to sit on the sofa. After wiping Kai's body with a towel, Lu Rui's frown finally relaxed. Are you hurt? Kai slowly raised his head and looked at her, then slowly shook his head, no. Okay. Lu Ruya let out a long sigh, and then sat down next to Kai. Did I ask you to have dinner with me? Kai secretly curled his lips, more than that. Rubbing his forehead with a headache, Lu Ruya calmly advised, it's okay, my people will take care of it. Jolie said that it was Wei Zong who asked him to do it. After Kai said this, the huge living room suddenly became silent. Lu Ruya didn't say anything, just sat on the sofa. Kai was not in a hurry to speak. Instead, he leaned on the sofa, looking at Lu Rui's back with a dim gaze. Well, I will investigate this, don't worry. Lu Ruya turned her head and looked at Kai. Kai didn't say anything, but just leaned forward and hugged Lu Ruya. He has the ability to handle all the issues, so he came to find Lu Ruya on purpose. This was also for testing, and now Kai had the answer in his mind. At this point, Lu Ruya has already trusted and indulged herself 100%. Kai Yi was very satisfied with this answer, and he would also help Lu Rui's company to successfully go public. 2 days later, the disappearance of Zhou Li, a small employee, did not attract any attention from anyone. After all, he was new here and had only been working for a few days. In addition, he was also Wei Zong's subordinate, so everyone either had no influence or thought that he resigned along with Wei Zong. Only Lin Weiwei felt very strange and unhappy. Wei Zong deliberately set a trap for her that day, and she was forced to be taken advantage of by Zhou Li at noon. Originally, she was filled with anger and wanted to go to Wei Zong to ask for a reply. But I didn't expect to find out later that Wei Zong had been detained. After returning to the company, she didn't see Zhou Li for 2 consecutive days. Although she felt strange, she was relieved. After all, she never wanted to meet that disgusting guy again. During the 2 days that Wei Zong disappeared, Kai Yi was the most popular person in the company. After the company went through a series of brand changes, everyone understood. The person you can't offend the most in the company is Kai Yi. Look, those who disliked Kai Yi are now. Everyone couldn't help but marvel at it. In Lu Rui's office, after getting help from Kai Yi and watching the company's stock market stabilize, Lu Rui finally had some free time. But at the same time, she also received a call from Wang Weilong. A dinner date with you. After vaguely hearing what was said on the phone, Kai Yi turned his head and looked at Lu Rui. Lu Rui put down her phone, but her delicate brows furrowed slightly. No, it's about you and me, just the 2 of us, she murmured softly. Kai Yi sat up straight and looked over. You mentioned me specifically. Lu Rui also looked over with a serious expression. Yes, it is. Looking at Lu Rui's expression, Kai Yi understood that she must have guessed it in her heart. So you can't go. Lu Rui stood up and walked straight towards the lounge. Why, since I'm invited, why shouldn't I go? Kai Yi shrugged indifferently and followed Lu Rui into the lounge. Lu Rui was choosing clothes over there, but her frown never relaxed. It was not until Kai Yi hugged her from behind that she sighed helplessly and put down the clothes in her hands. Kai Yi, you know, Wang Weilong's purpose is definitely not simple. If you go there, he will definitely attack you. Then how do you know he won't do anything to you? After hearing Lu Rui's words, Kai Yi also spoke directly. It was this one sentence that made Lu Rui silent. After all, looking at the situation in the past 2 days, it is hard not to think that Wang Weilong really meant this. That's why I can't let you take risks. Lu Rui looked at Kai Yi behind her through the mirror with a serious face. However, Kai Yi just raised his eyebrows, still smiling, as if he didn't care. You know, Sister Yi, if you and I want to go, you can't stop me. Because of Kai Yi's words, Lu Rui had no choice but to drive Kai Yi to the hotel. This restaurant is so remote, it seems that they have made some preparations. Based on past experience, Kai Yi looked at the destination on the navigation and said meaningfully. Hearing this, Lu Rui also glanced at the navigation. If something does happen later, be smart and run away. I have already arranged people. That won't work, Kai Yi said directly. What? Lu Rui turned to look at Kai Yi in silence, not understanding what was going on in Kai Yi's mind. However, as soon as she turned her head, she met the smiling eyes of Kai Yi. Kai Yi looked at her with a smile on his face, and then opened his thin lips. Then I can't run alone. I have to pull you along. Hearing this, Lu Rui was stunned. Because she really didn't expect Kai Yi to do this. His face felt slightly hot, and even his earlobes turned red. Although she felt warm in her heart, she still pretended to be calm and coughed lightly. Hey, be serious, and you're a little greasy now. After these words were spoken, Kai Yi immediately restrained his expression. Lu Rui shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and then started typing something on her cell phone. Kai Yi knew without looking that Lu Rui was arranging things for a while. Although it seemed like just a simple meal, it now seemed that Lu Rui had completely lost trust in Wang Weilong. A lot of things need to be arranged even for a meal. The car soon arrived at the restaurant in the suburbs. After stopping the car, Lu Rui got out and looked around before walking into the restaurant. But Kai Yi didn't even need to look back, he knew there were a lot of people around him. And they are not in the same group. Things gradually became interesting. It seemed that Wang Weilong's purpose was indeed not simple. After entering the box that Wang Weilong mentioned, Lu Rui and Kai Yi realized that there was not only one person in the box. Lu Rui looked at the people sitting in the box with even more surprise. She widened her eyes slightly and couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, Wei Zong, why are you here, aren't you? Huh, why can't I? Hearing this, Lu Ruya not only narrowed her eyes, but also slowly looked at Wang Weilong beside her with her sharp eyes. Hey, I didn't expect the relationship between you two would become so good. Wang Weilong smiled and said, Wei Zong and I, in fact, we met too late. Really, I thought they were all the same. In the somewhat solemn atmosphere, Kai Yi's smiling tone seemed so abrupt. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Kai Yi. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at the two people in front of him, then shrugged. Isn't it from the first moment I saw you two, I knew you two were of the same kind. The corner of Wei Zong's mouth twitched, and then he looked at Kai Yi coldly. Kai Yi, do you think you are so proud just because Ruyi thinks so highly of you? You are just an ordinary loser, why are you still pretending here? Hearing Wei Zong's words, Kai Yi was not angry, but nodded in agreement. Understand me, brother. They all call me the boss, but only I know that I am a real loser. After these words were spoken, even Wang Weilong couldn't help himself. Lu Ruya, you think I'm not a good person, but do you think Kai Yi who is beside you is a good person? Do you know that he murdered? I know, so what exactly do you want to say this time? Before Wang Weilong could finish his words, Lu Ruya interrupted him coldly. She raised her eyes slowly, then looked over coldly. Seeing this, Wang Weilong was inevitably stunned. Then he reacted immediately, and looking at Lu Rui's performance, even Wei Zong suddenly thought of something. You know what happened to Zhou Li? You were the one who cleaned up the mess for him. Wei Zong couldn't help but speak out. Kai Yi looked at the two of them with a smile, but said nothing. Lu Ruya nodded slightly. Wei Zong looked at Kai Yi with gritted teeth. He should have thought of it earlier. Yes, the way he dealt with the aftermath was so clean that it was familiar. Isn't this the method Lu Ruya often used before? He should have thought of it earlier. Although he had some conflicts with Wei Zong before, when he saw this scene, Wang Weilong still looked at Wei Zong with some sarcasm. Wei Zong had boasted before, and even directly classified Lu Ruya as his own. Look at what's happening now. Not only was he imprisoned by Lu Rui's lover, but he was also fired. He's such a clown. But Wang Weilong is different. Although he gave Lu Ruya, he wanted the entire Guhua group more. Having been in the position of president for so many years, he has long been accustomed to his position and has long felt that Guhua group belongs to him. Lu Ruya did not answer Wei Zong's words, but just looked at him coldly, and then looked at Wang Weilong. Wang Weilong smiled and said, Ruya, after all, the three of us have worked together for so many years. Don't you think it's not worth it to have such a mess? Lu Ruya didn't say anything. After all, she didn't think it was not worth it. She realized that Kai Yi had only played a promoting role during this period. She also knew that even if Kai Yi was not there, she would cut off all ties with them once she realized their true identities. She would not allow the Guhua group, which she had worked so hard to build, to be dragged down by two parasites. On the contrary, she now has to thank Kai Yi for exposing their true identities in advance. After all, some things will be difficult to deal with if we really wait until after the listing. Seeing that Lu Ruya didn't say anything, Wang Weilong and Wei Zong couldn't help but become anxious again. As Sister Yi has said, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Aren't you annoying me by chattering there? Kai Yi played with the teacup in his hand and looked at Wang Weilong sarcastically. Wang Weilong's face changed, but he finally suppressed his anger. Lu Ruya, you know that Wei Zong and I have been in the company for so many years, and it's not for nothing. You should know that if we really want to tear each other apart, it may really be a lose-lose situation. After Wang Weilong finished speaking, Wei Zong on the side also spoke. He didn't look at Kai Yi, but stared straight at Lu Ruya. Ruya, you should know that if we fall out, it will not be good for the company. So as long as you let Kai Yi leave the company and give me my position back, then we can be the same as before, okay? As soon as these words were spoken, the box fell into silence. The silent atmosphere lasted for a while, and finally. Why? Family, I had a dream yesterday that you would vote for me a lot. Tell me this is not a dream, right? These words were not said by anyone else, but by Kai Yi. The moment Kai Yi spoke, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Everyone else also looked at Kai Yi with hostility. Why? Wei Zong frowned and looked Kai Yi up and down with disdain. Kai Yi put down the teacup he was playing with, and then sat there with his arms folded across his chest. Let you two replace me. Why? Because you two are parasites. As he spoke, Kai Yi could no longer conceal the disdain on his face. Kai Yi, I advise you not to be so arrogant since you are so young, Wang Weilong said, gritting his teeth. Having sat in that position for so many years, and now that Lu Ruya has revealed his new face, he feels extremely sensitive to words like parasite and gigolo. But Wang Weilong would not admit that it was not so much that he felt these words were sensitive, but rather that he got a little angry after hearing these words. Looking at Wang Weilong, who stood up with his face red in anger, Kai Yi still sat in his seat without any panic. Not only that, but he also looked very relaxed. After hearing what Wang Weilong said, he said calmly, "Isn't what I said the truth? I can bring benefits to the company, what about you?" As soon as these words were spoken, the two people opposite fell silent. You two only take the company's shares for free, and take those companies for free, but I will create profits for the company, so I ask you why. Every word Kai Yi said made sense, leaving the two scoundrels stunned for a moment. Kai Yi, don't argue with me. What we said is completely different from what you said. In the end, it was Wei Zong, who was smarter, who was the first to refute Kai Yi. We have feelings for the company, and we have a lot of things in our hands. Do you think you are awesome just because you have been here for a few days and brought some benefits to the company? That's it. Feeling guilty, Wang Weilong quickly echoed Wei Zong's words, then turned to look at Lu Ruya. Ruya, what do you think? The purpose of the two coming here was not simply to negotiate, but more importantly, to use the bargaining chips in their hands. To threaten Lu Ruya. Lu Ruya naturally understood this intention. After all, she has now completely seen the true faces of the two people in front of her. He took a sip of the tea in front of him slowly, with a calm expression, as if he was unaware of the domineering scene in front of him. Under the slightly nervous gazes of Wang Weilong and Wei Zong, Lu Ruya slowly expressed her thoughts. I think what Kai Yi said makes sense. Instead of keeping two useless people like you, I might as well find someone who can bring benefits to the company. As Lu Ruya spoke, a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she then looked up at the two people in front of her. The moment Lu Ruya spoke, both of them were stunned. At the same time, the expressions of both of them suddenly became grim. After all, Lu Rui's words were very clear, and she clearly rejected the two people's request for peace. This also made the two men's faces suddenly become ferocious. Lu Ruya, do you really want to end up with a desperate situation? Do you think that even if the situation is desperate, your shabby company can still survive? Why not? Lu Ruya glanced coldly at the two people in front of her. Lu Ruya, do you think it's so easy to clear your name? If I want to, I can reveal everything that happened before in a minute. Then you can try it. Lu Ruya looked at the two of them coldly, then put down the cup in her hand and stood up. Okay, it seems that we really have nothing to talk about this time. Wei Zong, you also disappoint me. I didn't expect you to help Wang Weilong. But now I understand that we are indeed not the same kind of people. After saying that, Lu Ruya turned around and was about to leave. Lu Ruya, come back to me. Seeing Lu Ruya opening the door and walking out of the room, Wei Zong completely lost his defense and shouted loudly at her back. But no matter how loud he shouted, Lu Ruya still didn't turn around. She strode forward without looking back, and soon disappeared in the corridor. Kai Yi looked at the person behind him with sarcasm and provocation, then turned around and left quickly with Lu Ruya. Kai Yi, hurry up and get in the car and leave. They might start a fight. Lu Ruya strode ahead. Then he said, really? Kai Yi seemed not to hear Lu Rui's words, and was still walking leisurely behind Lu Ruya. Sister Ru Yi, you really won't regret breaking up with them through negotiations like this. Hearing this, Lu Ruya looked at Kai Yi in confusion. What do I have to regret? In fact, before I came here, I already knew what they were going to do, and I had already made preparations. I won't be stupid enough to let others get a hold of me, don't worry. Having said that, Lu Ruya grabbed Kai Yi's hand tightly and walked forward with her in big strides. But at the moment when the two walked out of the restaurant, many people slowly appeared on the originally quiet street. A group of people also came out from the back of the restaurant. It seems that Wang Weilong and Wei Zong were indeed very well prepared. They were waiting for the two of them to come and had arranged so many people to come. The two of them slowly walked to the open space outside the restaurant. At the same time, the people who appeared surrounded them. Now, Lu Ruya was not in a hurry, after all, it was too late. She turned her head and looked at Kai Yi with a slightly apologetic look, then turned around and her eyes fell precisely on Wang Weilong and Wei Zong in front of the window. So this is the attitude between you two. Hey, Ruya, don't say that. Haven't you already rejected our request for peace, so there is no need to show attitude anymore? Wang Weilong said with a big laugh. Looking at the crazy expression on his face, it seemed as if he was certain that the two of them could not escape in the face of so many people. Wei Zong did not say anything, but just looked at the people below coldly. However, that face was full of cruelty. Okay, stop talking nonsense and get started. Kai Yi had long since had enough of those two men's nagging. As he spoke, he moved his wrist and then stood directly in front of Lu Ruya. Kai Yi, it's okay for young people to be a little arrogant, but if they are arrogant to the point of being stupid, it means that they will not live long. Wang Weilong said with a big laugh. As he spoke, he signaled the people below to take action. Don't beat the women to death, just kill the men directly, he shouted proudly. At this moment, the scene below really looks like a crushing one. After all, the two of them were surrounded by hundreds of people at this moment. Not only that, those hundreds of people were holding weapons in their hands. Under normal circumstances, in this situation, no matter how skilled the two were, they were destined to be unable to escape. After all, hundreds of people, densely packed together, rushed forward together. Even if they didn't take action, they could just press on and make the two men unable to move. The others also understood this principle, so when the order was given, the people below rushed forward without any hesitation. Kai Yi, when you see the right opportunity, just get in the car. They won't dare to do anything to me. Lu Ruya was speaking behind Kai Yi, and in the time it took her to speak, she had already quickly dealt with the two people in front of her. But the dense crowd did not give her any time to react. As soon as the two men fell to the ground, the people behind them swarmed over. Hearing Lu Rui's worried voice from behind, Kai Yi just chuckled and did not respond. Instead, he quickly dealt with the person in front of him. His movements were much faster than Lu Rui's. Not only that, he was also very strong. Those who rushed forward were unable to move in an instant and were then thrown out by him. The people behind did not expect that the force was so great that they were actually pinned to the ground by that person. At this point, the people around couldn't help but lose their composure, and their pace also slowed down. It's okay, Sister Ruya, don't be afraid, I'm here. Having said that, Kai Yi turned slightly and hugged Lu Rui's slender waist, then kicked the person in front of her away. In an instant, the person who flew out crushed a large group of people. Everyone was a little surprised. How could that person have such great strength? This is impossible. Kai Yi, what are you doing? Let me go. Lu Ruya didn't have time to notice the person in front of her, but noticed Kai Yi beside her first. I'll take you to the car, Kai Yi said as he walked aside holding Lu Ruya. Hearing this, Lu Rui's brows couldn't help but frown slightly again. Nonsense, let me go, you can't do it alone. They can pay for it. As Lu Ruya spoke, she looked at the crowd in front of her with a worried look on her face. But, just one glance and Lu Ruya couldn't help but be stunned. The group of people who had just rushed forward aggressively were now standing there in panic, and some of them even fell to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Ruya was unable to react for a moment. However, seeing that those people quickly stood up, Lu Ruya came back to her senses instantly. She turned around and looked at Kai Yi anxiously, and was about to persuade Kai Yi again. But before Lu Ruya could say anything to persuade him, she saw Kai Yi kicking someone away. After that person flew out, he smashed down a huge area. Seeing this, Lu Ruya silently swallowed back all the words she was about to say, and slowly closed her mouth. Well, now she understood why that group of people had lost their composure just now. In the blink of an eye, Kai Yi put Lu Ruya in the car. Ah, Kai Yi. Without waiting for Lu Ruya to finish her words, Kai Yi smiled at her and then closed the door. This made Lu Ruya choke, and then she laughed out of anger. She looked at Kai Yi outside helplessly, but still smiled helplessly, this brat. Although she said this, Lu Ruya was still looking at the scene outside with worry. Even though Kai Yi's skills are very impressive, there are just too many people outside. Seeing Kai Yi almost crushing the people outside, Lu Ruya finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then immediately took out her cell phone to contact people. At this moment, Wang Weilong was stunned when looking at the scene below, and even Wei Zong frowned. No, This kid Wang Weilong looked at Kai Yi below with some surprise. After all, he didn't expect that in front of so many people, Kai Yi could not only smile, but also handle it with ease. Realizing that someone was looking at him, Kai Yi stood in the middle of the crowd, slowly raised his head and looked upwards, then whistled nonchalantly. Yo man, is the fight scene good? Before Wang Weilong could recover from Kai Yi's words, he saw Kai Yi grabbing a person and then throwing him up. One throw. He actually threw that sturdy man up. Seeing this scene, Wang Weilong was stunned. Get out of the way. Wei Zong's eyes widened and he quickly hid aside. But Wang Weilong, who was clumsy, was not so lucky. Not only is his martial arts poor, his reaction speed is also poor. So the next second, with Wang Weilong's astonished expression, the person in front of him rushed straight towards him. Ouch! With a scream, Wang Weilong was successfully knocked to the ground by the man thrown up by Kai Yi. Yeah, sorry boss. The person who fell on him was not seriously injured because of him, so he quickly stood up and left the moment he landed. Idiot. Wei Zong looked coldly at Wang Weilong lying on the ground and couldn't help but complain. But looking at the scene below, Wei Zong still frowned. Because Kai Yi was almost an overwhelming presence at this time. Although there were hundreds of people below, they might have seen Kai Yi's background and strength. Now they were all a little afraid of Kai Yi, and they didn't dare to come close to him with weapons in their hands. This is not a solution. Wang Weilong, I told you that Kai Yi is quite skilled. Take a look. What's the use of having good skills? I don't believe he can survive a bullet. Wei Zong's words, coupled with this embarrassing scene, successfully angered Wang Weilong. He slowly took out an IANG from a drawer, and then slowly pointed it at Kai Yi. Bang! Following the blast of a gunshot, not only the people outside were stunned, but even Lu Ruya in the car was also stunned. Without any hesitation, Lu Ruya put down her phone, opened the car door and walked out. Kai Yi, she held onto the car door in fear, and she was so frightened that she almost lost strength. She frantically looked for Kai Yi in the crowd, but because of a gunshot, the people around her suddenly panicked. This made Lu Ruya unable to find Kai Yi for a moment. Gritting her teeth and looking at Wang Weilong who was grinning in front of the second-floor window, Lu Ruya rushed to the second floor through the crowd without hesitation. Damn, this guy is really hard to kill. Bang! Following a gunshot, the door of the box was pushed open. Wei Zong raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Kai Yi who was almost submerged in the crowd below. It seems that Wang Weilong's stupidity has its advantages. At least if he is provoked a little, he can't help but take action. But suddenly, Wei Zong felt a chill coming from behind him. Although I have been working in the company for a few years, I rarely do anything myself. However, this feeling of déjà vu still made Wei Zong feel very dangerous. As if he had noticed something, Wei Zong slowly widened his eyes while standing in place. His heartbeat quickened as he realized what was behind him. But before Wei Zong turned around, he suddenly felt a gust of wind coming from behind. Then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. At the same time, Wang Weilong's rampant shouting also came to an abrupt stop. Lu Ruya. Wei Zong looked at the woman who was attacking him quickly in horror, and then looked at the dagger in her hand that was still dripping with blood in amazement. Although Wei Zong had seen Lu Ruya taking action many times before, this was the first time he had seen her so close. His terrified gaze slowly shifted from the dagger in Lu Ruya's hand to Wang Weilong, who was kneeling on the ground with his eyes wide open and his hands tightly covering his neck. He saw Wang Weilong trying to turn around in confusion and astonishment, but before he could make any move, he quickly fell to the ground, completely dead. Looking at the blood spreading on the soles of his feet, Wei Zong suddenly began to tremble slightly in fear. He has seen many murder scenes. But Wang Weilong was right next to him just now, and at that moment neither of them realized what was wrong. Wei Zong could even be certain that if the person Lu Ruya wanted to kill just now was him, then the person lying on the ground with his hands covering his neck might also be him. He knew that Lu Ruya was very skilled, but he never expected that Lu Ruya's skills would be so fast. It was so fast that before he could even react, the person who was right next to him had already had his neck cut. The fear of death instantly swept through Wei Zong's mind, even making him forget how he had just threatened Lu Ruya. Looking at Lu Ruya, whose face was filled with bloodthirstiness, Wei Zong wei. While trembling slightly, he also forced himself into an ugly smile. Sister Ru Yi, you know I like you. I didn't mean to deal with you. I did all this to win back your heart. I am standing here now because I was bewitched by Wang Weilong. He looked at Lu Ruya with an ugly smile, and at the same time his face was sincere, but the panic in his eyes could not be concealed. But even though Wei Zong said this, Lu Ruya standing in front of him still had a gloomy face. Her calm eyes slowly turned to Wei Zong, as if she was looking at a dead person, without any other emotion at all. Wei Zong was very familiar with this look. After all, that was the way Lu Ruya looked at the dead before. The fear of death spread in his heart again, and at the same time, it forced Wei Zong to kneel directly on the ground. Sister, I was wrong, I was really wrong, I shouldn't have disobeyed you. As he said that, Wei Zong knelt there and began to slap himself quickly. After living in ordinary days for too long, he has almost forgotten how Lu Ruya climbed to this position. At this time Wei Zong also realized that he was really stupid. He shouldn't have confronted her head on, he shouldn't have been deceived by Wang Weilong's words. He should lurk slowly and then catch them all in one fell swoop. Sister, I really know I was wrong. I followed you when you first founded the Guhua gang. I have feelings for the company and you. I was just confused for a moment, you know. I actually like you too much. Seeing that Lu Ruya was hesitant to take action, Wei Zong felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. He gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Ruya. Sure enough, after so many years, she was still as cruel and ruthless as ever. As expected, the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is. Lu Ruya cannot be kept. Once he escapes, he will find a way to get rid of Lu Ruya. I know that my behavior today is indeed damnable, but... Wei Zong paused, and then his kneeling figure suddenly stiffened. Big sister, you... The calculations in his mind suddenly disappeared, and he looked at Lu Ruya with wide eyes and red bloodshot eyes. At the same time, he raised his head tremblingly in fear. The hand tried to grasp the dagger. You really deserve to die, Lu Ruya sneered as she spoke. Wei Zong, do you think I'm stupid, but you are indeed disappointing. I will not keep anyone who disobeys me, and the same goes for you. Before he finished speaking, a miserable scream suddenly rang out in the silent room. But the shouting soon stopped. The setting sun in the distance shone over, and Lu Ruya just threw down the dagger in her hand with an indifferent look, and then wiped the blood stains on her face expressionlessly. However, if you look closely, her movements are somewhat stiff, and even the expression on her face looks very numb. Her sight accidentally fell on her hand on the ground, which hurt her eyes a little. After narrowing her eyes slightly, Lu Ruya finally couldn't hold on any longer. Her eyes suddenly turned red, and then she staggered for a moment, then she clenched her fists and looked out the window with a slight tremor. Under the setting sun, many of the crowd outside had disappeared, and the rest were lying on the ground. There was a person standing in the middle of the group of people, and that person was also looking at the window at this moment. Seeing this, Lu Ruya was stunned. Seeing her losing control like this, Kai Yi laughed heartlessly under the setting sun. Sister Ruya, what's wrong with you? Why did you get out of the car? Didn't I tell you to just leave it to me? You little B*****. Lu Ruya stared at Kai Yi below in a daze, and couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, but then she couldn't help but laugh in relief. Ding ding, the favorability of the female protagonist of Destiny has been detected, and 2000 villain points are awarded. As the system's voice sounded, the smile on Kai Yi's face suddenly became much brighter. At the same time, Lu Ruya upstairs obviously realized her own gaffe. She quickly turned her back and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Sister Ruya, stop crying, I feel bad. A shout came from outside the window, which immediately made Lu Ruya pause. Reluctantly wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, Lu Ruya said with a displeased smile, this stinky boy, he really has no sense of humor at all. Sister Ruya, come down, I'll catch you. Kai Yi shouted from downstairs with laughter. Hearing this, and looking at the man bathed in the sun below, Lu Ruya felt an urge to jump down from here. After all, she knew that with her own skills, she would not die from the fall from this height. However, it was just a wearing part, and Lu Ruya came to her senses. Because she saw that Kai Yi's clothes were stained with a lot of blood. She was not sure whether Wang Weilong's attack just now had hit Kai Yi, nor was she sure whether Kai Yi was injured or not. Therefore, Lu Ruya did not dare to let Kai Yi catch her easily, for she was afraid that Kai Yi's injuries would be aggravated. In the end, Lu Ruya finally walked down the stairs obediently. Kai Yi, are you okay? That shot just now. After Lu Ruya went down the stairs, she quickly walked towards Kai Yi, but before she could finish her anxious words, Kai Yi hugged her tightly in his arms. I'm fine, don't worry, Sister Yi, I just got a little scrape. Hearing this, Lu Ruya finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the stiff expression on her face softened. When we returned to the villa area, it was already completely dark. Lu Ruya also called a family doctor to come home to treat Kai Yi's wound. After the family doctor left, Kai Yi looked at Lu Ruya. After returning from the suburbs, Lu Ruya has been making phone calls non-stop. Even when he was not on the phone, he would sit aside, thinking about things with a serious expression. Kai Yi understood that since Lu Ruya had dealt with those two people so impulsively today, she would definitely have to deal with a lot of troubles in the future. At the same time, he just vaguely heard Lu Ruya calling Qin Yi and Li Hu. The other side seemed to be asking why the two people were dealt with directly. However, Lu Ruya did not tell the whole truth, but said that the two people deliberately framed her and wanted to get rid of her, which forced her to take action. With Kai Yi's hearing ability, he could clearly hear the two people on the other side expressing their understanding. After all, it was an attack on the big sister of the company, which was really damnable. While Lu Ruya was handling her work, Kai Yi leaned lazily on the sofa and watched. Thinking of the last moment I had at the restaurant door. I heard the system prompt tone. And based on Lu Rui's actions, Kai Yi is now certain that he can take down Lu Ruya. But it's not enough. But that's not enough. Recently, he asked his subordinates to acquire a lot of shares and also created several small companies. Those companies seem to be relatively small now, but they are all benchmarked against Yi's. With Kai Yi's sharp vision and ability, the profits of these small companies have multiplied several times in a short period of time. Of course, there is another aspect. They are the brothers who trust Yi Han, although they look like ordinary bodyguards now. But Kai Yi knew that these people could be of great use at critical moments. So during these 2 days, Kai Yi made many phone calls to check on his brothers. Especially Kang Ying, Kai Yi was even afraid that he didn't have enough money, so he gave him another 200,000 yuan. Kai Yi still remembers that on the other end of the phone, Kang Ying, a grown man, almost couldn't hold back his tears. And because of the matter of the goshawk, the brothers are very worried, so many people have been concerned about the goshawk these days. So, gradually, Kai Yi's good deed became known to everyone. No one had expected that Kai Yi had, secretly, helped Kang Ying so much, and they were all deeply moved for a moment. During those 2 days, Kai Yi's villain value also received a lot of feedback. Today was destined to be an extraordinary day, so it was already late at night and Lu Ruya hurried out again, but she didn't take Kai Yi with her. But seeing Lu Rui's serious face, Kai Yi did not insist. Although everyone now says that he is the boss's little darling, he also knows that some things cannot be crossed. Otherwise, it would be bad if Lu Ruya started to distrust me again. So after telling Lu Ruya to be careful when going out, Kai Yi went upstairs to plan his business ambitions. However, Lu Ruya was indeed very busy during those 2 days. There are endless meetings every day, and the atmosphere in the company is also weirdly stagnant. However, Kai Yi didn't care about these things. After all, these were Lu Rui's affairs. It would be bad if he interfered too much. The letter made Lu Ruya stand by his side. However, Kai Yi has not been idle during these 2 days. Not only is he busy with his own company's affairs, but he is also busy with share acquisitions. He knew that Lu Ruya had already dealt with the matter between Wei Zong and Wang Weilong. However, while Lu Ruya was dealing with the affairs of the two, Kai Yi had already seized the opportunity and took the shares of the two into his own hands. Although it's not particularly much, it's enough. In this way, almost a week passed before Lu Ruya became less busy. But obviously, the company hasn't been doing very well recently, so Lu Ruya is still working overtime every day. Of course, today too. Kai Yi's office has not been renovated yet, so he has been staying in Lu Rui's office. A few days ago, Lu Ruya even fed Kai Yi personally because she was worried about his wound. But after seeing that Kai Yi's wound had improved a lot in the past 2 days, she stopped this behavior. However, this made Kai Yi feel a little regretful. Kai Yi, I have something to discuss with you. As she spoke, Lu Ruya took the initiative to sit next to Kai Yi. Kai Yi suddenly came to his senses and turned to look at Lu Ruya in confusion. What's wrong? Did something happen? Lu Ruya shook her head gently, and then said, that's not the case. It's just that the company has been in a mess recently, and the sales of goods have also declined during this period. Kai Yi pays attention to the affairs of Guhua Group every day, so he is quite clear about this matter. He nodded first, then looked at Lu Ruya. So you want to? Lu Ruya took out a document and said, I found that online sales seem to be quite good recently, not only short video promotion but also live streaming sales and so on. We used to focus on high-end products. I think you know our interests before, so we usually buy more at counters and flagship stores. We also did not seek promotion before, but only found some celebrities to endorse. Although our reputation is pretty good and our repurchase rate has always been good, as you know, with the increasing competition, the competition in the category is also increasing, and the market is only so big. Kai Yi could still clearly understand what Lu Ruya meant. It's just that it used to take the high-end route, with higher prices, and was generally sold in flagship stores and counters. However, during this period, many online stores have found promotions, and their products have become popular, resulting in a lower repurchase rate for Lu Ruya's products. So what do you mean? Kai Yi looked at Lu Ruya, wanting to see what she thought first. Lu Ruya flipped through the documents in front of her and found several of her plans. Take a look first. Kai Yi took a quick look and then nodded. Sister Yi, your idea is very good. Now is indeed the era of the internet and traffic. It's not that you can't make money by following this route, but the profit is relatively small. But obviously other methods can be better. As he spoke, Kai Yi gave his suggestion. After all, I now have shares in Guhua Group and I also receive a salary, so it is reasonable for me to make money for myself. At the same time, it is also because some of the companies opened by Kai Yi are engaged in new media, and the results are quite good. The meal has been delivered to his doorstep. By cooperating with these two powerful companies, Kai Yi can make a fortune again. Thinking of this, the smile on Kai Yi's face couldn't help but brighten. Ahem, first of all, my suggestion is to increase the number of bloggers promoting, find some bloggers with good data, and keep up with live broadcasts. It doesn't matter whether it's a big blogger or a small blogger, as long as it can be sold. Of course, first of all, we need to promote some relatively affordable products, but high-end ones are also okay. I'll give this to the big bloggers first. Don't underestimate those internet celebrities. In fact, their conversion rate is also good. Kai Yi was chattering here, and Lu Ruya over there was also listening attentively, nodding from time to time. Also, if we can promote our popularity among the public, we can become a sponsor for some variety shows, and we should also carefully select celebrity endorsements. As Kai Yi put forward his ideas one by one, Lu Ruya's eyes became brighter and brighter. She even looked at Kai Yi with some amazement. Kai Yi, how do you know so much? Kai Yi shrugged helplessly. Actually, everyone understands this more or less, after all. Who doesn't watch short videos now, but maybe the previous operation was not attentive enough. Kai Yi was feeling proud here, and did not forget to complain about Wei Zong from before. And from the moment Lu Ruya attacked Wei Zong, all her feelings for Wei Zong had disappeared. Even the brotherhood disappeared instantly after Wei Zong revealed his betrayal. So now when she thought about what President Wei had done in the company before, Lu Ruya couldn't help but frown. After all, for a company, both the sales department and the operations department are very important. But when Wei Zong was here before, he didn't pay much attention to the company's affairs. If it weren't for the support from other departments and the employees under me, I would have started to lose money a long time ago. To be honest, I'm quite confused by what you've said. Do you have any clue? Lu Ruya turned and looked at Kai Yi. Ever since I met Kai Yi, it seemed that as long as Kai Yi was around, he could solve many problems. It was also because Kai Yi had shown a lot of his abilities, so when faced with this problem, Lu Ruya couldn't help but look at Kai Yi again. After all, she subconsciously felt that since Kai Yi knew these ideas, he would naturally know how to solve them. Sure enough, the next second Kai Yi smiled confidently, and then said, "Then leave this matter to me. After all, I am also in the operations department, right?" Hearing this, Lu Ruya suddenly felt guilty and moved. After all, it was said at the beginning that Kai Yi would take over this position and he wouldn't have to do anything. Thinking of this, Lu Ruya quickly said, "Don't worry, Kai Yi, if the work is done well, you will definitely get a commission." Hearing this, Kai Yi smiled and waved his hand, looking very indifferent. "It's okay. As long as I can help you, I'll be happy." Having said that, Kai Yi walked out of the office with a smile and prepared to go to the operations department. After all, if this business really succeeds, who would care about that little commission? If my two companies cooperate, the benefits will be huge. Just like that, Kai Yi went to the operations department leisurely. But I didn't expect to see a familiar-looking person as soon as I arrived at the operations department. Why are you here? Kai Yi just walked into the door of the operations department and I saw Lin Weiwei with a smile on her face. When Lin Weiwei saw Kai Yi walk in, her smile froze for a moment. I was transferred here recently. Lin Weiwei said with a wry smile. After all, she didn't expect that Wei Zong would fall so quickly. Lin Weiwei was so angry that she didn't sleep well for the past 2 days. After all, she didn't expect that all the advantages she should have taken were taken by others, and in the end she got nothing. That's why Jinju made some connections and entered the operations department directly. Originally, she was quite worried when she heard that the operations department was under Kai Yi's command. But later I heard that Kai Yi was usually in Lu Rai's office and had rarely come here since he took office. She was relieved, but she didn't expect that she would have a conflict with Kai Yi just 2 days after arriving. After hearing the conversation here, the people who were working over there with their heads down also looked over there. When they saw it was Kai Yi, they all respectfully called him Mr. Kai. After all, even if Kai Yi doesn't come often, even if Kai Yi doesn't work, it's the same as Wei Zong before. But now, who makes Kai Yi Mr. Lu's little darling? So now everyone is living such a comfortable life and no one wants to offend Kai Yi. After Lin Weiwei called out, Mr. Kai, she quickly lowered her head and pretended to be working seriously. She thought, she has been sitting here working and has been here for several days. Kai Yi would not fire her for no reason, right? After all, he had done something wrong, so he should have no excuse. Thinking of this, Lin Weiwei suddenly felt calmer. But how could Kai Yi not understand her little thoughts? Lin Weiwei disliked him, and he also found Lin Weiwei an eyesore. Life is only a few decades long, and he doesn't want to make himself unhappy at all. So he looked at Lin Weiwei coldly and said directly, Lin Weiwei, go and resign yourself later. Follow the dismissal standards. Don't worry, N+1 will not be without you. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire department suddenly fell silent. After all, no one had expected that Kai Yi would fire people as soon as he arrived. In an instant, the atmosphere in the department suddenly became quiet. Those who were originally sitting there slacking off now straightened their backs and sat down quickly. I was afraid that the knife would fall on me in the next second. I didn't expect that Mr. Kai Yi, who usually looks very approachable with a smile on his face, is also very ruthless to his subordinates. This is to fire a person, just fire him when he says so. Kai, Mr. Kai, what do you mean by this? Lin Weiwei did not expect Kai Yi to be so direct and to fire her directly without considering the opinions and influence of people around him. Kai Yi glanced around and casually set his sights on Lin Weiwei. Don't worry, family members. I am fair and just and will not fire anyone randomly. This Miss Lin Weiwei colluded with Wei Zong when she was working at the front desk. Just like Qian Yorong, she also made things difficult for me, so. Kai Yi did not say the next words, but the meaning was already very clear. He also didn't want to be secretive and arouse suspicion among those below him, so he just said it directly. As soon as Kai Yi said this, the people who were working below widened their eyes and looked at Lin Weiwei in amazement. Although she has only been in the operations department for 2 days, she has already established her own personality. If you look at what Lin Weiwei wears on a daily basis, and what she reveals intentionally or unintentionally, you would think she is some rich lady who has come out to experience life. I didn't expect. Thinking of this, everyone looked at each other in astonishment. I didn't expect that Lin Weiwei was just like Qian Yorong and had hooked up with Wei Zong before. No wonder someone saw Lin Weiwei coming out of Wei Zong's office often before. Yesterday, Lin Weiwei said that her family knew Wei Zong, so they wanted him to take care of the child. But now, the truth is revealed. Everyone immediately understood what was going on, and then they all looked at Lin Weiwei in surprise. Facing everyone's gaze, Lin Weiwei's face couldn't help but turn red. She had never imagined that Kai Yi would actually fire her directly. And now, she never expected that Kai Yi would actually tell her everything. Kai Yi, what do you mean you? Lin Weiwei stood up angrily, trying to defend herself, but she stood up and pointed at Kai Yi angrily, trembling and stunned. No words were uttered. Instead, he slowly and leisurely pushed away Lin Weiwei's hand that was pointing at him. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Weiwei, then smiled contemptuously. Am I wrong? You can refute me. Lin Weiwei wanted to refute Kai Yi. But she didn't expect Kai Yi to use this trick directly. In addition, everyone around her was looking at her in surprise, which made Lin Weiwei extremely nervous. In addition, what Kai Yi said was indeed the truth, so at this moment, Lin Weiwei was so panicked that her brain couldn't react and she was speechless. And this is like indirectly proving and acknowledging these things. So Miss Lin Weiwei, please go and handle the formalities yourself. Don't worry, I will not reduce the salary and compensation you deserve. As he said that, Kai Yi smiled and made a gesture of invitation to Lin Weiwei. At this moment, Lin Weiwei's face also turned pale. She looked at the people around her indignantly, but finally packed up her things roughly and left. She was too embarrassed to ask for help. After all, she was still feeling proud of herself 2 days ago, so after she left, Lin Weiwei just left. Watching Lin Weiwei disappear from his sight, Kai Yi suddenly felt in a good mood. Now, there is no one in the entire company whom he dislikes. Thinking of this, Kai Yi feels that his mood is smoother than ever before. Okay, everyone calm down now. I'm going to start announcing something. Having said this, Kai Yi quickly clapped his hands. The applause drew everyone's attention. It's just that other people haven't recovered from the big news yet, and they are still somewhat excited. Ahem, don't worry, I'm not a picky leader. I'm a lazy person myself, so you don't have to worry about me making a big reform or asking you to work overtime after I come here. Kai Yi said this with a smile, and after hearing this, the people around him immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they are indeed worried about this. When Wei Zong was here, he didn't care about anything. They just work on their own and have long been accustomed to freedom. However, this freedom did not cause their performance to decline, which means that they are capable. Kai Yi had already understood this point, so he did not make direct reforms, nor did he think about changing their work habits. But maybe we should open one now. Small meeting, Kai Yi said happily. Before coming here, Kai Yi had already observed that the people here had very good working abilities. Moreover, there were some ambitious people who gave Wei Zong suggestions and submitted documents. These people are all very young and actually have some pretty good ideas. But there is no way, Wei Zong is just a fool who is not worthy of being reused. So even if someone gave him suggestions or handed him documents, he chose to ignore them. But Kai Yi is different. Now that Kai Yi owns shares, he also wants to make money for his two companies together, so naturally he won't continue like this. He wants to fully unleash the abilities of these people and create better value. However, Kai Yi wanted to start a meeting as soon as he arrived, which made everyone nervous again. After all, they have seen many leaders who speak nicely. After observing everyone's expressions, Kai Yi understood what was going on. Don't worry, we can just hold the meeting here. Remember to raise your hands and speak later. Kai Yi said with a smile, and then leaned casually in front of Lin Weiwei's desk. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other again. Of course, they also saw surprise in each other's eyes. After all, this office mode and this meeting mode were indeed unheard of before. I have actually read all the documents you gave to Wei Zong during this period of time, and I have carefully observed them. I think your ideas are actually very good. As soon as Kai Yi said this, everyone looked over again. They were surprised. They thought Kai Yi had been lying in Lu Rai's office eating, drinking and having fun all this time, but they didn't expect that he was still working. And also paid attention to their previous documents and ideas. Moreover, I also read all the documents they had submitted before. Seeing that no one believed him, Kai Yi just shrugged casually. However, facing everyone's suspicious eyes, he simply expressed his own views. At the same time, he not only expressed everyone's thoughts, but also expressed his own thoughts. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Damn, I thought Mr. Kai was just bragging here, but I didn't expect him to actually read the proposal we submitted before, everyone said in surprise. And don't you think the advice he gave is useful? I really thought he was a gigolo before, but now it seems he is quite capable. Yeah, could it be that he was also in operations before? Everyone was talking in low voices. The main reason is that he hasn't been here many times since Kai Yi squeezed Wei Zong out. Not only that, he also stayed by Lu Rui's side. No matter how you look at it, this is just a figurehead. Although the voices of the crowd were very low, Kai Yi, who had excellent hearing, still heard what he said. Secretly curling his lips, Kai Yi slowly raised his hand to his lips and coughed lightly. Well, this is just my current opinion, but if you have any opinions, feel free to raise your hands and answer. After saying that, Kai Yi looked at the employees below with a smile. But after Kai Yi finished saying this, the people below were still silent or whispering. Anyway, no one raised their hand. Kai Yi had anticipated this situation, so he was not in a hurry, nor did he show any impatience on his face. Instead, he kept looking at the group of people below with a smile. He knew that although his subordinates had become accustomed to the free working conditions, they still wanted to prove their abilities. Sure enough, after a while, a girl in the audience timidly raised her hand. At that moment, the smile on Kai Yi's face suddenly became very gentle. Come on, young lady, tell me what you think. I didn't expect Kai Yi's face to suddenly become so gentle, even the female employee looked a little shy. Some other female employees also looked straight at Kai Yi. Sure enough, the man that President Lu likes can't be too bad. President Kai is really handsome. Well, actually, I want to say that the ideas that Mr. Kai mentioned are all very good, but I also thought of another idea, which is to outsource some PR. If the data is good, the outsourced PR will also get a commission. The female employee whispered her own opinion. This is a great idea, Kai Yi smiled and led the applause. In fact, Kai Yi also thought of this idea, but he couldn't say everything he thought of. After all, how could he get closer to his employees if he did that? Moreover, when Kai Yi just walked into the office, he had already noticed this female employee. It's not because of anything else, it's because of this female employee, the one who called the police that day. That's why Kai Yi is so gentle. After all, it was thanks to this female warrior that we succeeded in the past 2 days. But now, thanks to this female employee taking the lead, many people also spoke up. Listening to their ideas, Kai Yi nodded in agreement. In fact, many companies are already doing the things they are discussing now, but it has not yet reached saturation. So what they make now is a big piece of cake that can be shared on the plate. After all, the benefits here are still huge. However, Kai Yi did not expect that the people in the operations department had quite good ideas. So originally he just wanted to hold a brief meeting, but he didn't expect that when it was almost noon and time to get off work, everyone was still in high spirits. Even Kai Yi didn't realize that it was already time to get off work at noon. It was only when Lu Ruya came to him in person that he realized it. Knock knock. Following a knock on the door, everyone looked towards the large glass door in front of the department. After seeing Lu Ruya standing at the door, everyone sat down and said respectfully, "Hello, President Lu." When Kai Yi saw Lu Ruya appear at the door, he was also stunned. He subconsciously looked at the time on the wall and realized that it was already noon and time to get off work. Lu Ruya smiled and nodded at Kai Yi, then looked at the group of employees. "Aren't you off work yet? Then I'll stand here and wait." After saying that, Lu Ruya actually stood at the door and waited quietly. Seeing this, the employees in the operations department all widened their eyes in surprise. After all, Lu Ruya just smiled and greeted them, but now she is standing outside waiting. These two things, if taken alone, would be enough to make them discuss for a week, but now they happened at the same time. Kai Yi was looking at Lu Ruya outside, feeling both amused and helpless. Then he turned and looked at the employees in the operations department. "Sorry, I was so excited chatting with you guys that I forgot to check the time. Let's get off work. We can talk about the rest when we get back to work." Having said that, Kai Yi stood up and walked towards Lu Ruya. Although it was time to get off work, no one was in a hurry to stand up and leave. Firstly, Mr. Lu was still standing there in front, and everyone was a little afraid to leave their seats. Second, this was the first time they saw President Lu and President Kai standing together at such a close distance. And when I'm at work, my favorite thing to do is gossip. So for a moment, everyone looked at the two people at the door curiously. Noticing the gossiping gazes behind him, Kai Yi was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Sure enough, who can resist watching the fun while at work? "Sister Ruya, why are you here?" Kai Yi walked up to Lu Ruya and smiled softly. In fact, when Lu Ruya walked over and knocked on the door, she vaguely heard the content of the meeting inside. She didn't expect that Kai actually started to work seriously. "Isn't it lunchtime? I asked you to come up and eat with me." Lu Ruya said and shook her head helplessly. "I didn't expect you to be so selfless when you work." Ever since Kai was framed when he went out alone to get lunch, Lu Ruya handed the lunch matter over to her assistant. "Of course, I'm working hard to build an empire for the one I love." Kai walked in front of Lu Ruya, blocking the gossiping eyes behind him, and then spoke softly in front of Lu Ruya. As expected, after Kai said this, Lu Ruya could no longer conceal the smile and tenderness on her face. But the people behind didn't see it. They only heard Lu Ruya's chuckle and then saw the two of them walking towards the elevator together. The moment the elevator door closed, everyone in the department was in an uproar. Was that person just now really Mr. Lu? Damn, I actually heard Boss Lu laughing. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. It really is worthy of Mr. Lu's vision. The person he chose is indeed quite capable. Now that President Kai is President Lu's most trusted person, won't our operations department also prosper? Ha 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 ha. Wake up and stop daydreaming. After returning to the office with Lu Ruya, Kai followed behind Lu Ruya and said with a smile, "Everyone seemed surprised to see Sister Ruya appear." Lu Ruya sat on the sofa first, and when she heard that, she looked at Kai with a somewhat amused look. "But did I scare them? I won't go next time," Lu Ruya said coquettishly. "How can that be possible?" Kai sat next to Lu Ruya in an instant, then stretched out his hand and put his arms around Lu Ruya's waist. "If you don't go, who will maintain my authority?" He buried his head in Lu Ruya's neck with a playful smile. Kai's breath tickled Lu Ruya's neck, and at the same time, her heart felt numb. After all, this period of time was indeed very busy, and Lu Ruya was busy for a long time. Because of the busy schedule and overtime work, the two of them haven't been intimate for a long time. Besides, Lu Ruya is already 27 years old, and Kai is his first man. After having a taste of the sweetness, she felt more and more addicted. "It's fine when I'm busy these days, but once I have some free time." Even she herself had to admit that she felt somewhat empty. Especially now, just Kai buried his head in her neck, and Lu Ruya couldn't control herself and stood there in a daze, daydreaming. "Sister Ruya, what's wrong with you? Why are you in a daze? Are you feeling unwell?" Kai's words brought Lu Ruya back to her senses immediately, but before Lu Ruya could respond and take action, she realized that his hot big hand was already on her forehead. She was about to speak but suddenly pursed her lips, and then even her earlobes turned red. "Sister Ruya," Kai approached Lu Ruya worriedly, "are you too tired recently, so you are not in a good mood?" Looking at Kai who was so close, looking at that handsome face. First there was the high nose bridge, the thick eyebrows, and then the eyes that seemed to make people drown in them. This made Lu Ruya, who had just come to her senses, look at Kai in shock again. Got up. Raising his eyebrows and looking at the stunned Lu Ruya in front of him, especially after seeing the very obvious burning look in Lu Ruya's eyes, Kai couldn't help but curl his lips. Reaching out his hand and gently lifting Lu Ruya's chin, Kai teased, "Sister Ruya, what's wrong with you? Are you bewitched by me?" Lu Ruya came back to her senses again, but this time her face felt hot and flushed red. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about?" Lu Ruya blushed and looked at Kai in a displeased manner. But in fact, her face was flushed and she was so shy that she didn't dare to look directly at Kai. After just a glance, she quickly looked away. This situation doesn't seem like glaring. Strictly speaking, it should be considered seduction. "Are you seducing me?" Kai said bluntly. Lu Ruya didn't expect Kai to be so direct, but when she thought about the fact that they had done everything they should and shouldn't have done before. So there's nothing wrong with just admitting it. "Yeah, I just seduced you, what's wrong with that?" After admitting it openly, although Lu Ruya's face was still blushing, her red lips were curled up, and even her eyes became charming. And at this moment, she was like a fiery red rose, sitting there like a succubus. Looking at Kai in front of her, Lu Ruya leaned forward slightly and hooked her arms around Kai's neck, going from being passive to active. She thought she was in the dominant position, but she didn't know that she was still passive in front of Kai. The moment Lu Ruya put her arms around his neck, Kai directly hugged Lu Ruya's waist, turned around and strode towards the office door. Lu Ruya was originally very excited, and when she thought about, she couldn't help blushing and getting excited. But unexpectedly, Kai Yi actually carried her directly to the office door. This surprised Lu Ruya. At this time, she was sitting astride Kai Yi's body, her two white thighs were wrapped around Kai Yi's waist, and her hands were directly around Kai Yi's neck. What would happen if someone else saw this? Kai Yi, what are you doing? The charming expression on her face turned into panic, and Lu Ruya even clung to Kai Yi even more nervously. Where are you going? What else can I do? Kai Yi said jokingly, but he did not stop. Wait a minute, there must be someone outside. You can't go out. Seeing that Kai Yi had already walked to the door, Lu Ruya excitedly whispered in Kai Yi's ear. What? Hearing this, Kai Yi paused. Could it be that Sister Yi, you are thinking, I want to hold you and go outside to make out? Kai Yi's pause confused Lu Ruya. Are you just? Kai Yi looked at Lu Ruya innocently, and then said lightly, I just wanted to go to the door, but Sister Ruya, you actually thought I would carry you out. I didn't expect it. After saying that, Kai Yi shook his head. This made Lu Ruya so embarrassed that she buried her head in Kai Yi's arms. Stop talking. With a coquettish sound in annoyance, Lu Ruya even patted Kai Yi's shoulder gently. Looking at Lu Ruya, who buried her head in his arms, smelling her fragrance, and especially seeing her earlobes that were like blood drops, he did not say anything but lowered his head and slowly approached. As Lu Ruya moaned, Kai Yi slowly rubbed her earlobe with his teeth. Sister Ruya, you seem to be getting more and more sensitive. Kai Yi kept moving his hands while whispering in her ear. No. Lu Ruya wanted to refute Kai Yi's words, but every time she couldn't help but exclaim, which was not credible at all. Kai Yi also pushed Lu Ruya directly against the door. Sister Ruya, do you remember the first time we were in the lounge downstairs? Do you know what I heard people outside saying afterwards? Lu Ruya's consciousness was sinking, but after hearing Kai Yi's words, she couldn't help but perk up and ask. What did they say? Lu Ruya asked nervously. After all, she thought the sound insulation in the lounge and office was very good, and people outside should not be able to hear anything. Could it be that she had been wrong all along? Thinking of this, Lu Ruya suddenly felt a chill on her back. After all, if the soundproofing in the office and the lounge is really bad, then her voice every time. Outside, can't everyone outside hear it? Seeing Lu Ruya stunned in his arms, Kai Yi couldn't help but burst out laughing. When I went out later, I heard the secretary and assistant outside talking about the renovation upstairs, ha ha ha. Seeing Kai Yi laughing so happily, Lu Ruya felt shy and nervous. Well, then they didn't hear anything, right? She looked up at Kai Yi in panic. Under Lu Ruya's panicked gaze, Kai Yi nodded slowly. Don't worry, the sound insulation is still very good, they won't hear anything. Hearing this, Lu Ruya finally breathed a sigh of relief. Scare me, you be gentle, Before Lu Ruya could finish her words, she suddenly felt a surge of excitement, and her whole body began to tremble. Honey sweat kept pouring out of her forehead. Lu Ruya, who hadn't experienced it for a long time, was somewhat overwhelmed. She bit Kai Yi's shoulder with sweat all over her forehead, and only then did she hold back from screaming out loud. Although the sound insulation in the office was quite good, her back was pressed tightly against the door and she could even vaguely hear the sounds outside. This made Lu Ruya's heart rise to her throat. Kai Yi, go to the lounge. There was no other way. Lu Ruya could only grit her teeth and try her best to hold back the words that wanted to come out of her mouth. Then she prayed softly. Why, don't you think it's better here? Kai Yi said jokingly. Lu Ruya was silent for a moment. After all, what Kai Yi said was indeed true. But this is too exciting, she can't bear it to some extent. However, during this period of time, she also got to know Kai Yi's temper. So she was silent for a while, and then she said softly and coquettishly, Kai Yi, please just listen to me and let me feel relieved. Kai Yi really didn't expect Lu Ruya to use this trick. After these very charming words were spoken, Kai Yi immediately felt hot all over. He raised his eyebrows slightly, knowing that since Lu Ruya had said so, it would be bad if he didn't give her face. But what Lu Ruya said was indeed correct. Yi really likes this kind of thing. Pinching Lu Ruya's waist, Kai Yi turned around and strode towards the lounge. Wait a minute, Kai Yi, please walk slower, don't be in a hurry. The renovation started again, but this time, no matter how loud the noise inside was, people outside could not hear any sound of the renovation. Fortunately, however, the facilities in the chairman's office are relatively complete. Plus, the lunchbox can be directly thrown into the microwave to heat up, which is very convenient. So after a period of lovemaking, it was almost time for work in the afternoon, and Kai and Lu Ruya started to eat lunch. Looking at Lu Ruya lying on the bed with a tired look on her face, Kai couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lu Ruya was still lying there weakly. Although she was very tired, she had not fallen asleep yet. Now after hearing Kai's laughter, he suddenly became angry and annoyed. "What are you laughing at?" She couldn't help laughing. Kai first sorted out the lunch, and then said, "I remember the time when you fed me some time ago, and now it's me who feeds you." Hearing this, Lu Ruya turned around lazily, and her beautiful figure was revealed in an instant. Looking at the fiery red bamboo leaf green tattoo on Lu Rui's waist, Kai couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. It has to be said that Lu Rui's proud figure, coupled with the fiery red tattoo, does look very well matched and unforgettable, and it even makes people more interested in doing things. "What are you looking at?" Seeing Kai staring at her, Lu Ruya lying there couldn't help but raise her red lips again. This made Kai narrow his eyes slightly again. "Sister Ruya, if you are seducing me, I'm afraid you won't be able to work today." After hearing Kai's words, Lu Ruya immediately put away the expression on her face and became serious all of a sudden. "Hee, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I seduce you? It's just that you are too hot-tempered," Lu Ruya said jokingly. Having said this, Lu Ruya did not dare to tease Kai anymore. "After all, I should be able to get off work normally today. If I don't finish my work in the afternoon, won't I have to work overtime in the evening?" She has been working overtime so much that her soul is about to ascend to heaven. She really can't afford it anymore. Kai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this but didn't comment. After all, I am really angry. While eating, Kai talked to Lu Ruya about the decision of the cooperative company. Thinking of how seriously Kai attended the meeting at noon, Lu Ruya gave Kai 100% of the power. "I trust you, so just follow your ideas. If you think the company is good, then we can cooperate. I trust you." It has to be said that Lu Rui's words successfully pleased Kai. "After all, this way you won't feel constrained. Don't worry, I won't let you lose money anyway," Kai said with a smile. "Okay, I believe you." Because of Lu Rui's trust, Kai discussed with the department and decided to directly cooperate with another new media company of his own. However, not all people in the department are fools. And although Lu Ruya told Kai to do it freely, she would definitely pay attention to this matter. So this is also the reason for Kai's confidence. After all, his media company's recent performance is indeed very good, and it is qualified to cooperate with Guhua Group. After this matter was accomplished, Kai handed over the smaller matters to his subordinates. "I was thinking about another thing, which was the cooperation with Firen Group." Having said that, he indeed hadn't seen Yan Feifei and Sheng Firen for a long time. Thinking of this, Kai took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Sheng Firen. Kai long time no see. In the box, after seeing Kai, Sheng Firen went forward and hugged Kai warmly. Sheng Firen has a very cheerful personality. Although she looks like a sexy and charming beauty, she is actually a carefree and fiery woman. "Long time no see, long time no see." Kai also smiled and hugged Sheng Firen. Feeling the surge in his chest, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart again. As expected of Sheng Firen, this weapon is truly shocking. "I haven't contacted you for a long time. Is there something wrong that you suddenly contacted me this time?" Sheng Firen is a businessman after all, so he could naturally guess that Kai would not treat him very well for no reason. Sure enough, nothing can be hidden from Sister Firen. Kai smiled helplessly. "Family members, please vote to motivate the author. Once the author is motivated, he will benefit you. However, we can talk while we eat, you sit down first," Kai said as he led Sheng Firen to the sofa in the box. After seeing Sheng Firen sitting down, Kai also sat aside. Seeing this, Sheng Firen just raised his eyebrows slightly and didn't say anything. "It's time to eat. Let's talk while we eat." As he said that, Kai had already poured tea for Sheng Firen. Seeing this, Sheng Firen was still somewhat surprised. You didn't invite only me today, did you?" She turned to look at Kai and said hesitantly. Kai didn't ask any riddles and just nodded. Yeah, I have something to discuss with Sister Fei Ran, so. Sheng Firen smiled and nodded. Without saying anything, he just raised the tea in front of him and took a sip. She didn't expect Kai Yi to be so direct. He didn't even bother to set up a meeting with anyone, but just wanted to talk about things directly. Before Sheng Firen came, he thought Kai Yi would call Yan Feifei. After a moment, Kai Yi looked at Sheng Firen who was eating slowly beside him. Sister Fei Ran, do you like this meal? Sheng Firen smiled and nodded, although he looked at Kai Yi with a raised eyebrow. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence, they are all my favorite foods. Seeing that he was seen through by Sheng Firen, Kai Yi stopped pretending. Yes, before coming here, I specifically asked Feifei what you like to eat. Kai Yi said with a smile. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Sheng Firen put down his chopsticks, turned around and looked at Kai Yi with a smile. Then she placed one hand on the table, propped up her chin, raised her eyebrows and looked at Kai Yi, teasing, if you are so thoughtful, then I will misunderstand that you like me. After all, Sheng Firen works in an entertainment company, and he often makes verbal jokes about the beauties and handsome guys in the company. But she didn't expect that today. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Kai Yi opposite her slowly nodded. Well, I really like you, Sister Firen. Kai Yi nodded and replied honestly. This made Sheng Firen stunned. Ah! Sheng Firen looked at Kai Yi in shock for a moment. She didn't expect Kai Yi to hit the ball directly, which made her speechless for a moment. Seeing Sheng Firen stunned, Kai Yi shrugged and said with a smile, but I think Sister Firen. She is so beautiful, so many people should like her. Quote. Ha ha ha, is that so? Ha ha ha. Hearing that Kai Yi meant this and not that kind of liking, Sheng Firen suddenly felt relieved. Although she thought Kai Yi was a nice guy, she would not be able to bear it if he really fell in love with her. After all, the person she likes is Yi Han, and Kai Yi is Yi Han's subordinate. It's quite embarrassing to think about it. But if you come to me, is it because something happened to Yi Han and you need help? Sheng Firen asked. Although she hasn't contacted Yi Han much since the chat with Lu Qingshuang, Yi Han has not taken the initiative to contact her. But when she saw Kai Yi, she subconsciously thought that something happened with Yi Han. No, I need Sister Fei Ran's help with something. Kai Yi said as he put down his chopsticks and his expression became serious. Oh, I see. After hearing Kai Yi's words, a trace of disappointment flashed across Sheng Firen's eyes. Then he picked up the teacup and took a sip, trying to hide the disappointment in his eyes. She lowered her eyes slightly and looked at the table. Sheng Firen had to admit that after chatting with Lu Qingshuang, he did feel a little uncomfortable when he thought of Yi Han. So during that time, she deliberately left Yi Han alone for a while. Thinking of this, Yi Han must have clearly known that he was in a bad mood. When he comes to see me, I will ask him about it. But I didn't expect that almost a month had passed and Yi Han hadn't even taken the initiative to send me a message. Sheng Firen not only founded Firen Entertainment himself, but his family background was also very good. So, she also used her own power to inquire about it. But it was still difficult to find out about Yi Han's affairs. She just knew that during this period of time, Yi Han seemed to be very close to a girl abroad. Thinking of this, Sheng Firen suddenly fell silent. What's wrong, Sister Fei Ran, are you feeling unwell? Seeing Sheng Firen sitting there in a daze, Kai Yi walked up to him and asked. Ahem, what did you say? After suddenly hearing Kai Yi's words, Sheng Firen came back to her senses, but she did not hear Kai Yi's words clearly. So she subconsciously. He turned around and looked at Kai Yi in confusion. However, Sheng Firen did not expect that Kai Yi would turn around at this time. So the two of them approached each other at the same time, and at that moment Sheng Firen even noticed that the tip of his nose touched Kai Yi's thin lips. In that instant, Sheng Firen seemed to be electrocuted. He quickly turned his head away and then sat up straight. Ahem. Kai Yi suppressed his smile, looked at Sheng Firen meaningfully, and then sat back up straight. I noticed that you were always in a daze, so I was worried that you might be feeling unwell. Kai Yi said naturally. But compared to Kai Yi who looked very natural, Sheng Firen seemed a little nervous. When Kai Yi turned his head to look over, he even found that although Sheng Firen's face was still calm and composed, his earlobe had turned red. It was obvious that Sheng Firen was pretending to be calm. It's okay, I just thought of something. Hearing this, Sheng Firen quickly waved his hand and explained. Oh, is that so? Kai Yi said with a chuckle. Hearing Kai Yi's voice with a hint of laughter, Sheng Firen's face couldn't help but feel a little hot. Ahem, okay, what do you mean by you want to talk to me about something? After coughing twice, Sheng Firen calmed down a little, then looked at Kai Yi with some curiosity. But before Kai Yi could speak, Sheng Firen took the initiative to speak. You have done a great favor to our company before, so I am very grateful to you. Kai Yi didn't expect Sheng Firen to be so considerate. Sheng Firen spoke out this matter directly at this time, and his meaning could not be more obvious. What this means is that if it's not something particularly excessive, she will still help. After hearing Sheng Firen's words, Kai Yi's smile became even brighter. It's not really a favor, I just want to discuss a business partnership with you, Sister Fei Ran. Of course, if you don't want to, that's fine too. Oh, business cooperation. Hearing this, Sheng Firen raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Kai Yi with some surprise. Because she couldn't understand, no matter how hard she tried, what kind of business cooperation Kai Yi would have. After all, when she first came here, she thought Kai Yi had a new song. Sheng Firen still recognized Kai Yi's talent. After all, the song that Kai Yi and Yan Feifei collaborated on has topped the charts since it was released some time ago. The sales figures are about to exceed 100 million, which is a good result their company has never achieved before. Even some of the climaxes and choruses of this song are very popular. This also brought the company very high profits. That's why Yan Feifei has been very busy during this period, and even Sheng Firen has had some free time these 2 days. However, no matter how busy Sheng Firen was, he was very happy. After all, the benefits he brought were so substantial. This is also the reason why Sheng Firen is very willing to cooperate with Kai Yi again. After thinking about it, Sheng Firen looked at Kai Yi with some surprise. Are you planning to open a music studio of your own? Don't worry, the production will mainly be on your end, and our company will definitely cooperate, Sheng Firen said with a smile. After all, who doesn't want a good song? Hearing this, Kai Yi was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. No, Sister Fei Ran, you misunderstood. Having said that, Kai Yi slowly told Sheng Firen his thoughts. It was these things that made Sheng Firen immediately look at Kai Yi with new eyes. At the beginning, Sheng Firen just thought that Kai Yi was a pretty good bodyguard, but later he didn't expect that Kai Yi was so talented. But until now, Sheng Firen had not expected that Kai Yi was actually talking about other business cooperation. So you want to make that product a sponsor and then find a few spokespeople? Sheng Firen raised his eyebrows and looked at Kai Yi. Kai Yi nodded, yes, after all, I only know you, Sister Fei Ran, from the entertainment industry, so. Sheng Firen looked at Kai Yi with amusement, you are still pretending to be with me. Tell me the truth, did you want to cooperate with me from the beginning? Kai Yi smiled and nodded, of course, who in the industry doesn't want to cooperate with Firen Entertainment? Seeing him like this, Sheng Firen shook his head, feeling somewhat amused and helpless. Okay, I get it. I can really help you with these things, and I've been involved in many areas, but you have to tell me what the benefits of working with you are. As expected, businessmen are businessmen. Although the relationship between the two is pretty good, they still want to talk about interests. But Kai Yi had already prepared for this. So, after Sheng Firen asked these questions, Kai Yi directly told Sheng Firen all the speeches he had prepared and some market research he had done. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Sheng Firen was still more or less surprised. Because she didn't expect that Kai Yi was so professional in these aspects. This made Sheng Firen look at Kai Yi with a new respect, and also made Sheng Firen curious about Kai Yi. After all, I already thought Kai Yi was very powerful. But I didn't expect that Kai Yi was like a treasure that had never been excavated. The more I got to know him, the more I felt that this person was really hard to understand. This also made Sheng Firen want to dig deeper into Kai Yi again. I want to see if there are any treasures on him that I haven't discovered yet. It sounds like it's really good to work with you guys. Sheng Firen looked at Kai Yi with a smile, but did not agree directly. Instead, he put his fingers on the table and tapped them occasionally. Kai Yi nodded, I can guarantee that you will make a profit without any loss. I can also directly guarantee that if you suffer a loss by cooperating with us, I can directly take responsibility for the loss. Sheng Firen smiled and nodded, but it is true that our company has recently cooperated with a TV station on a large-scale variety show. This variety show is a theme that has never appeared in China. If you are interested. In fact, Sheng Firen originally wanted to find some sponsors, and Kai Yi came to him at this time. Moreover, the conditions that Kai Yi offered to him were indeed better than those offered by others, so when Sheng Firen heard this, he also intended to leave this opportunity to Kai Yi. Seeing that Sheng Firen took the initiative to extend the olive branch, Kai Yi was not in a hurry to accept it. How about this, if it's convenient, could you send me a file about that variety show? Hearing this, Sheng Firen was stunned for a moment, then looked at Kai Yi, smiled and shook his head. Sure enough, Kai Yi, you are a very smart person. Kai Yi also smiled and raised his glass to Sheng Firen. After all, this is business. Okay, then I will send you directly when I get back. But I didn't expect that you would go to another company now. Are you not going to be a bodyguard anymore? Sheng Firen asked curiously. Kai Yi nodded. Not for now, I have to make some money for myself while I'm still young, right? Hearing this, Sheng Firen was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. You need to make money. Do you look at all your skills? Which one of them is not valuable besides, just your face is enough to make you a killer? Sheng Firen did not intentionally flatter Kai Yi when he said this. Although Sheng Firen is in the entertainment industry, he can see many beautiful women and handsome men every day, and they are all top-notch. But this did not prevent Sheng Firen from looking at Kai Yi every time he met him, and then he could not help but observe his face more. After all, Kai Yi is indeed special. Not only is he handsome, but he also seems to have a special charm that is very attractive. If it were someone else, Sheng Firen would definitely coax him into signing him as an artist under his label. But Kai Yi was different. Not only had Kai Yi rejected her before. Let's say Sheng Firen already knows that Kai Yi is a smart person who can make money by doing anything, and he definitely doesn't care about the little money that being an artist makes. So inspiring, Sheng Firen looked at Kai Yi with admiration. After all, Sheng Firen really liked this kind of young and promising young man. But I see that the beauty and cosmetics cooperation you are talking about now and the live broadcast cooperation you just mentioned don't seem to be from the same company. Sheng Firen looked at Kai Yi in confusion. Kai Yi nodded. It's not really like that, but if we want celebrities to help sell goods through live streaming, we have to find some professional media companies to cooperate with us, right? So it's a win-win situation, right? Hearing this, Sheng Firen nodded. This was indeed true. It seems that you are really a hidden talent. Sheng Firen said, and looked Kai Yi up and down. The more he looked, the more he liked him. Is it that exaggerated? Actually, this is very easy to understand. As long as you take the time to learn about it, you will understand it. Kai Yi said casually. Kai Yi's words were somewhat meaningful, but Sheng Firen just smiled. The meal was eaten quickly and there were no accidents this time. But after all, he and Kai Yi had experienced a lot of things before, so even if they didn't meet often, Kai Yi was still quite special to Sheng Firen. When Sheng Firen accidentally thought of what happened before, his face turned red again. But then I thought, even when Sheng Firen was drunk and unconscious before, Kai Yi didn't seem to do anything to her. Thinking of this, Sheng Firen turned around and looked at Kai Yi with some depression. After all, Sheng Firen thought that he was good-looking and charming. But Kai Yi's calmness still made Sheng Firen feel a little confused. So this is why Sheng Firen didn't think anything of what Kai Yi said just now. Because she was like that before, Kai Yi didn't seem to be interested in her, let alone now. Thinking of this, Sheng Firen became even more depressed. What's wrong, Sister Fei Ran? Kai Yi was really confused this time. After all, he was not big enough to fall, so why did Sheng Firen look at him like that? It's okay, it's okay. Sheng Firen stood up and shook his head helplessly. Okay, it's getting late, let's go. Good. Kai Yi stood up and walked out with him. However, when he reached the door downstairs, Sheng Firen stopped, then took out his mobile phone to check the time. Why didn't that kid Firefox come? She murmured in confusion. Huh, what's wrong, Sister Firen? Did you ask Firefox to pick you up? Kai Yi walked forward. Sheng Firen frowned slightly, then nodded. Well, I sent him a message just when I was about to finish my meal. Normally he should have arrived by this time. Sheng Firen said and clicked on the chat page with Firefox. Kai Yi saw that the chat page was full of messages from Sheng Firen asking Firefox to pick him up at certain places. Firefox had replied to all the previous messages, but this time he didn't reply at all. Moreover, it's been half an hour and he still hasn't come. This almost made Kai Yi and Sheng Firen realize that something was wrong at the same time. I'll give him a call. Let's talk, Kai Yi said, and he took out his mobile phone to call Firefox. But after a long time, the call was not connected until the phone was automatically hung up. This also made Kai Yi and Sheng Firen's expressions become serious. After all, Firefox and Kai Yi were both mercenaries. This also led to the fact that although Firefox looked lazy all day long, he was still very serious about his work. And he wouldn't just ignore the phone for no reason. Now it is 100% clear that something has happened to Firefox. Something must have happened to Firefox, Kai Yi said with certainty. Sheng Firen on the other side suddenly seemed to think of something and said, wait a minute, I'll call Xiao Sun. Little son. Kai Yi looked at Sheng Firen with some confusion, and for a moment he couldn't remember who this little son was. Sheng Firen was calling Xiao Sun here, and Kai Yi on the other side also dialed Firefox's number again. After all, he is his brother. If something really happens, Kai Yi will naturally not ignore it. However, the call still didn't go through. Kai Yi also looked up at Sheng Firen, and after seeing that Sheng Firen didn't get through, he began to quickly click on his phone. Hello Xiao Sun. Just as Kai Yi was searching for the IP address of the Firefox phone, Sheng Firen on the other side finally called Xiao Sun. Woo 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 Mr. Sheng, Mr. Sheng. Kai Yi heard a somewhat surprised voice coming from the other side. After hearing the crying voice on the other end of the phone, Sheng Firen's brows, which were originally slightly furrowed tightly. Xiao Sun, what's wrong with you, why are you crying, she asked. Woo 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 woo, President Sheng, I'm sorry to Firefox, Before Xiao Sun could finish his words, a noisy sound suddenly came from the other side. Who told you to call? Give me the phone. Don't Mom, I beg you, Mom. You still know that I'm your mother. If you know I'm your mother, then stay here and don't go anywhere. As he spoke, the person on the other end of the phone suddenly became noisy again. Just 1 second before the call was hung up, they both heard Xiao Sun's crying again at the same time. Boss Sheng, help me. Firefox, save him. Before Xiao Sun could finish his words, a woman's cursing voice was heard from the other end of the line, and then the call was immediately hung up. I'll call the HR department later, Sheng Firen said and dialed the phone again. Kai Yi looked at the IP address on his phone and said, get in the car first. Okay. After Sheng Firen dialed the phone, he responded and then followed Kai Yi into Kai Yi's car. That is, after getting in the car, Sheng Firen also learned Xiao Sun's home address from the Human Resources Department. After hanging up the phone, Sheng Firen immediately told Kai Yi the address. Kai Yi nodded, then quickly backed out and drove towards the road. Just now, Kai Yi had already tracked down the location of Firefox's cell phone, but he did not tell Sheng Firen. After all, exposing all your abilities is not a good thing. Fortunately, the restaurant that Kai Yi chose today is very close to Firen Entertainment, and the house that Xiao Sun rented is also very close to the company. So in less than 10 minutes, the two of them arrived downstairs of the apartment building. After getting off the car, Sheng Firen nervously found a stick from the side and held it in his hand. After taking a look, she felt uneasy again and stuffed a wooden stick into Kai Yi's hand. The atmosphere now was still more or less serious, but Kai Yi glanced at Sheng Firen standing beside him, then lowered his head to look at the wooden stick in his hand, and he couldn't help but twitching his lips. I didn't expect Sheng Firen to be such an interesting person. There must be a lot of people up there, and this will be more or less useful, Sheng Firen said seriously. After saying that, she walked into the elevator first. Kai Yi shook his head helplessly and followed. However, he still didn't throw away the stick in his hand. The elevator went up quickly and the two soon arrived at the 9th floor. The moment the elevator door opened, the two heard a noisy sound. Why are you crying? What's there to cry about? For a man, don't you recognize your parents? How can you be such an unfilial daughter? Your dad is sick and your brother needs to buy a house, so can't you help the family? Didn't I give you 200,000? What else do you want from me? Do you want to force me to death? Assistant Sun's crying voice was heard. What can you do with 200,000? Won't it be gone if you buy something? Are you our biological daughter? Do you want to watch your father lying in the hospital forever and your brother never getting married in his life? I was wondering if I'm your biological daughter. I've been transferring money to my dad. My brother's marriage is important, so am I not important? As soon as Kai Yi heard assistant Sun finish speaking, the woman over there suddenly let out a sharp roar. Shut up, you shut up right there anyway. Young Master Chen said that as long as you agree to be her girlfriend, he will give our family 2 million. With 2 million, your father's illness can be cured, and your brother's house and betrothal gifts will be settled. Are you trying to force me to death? You are clearly using me to sell for money. So what if I force you? It all depends on whether you agree or not. Don't forget that the young security guard is still in young Master Chen's hands. As soon as the woman said this, assistant Sun fell silent. When the two of them walked to the door of the room, they heard that it was now completely quiet inside. Assistant Sun made almost no sound, and only the woman was still cursing and complaining about something. Kai Yi looked at Sheng Firen, but found that Sheng Firen's face was extremely ugly at this moment. But Kai Yi also understood this. After all, he was also very speechless when he heard these words. I didn't expect that even in this new era, there are still people selling their children. Okay, I promise you, you let Master Chen let Firefox go. Just as the two were standing at the door, they suddenly heard Assistant Sun say inside. This is a small apartment that is rented out, so the soundproofing is not that good. This is also the reason why Kai Yi and Sheng Firen heard noises inside as soon as they walked out of the elevator. At this moment, Sheng Firen couldn't help but go down after hearing Assistant Sun agree to it and hearing Mother Sun's ecstatic laughter and muttering over there. She was so angry that she raised her hand and slammed the door hard several times. The sound was really loud, so Grandma Sun's impatient voice was immediately heard from inside. Who is it? Who knocked on the door? I live next door. Could you please keep the noise down a bit? Sheng Firen yelled unhappily. Obviously, Mrs. Sun was not a good-tempered person, so not long after Sheng Firen finished speaking, the door was immediately pushed open. Who is it who is meddling in other people's business? However, before Mother Sun could finish her words, Sheng Firen pushed her aside and walked straight in. Seeing this situation, Mother Sun was stunned. No, who are you? How dare you break into a private house? Be careful or I'll sue you. As she said this, Mother Sun was about to step forward to pull Sheng Firen, but this action was immediately stopped by Kai Yi. What are you going to do? Kai Yi tightly grasped Mother Sun's wrist and spoke in a condescending and cold voice. After hearing this, Mother Sun was stunned. Especially when the force on her wrist was transmitted, Mother Sun grimaced in pain and did not dare to speak loudly. I'm not. Can't I ask you guys if you come in? At this moment, Sheng Firen had already opened the locked bedroom door. Mr. Sheng, Assistant Sun, who was kneeling on the ground crying in despair, was surprised when he saw the person standing at the door. Why are you here? Are you really here? Without even bothering to stand up, Assistant Sun continued to kneel and crawl towards Sheng Firen. Please save Firefox, Mr. Sheng, please. She wailed loudly. Seeing this situation, even if Mother Sun was stupid, she reacted. Okay, so you two know each other. Let me go, quick. As she said this, Mother Sun was about to lower her head to bite Kai Yi's hand. Seeing what Mother Sun did, Kai Yi's brows suddenly jumped and he quickly shook off her hand. If you get bitten, it doesn't matter whether it hurts or not. It took him several months of disinfection before he could face his hands properly. Seeing that the 2 million yuan that was handed to her was about to disappear, Mother Sun suddenly became anxious. She strode up to Sheng Firen and was about to push Assistant Sun back into the room. Since you two know each other, it will be easier. We are dealing with household chores at home. You better not meddle in other people's business. Seeing this, Sheng Firen snorted coldly. You said I don't care. Sorry. I live in the Pacific Ocean. I really have to take care of this matter. Kai Yi had long expected that Sheng Firen could not bear it anymore, but he did not expect Sheng Firen to say such words. This immediately made Kai Yi feel a little helpless. However, after Sheng Firen finished speaking, he still walked forward and pulled the old woman away out of courtesy. Seeing Kai Yi coming forward, Sheng Firen smiled gratefully at Kai Yi, and then helped Assistant Sun in front of him up. Hey, are you being unreasonable? Mother Sun was pushed aside by Kai Yi. She wanted to come back, but Kai Yi was too strong. Helpless, she just stood there with her hands on her hips and started cursing. Didn't you hear me just now? So what if we are unreasonable? Call the police if you have the guts. Kai Yi said, looking at her with a sneer. Just as Kai Yi expected, as soon as she heard the news of calling the police, Mother Sun's expression began to show guilt. Her triangular eyes looked around everywhere, but she didn't dare to look at Kai Yi and the others. But seeing Kai Yi standing there, tall and strong, she really didn't dare to do anything. It was at this time that Mother Sun saw the mobile phone placed aside. Then her eyes lit up, and she quickly picked up her cell phone and dialed the number without hesitation. Seeing this, Kai Yi did not stop her, but watched patiently from the side. He was afraid that the old lady wouldn't call. And Sheng Firen over there was already carefully comforting Assistant Sun. It's okay, don't be afraid, we are here for you. However, Assistant Sun was still very upset at this time. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought Firefox to dinner. I was too stupid. I didn't expect to be deceived by my biological parents. Hearing this, Kai Yi seemed to have thought of something. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and the look he gave the old woman became even colder. After hearing this, Mother Sun felt very guilty, so she turned aside and started dialing the phone. Assistant Sun was trying hard to hold back his collapse while explaining what had happened. Kai Yi had noticed before that Firefox and Assistant Sun seemed to have some connection. Unexpectedly, the two of them actually started dating, and even several months had passed. However, working in an entertainment company, you will naturally come into contact with many different kinds of people. This Mr. Chen is one of them. When they first met, Mr. Chen had already taken a liking to Assistant Sun and said many teasing words to him. However, due to work constraints, Assistant Sun couldn't say anything and had to make it clear that she had a boyfriend. But even so, Mr. Chen still didn't take it seriously. He even wanted to make some physical advances towards Assistant Sun, and this scene was seen by Firefox who came to deliver food. Firefox had a bad temper to begin with, and when he saw this, he almost attacked the beast named Chen Xiao. But in the end he was stopped by Assistant Sun. Young Master Chen had a bad reputation to begin with, so after returning, Assistant Sun requested that someone else take over the job. But she didn't expect that Mr. Chen would still not give up. He followed her directly to the company and even found her workstation. But that time, Sheng Firen saw it, and she directly asked Firefox and the security guard to ask Chen Xiao to leave. But even so, Chen Xiao still finds various ways to harass Assistant Sun every day. He has been a little quiet in the past 2 days, and Assistant Sun and the others thought that this beast had given up. But they never expected that this Chen Xiao would contact her parents directly. In fact, Sun's parents had known about Assistant Sun's love affair for a long time. It's just that I didn't say much before, I just said that when we get married, I will ask for more money to support the family. But just 2 days ago, my parents suddenly changed their attitude and said, invite Firefox to have a meal together, just to get to know each other. When Assistant Sun heard his parents say this, he was naturally overjoyed. And Firefox was also extremely happy at the thought of meeting Assistant Sun's parents. However, the two of them really did not expect that this was actually the Hongmen banquet set up by Sun's parents. This is also Chen Xiao's trick. After all, Mr. Chen already knew about Firefox's skills, so he thought of bribing Assistant Sun's parents first. After hearing these words, Sheng Firen, there was a sudden silence. Even Kai Yi looked up and down at Mother Sun with disdain. Some people just won't stop even when they are old. They hurt others and themselves. They are parasites, he sneered. Hearing this, Mother Sun, who was hiding aside and making a phone call, suddenly looked unhappy, but she was still whispering something over there. Yes, it's a man with a woman. Please come quickly. Kai Yi walked over slowly and even heard the voice on the other end of the phone. Damn it, how many men and romantic interests does your girl have? Let me tell you, if the person I get is not satisfied, I won't give her money. Hearing this, Mother Sun immediately laughed and said, don't worry, Mr. Chen, I can guarantee that Sun Chen is definitely a virgin. After hearing Mother Sun's assurance, Mr. Chen's tone became much better. Okay, I got it. Wait a moment. Without waiting for Mother Sun to say anything, Kai Yi quickly snatched the phone away. Are you that beast? Kai Yi chuckled. It was this smile that made the person on the other side suddenly furious. Although it was shown as being stunned for 2 seconds, it then started to output frantically. Kai Yi was not in a hurry and just waited. After the place became quiet, he said, your name is Chen Kong, right? If you don't bring anyone here later, you be ****, I'm your father. After saying this, Kai Yi laughed sarcastically and hung up the phone. While the people around him were still in a daze, Kai Yi quickly opened the window and threw the phone out. Then he looked at the direction where the phone was thrown. Well, it was successfully thrown into the fountain below without hurting anyone. Ah, my cell phone, why did you throw my cell phone? Mother-son jumped up excitedly. But when she looked out the window, there was nothing to see outside. She didn't even see the shadow of the phone. After a crazy scream, mother-son pointed at Kai Yi with a red face. You, just wait, Master Chen won't let you go. After saying that, mother-son rushed out the door. After a while, Kai Yi saw mother-son downstairs looking for her mobile phone anxiously. Kai Yi's mouth corners. It's ridiculous to see such a sarcastic smile. It seems that a mobile phone is more important to her than her own daughter. He walked to the door without any hesitation, locked it, and then sat down on the sofa. What are you doing? Sheng Firen stood there, looking at Kai Yi's actions with some confusion and surprise. Compared to Sheng Firen, who was a little confused at the moment, Kai Yi performed very well. After shrugging his shoulders, Kai Yi said, "It's okay, just wait until that beast comes." And Sun Chen's face has been pale until now. In an instant, Sun Chen seemed to have thought of something. No, Mr. Sheng, you guys better leave. Chen Kong won't let you go. He has many powerful people under him. Firefox was knocked unconscious by them. Sun Chen couldn't help sobbing as he spoke. Don't worry, I'll call the police right now and just wait for them to come. Having said that, Sun Chen went to get his cell phone. Wait. Kai Yi helplessly threw a pillow at Sun Chen and pushed his hand away. What happened? Although Sun Chen was very puzzled, he has been like this since he entered the door. Although she saw Kai Yi was always helping Sheng Firen, she was an assistant after all, so she naturally realized that Kai Yi had the final say now. Why did you call the police? Do you think they can really beat me to death? Ah, Sun Chen didn't expect Kai Yi to say this and was suddenly at a loss for a moment. After hearing this, Sheng Firen immediately remembered Kai Yi's skills when they met before. After raising his eyebrows slightly, Sheng Firen suddenly calmed down and then sat on the other side of Kai Yi. Then, she also imitated Kai Yi's posture and patted the sofa beside her. It's okay, Sun Chen, come over and sit down first, it won't be a big deal. Although Sun Chen was very confused, she also knew that in terms of experience and strength, the two people in front of her were better than her. So after hesitating for a moment, Sun Chen finally sat next to Sheng Firen obediently and stiffly. After a long while, she was still a little nervous, and asked with a pale face, "Really, are you really okay?" "It's really okay," Kai Yi said as he picked up the remote control, randomly found a pink hair dryer and started looking at it. "Why do you think that beast asked your mother to drug Firefox?" Since this afternoon, Sun Chen has been frightened to the point of being a little distracted. So even when faced with Kai Yi's question at this moment, she was a little unable to react for a moment. That's because those people simply can't beat Firefox. Kai Yi didn't look back and just threw down a sentence. Hearing this, not only Sun Chen was a little surprised, but even Sheng Firen looked over in surprise. Sheng Firen hasn't said much since then, because she found that it seemed to be useless for her to get anxious. On the contrary, Kai Yi was able to handle these things very calmly and very well. Sheng Firen even reflected on it for a while, and finally she came to a conclusion. When it comes to things like this, she seems to be more or less emotional, unlike Kai Yi, who is always rational. Thinking of this, Sheng Firen couldn't help but become mesmerized as he looked at Kai Yi's profile. I have to admit that Sheng Firen is indeed becoming more and more interested in Kai Yi. At this moment, Kai Yi, who seemed to be sitting calmly on the sofa and looking at Pink Pig, could feel Sheng Firen's gaze. Although Kai Yi is very calm in handling things, but regarding this aspect. To be honest, if Sun Chen wasn't still here, Kai Yi would definitely not be able to help but look back. Just 2 episodes of Peppa Pig later, someone knocked on the door of the apartment. Open the door, yes, young Master Chen and the others are inside now, the old woman's voice came from outside the door. Then came a very impatient voice, why aren't you in there? My cell phone was thrown down by that guy, ouch. Then, Kai Yi heard the man say with disdain, it's just a cell phone, why are you so anxious? The old woman didn't say anything. She just laughed twice and started banging on the door frantically. Seeing this, Sheng Firen and Sun Chen did not respond, but looked at Kai Yi tacitly. Noticing their gazes, Kai Yi slowly said, "Don't worry, finish watching this episode first." Hearing this, Sheng Fei although Ran and Sun Chen were very confused, they sat on the sofa obediently without moving. Although the noises made by the old lady and Sun Chen just now did not wake up the neighbors, everyone has basically gone off work now. Kai Yi also heard the neighbor next to him open the door and say a few words in dissatisfaction, but he was cursed back by the man named Chen Kong. And it was at this time that the third episode of Peppa Pig was finished, and Kai Yi stood up and walked leisurely towards the door. "Hey, are all you guys here?" Kai Yi said with a smile as he looked at the huge crowd outside that almost occupied the entire corridor. Behind the crowd, Fire Fox, covered in wounds and blood, was being carried by someone. After hearing Kai Yi's voice, the Fire Fox on the other side slowly turned its head with some surprise. "Haha, you're the one provoking me." Chen Kong looked Kai Yi up and down with disdain, then waved his hand. Then the people behind him consciously carried the Fire Fox over and threw it directly into the house. Fire Fox, woo woo woo, I'm sorry, it's my fault that I got you into trouble." Seeing this, Sun Chen hurriedly went forward and hugged Firefox, crying. "Haha, it's Firefox. They're Fire Tiger. What a crap thing. I'm going to kill it." Chen Kong was standing outside with a haughty look on his face. When he saw Sun Chen coming towards him crying, he spoke unhappily. But before he could finish his words, Kai Yi threw a big punch at him. "Mr. Chen," the people behind him shouted in surprise. They were not really worried about Chen Kong, but they did not expect that someone would actually dare to hit Chen Kong. His face was burning, and even Chen Kong felt ashamed. He turned around and looked at Kai Yi in anger. "FCKU, you're a." Following another scream, Kai Yi threw another big punch at him. However, Kai Yi is a very good person. He was very considerate and changed the direction. Moreover, Kai Yi used enough force, so looking at the very symmetrical slap marks on both sides of Chen Kang's cheeks, Kai Yi was extremely satisfied. "Well, this slap mark on your face looks pretty nice." Now, Chen Kang's face became completely gloomy. Even the group of people behind him were all stunned. He looked at Kai Yi suddenly, and didn't even react for a moment. No, that's not what happened. Less than 5 minutes after the door in front of him was opened, young Master Chen, he's already been beaten up by 2 big assholes. The scene before them was so dreamy that the people behind them could hardly believe it. After all, normally it was only young Master Chen who got to beat up others, so how could he get to be beaten up himself? Poochie, ha 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 ha, a burst of laughter came over. At this time, Chen Kong covered his face tightly with his hands, then suddenly turned his head and looked behind him. After seeing that no one behind him laughed, he turned around and looked at Kai Yi viciously. "Damn, who is laughing?" he said viciously. But the moment he said this, he quickly took 2 steps back, fearing that he would be hit by another big bully. It's me, ha 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 ha, sorry, it's really too funny, ha 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 ha." Sheng Firen raised his hand to cover his lips, and walked out with a smile without giving any face. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, but I've been watching people act for so many years, whether in real life or on the set, but I've never seen such a funny scene. Ha 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 ha, I must have someone write this scene into the script, ha 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 ha." As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Kang's face suddenly turned red and then blue. Even the people standing behind began to twitch at their mouths. Kai Yi also laughed without any hesitation. I have to say that Sheng Firen is quite good when it comes to physical attacks. "Mr. Sheng, why are you here too?" Chen Xiao said with a grim expression. "I'm an employee of the family, why can't I be here?" Hearing this, Sheng Firen slowly put away the smile on his face, and then looked at Chen Kong with a cold face. Chen Kong also immediately realized that these 2 people were in the same group. "You, Sheng Firen, do you really think that I won't do anything to you in your company? Do you think that offending me is really a good thing?" Hearing that Chen Kong dared to attack Sheng Firen, Sun Chen immediately looked over anxiously. But then he saw Sheng Firen shrug nonchalantly. "Why should I care about these? Do you think you are worthy?" Kai Yi understood Chen Kang's attitude as soon as he saw it. It seems that Chen Kong should think that there is only one Firen Entertainment behind Sheng Firen. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to have this attitude towards Sheng Firen. Chen Kong looked at Sheng Firen with hatred and said through gritted teeth, "Mind your own business." However, even though he said this, Chen Kong was still very moved when he saw Shang Firen's face. After all, who doesn't want to conquer such a peerless beauty? But although Chen Kong said it freely, he actually didn't dare to touch Shang Firen. Although he looked down on Shang Firen, a girl running a company, he always felt that Shang Firen was able to build the company to this point because of her affairs with men. But after all, his old man also warned him not to mess with Shang Firen. After looking at Shang Firen coldly, Chen Kong turned around and walked directly to the back. All of you, come on, beat the man in front and cripple him, drag Sun Chen out. Before he finished speaking, the men in black in front of him had already moved forward in a large crowd. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and motioned Sun Chen and Shang Firen to help Firefox to the living room, while he himself walked into the house sideways. Brothers, how hot is it to be crowded outside? Why don't you come in and try it out? There's air conditioning inside. As he spoke, Kai Yi had already walked into the living room. Seeing Kai Yi like this, everyone looked at each other. They also saw puzzled expressions in each other's eyes at the same time. After all, they have done so many things with Chen Kong, but this is the first time they have encountered such a scene. But at this time, Chen Kong behind could no longer bear to watch it. He kept urging from behind, hurry up and get in, what the hell are you standing there for? Hearing Chen Kang's voice, everyone did not hesitate anymore and walked in one after another. Seeing this, Chen Kong also revealed a smug smile, and followed closely to close the door. He brought dozens of people with him, but he didn't believe that person could escape. If we attack together, we can crush him to death. If Kai Yi heard what Chen Kong was thinking now, he would definitely laugh out loud. After all, the two people who thought like this last time had already died, and no one knew where their bodies were. After hearing the sound of the door, Sun Chen suddenly became nervous and looked over. Even Shang Firen, who was not nervous just now, became a little panicked when he looked at the people in the room. After all, there are so many people, and it still looks quite oppressive. Now only the unconscious Firefox looks calm. He just looked over there with a faint expression, quietly waiting to see how that group of people would seek death. Sun Chen, if you had agreed to me earlier, wouldn't there be so many problems? I tell you, if anything happens to these people, it's all your fault. Chen Kong stood behind the group and looked at Sun Chen with an obscene smile. And these words did make Sun Chen feel a little depressed. At the same time, pressure also came to her heart. After all, if she thought that these people really got into trouble because of her, she would feel guilty to death. Especially after seeing Firefox's current appearance, Sun Chen began to tremble slightly with fear. After all, if it weren't for me, Firefox wouldn't have been injured so badly. Judging from the appearance, those people were clearly trying to beat Firefox to death. Thinking of this, Sun Chen tightly held Firefox's hand, and tears suddenly began to flow. But at this moment, Shang Firen suddenly reached out and held Sun Chen's other hand. Don't be afraid, it's okay. He just wants to trick you into agreeing. Believe in Kai Yi, and believe in me, okay? Looking at Shang Firen's very gentle expression in front of him, Sun Chen was stunned at first, and then the uneasiness in his heart was also soothed at the same time. At the same time, the living room suddenly became chaotic. After all, this is just a small apartment, and it would still seem crowded if so many people came in at the same time. After taking a look at Kai Yi, who was standing in the upper hand, Shang Firen suggested taking Firefox to the bedroom. Sun Chen also fully supports this proposal. After all, she had never seen such a scene before. Seeing Firefox like this, she was already scared. Seeing the scene in the living room, she really couldn't bear it. As bursts of crackling sounds were heard outside, Sun Chen was a little frightened as he helped Firefox treat the wounds on his body. Seeing Sun Chen fidgeting, he was walking around randomly, and Shang Firen didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw him. Don't worry, when this is over, I'll ask someone to help you clean up the house. Upon hearing this, Sun Chen immediately showed an embarrassed expression on his face. After all these things were caused by her, and she had already caused them a lot of trouble. However, seeing Shang Firen so calm, she also calmed down a little. At the same time, Sun Chen was also sighing over there. He is indeed a man who can do great things. No matter how big the problem is, he can remain calm. But Sun Chen didn't know that Shang Firen was not as calm as he looked. After all, she was still a little worried about Kai Yi. although she already knew that Kai Yi was quite skilled. But after all, there are so many people on the other side. However, when Sun Chen secretly opened a crack in the door and looked outside, she also took a peek. Seeing that after such a long time, Kai Yi still had the upper hand and many people on the opposite side had fallen, Sheng Firen finally breathed a sigh of relief. My heart was completely calm. Judging from this, if there are no accidents, Kai Yi will definitely be fine. At first, it was so noisy outside that the people in the room couldn't hear what was happening outside. But after a while, it became much quieter outside. The people in the room could even hear the screams outside. But among these voices, there was no Kai Yi's voice. There was another round of chaos, and then it became completely quiet outside. And it was at this moment that Sheng Firen's heart suddenly rose to his throat. Okay, Master Chen, it's your turn now. Sheng Firen had just opened the door of the room anxiously when Kai Yi's voice came clearly from outside. But when he saw the situation clearly, Sheng Firen was stunned again. She was thinking that Kai Yi would definitely be able to defeat those people. But she didn't expect that Kai Yi actually beat all those people down. This was not a joke. After all, there was no one else standing in the living room except Kai Yi and Chen Kong. Even Mother Sun was now slumped in fear in the corner. She looked at Kai Yi with a terrified face, and was too frightened to speak. No, where are you from? Looking at the people lying all over the living room and Kai Yi who was closing in on him, Chen Kong was so scared that he stepped back repeatedly. Apart from the times when he beat others up before, where else have you seen this scene? Obviously he should have won a crushing victory, so what is the situation now? There was no time to think about it. Chen Kong was so scared that his mind was a little confused. After all, when he thought of the ruthless move Kai Yi had just made and the people lying on the ground, Chen Kong couldn't help but began to tremble all over. Where do you think I came from? You helped my brother get beaten up like that, how can I let you go? Kai Yi sneered, then shook off the blood on his hands and strode up to Chen Kong. Chen Kong was now so frightened that his whole body began to tremble. He looked at Kai Yi in fear. Then he couldn't help but look at the door at the side. If he ran over there desperately, there should still be a 1/3 chance of success. But the damn thing was that when he just came in order to completely block the man in front of him, he simply locked the door. So now Chen Kong also understands that even if he can outrun this man, there was no time to open the door and go out. Thinking of this, Chen Kong quickly stretched out his hand. How about 5 million? Kai Yi looked at Chen Kong in confusion, what do you mean? Chen Kang's loud shout also completely attracted the attention of others. If you let me go now, I will transfer 5 million to your account immediately. How about that? I mean what I say, Chen Kong quickly promised. Before anyone else could say anything, Mother Sun, who was almost frightened to death, became a little more energetic when she heard about the money. What about me? Where is my 2 million? She screamed quickly, fearing that Chen Kong would regret it. But how could Chen Kong not regret it now? If he knew today would be like this, he wouldn't have come. Shut the FCK up, I'll settle the score with you later. Chen Kong got angry when he looked at this old woman. What do you think, brother? Think about it. Don't worry, I will not only give you the 5 million, but I will not pursue anything later. How about we just settle it, mi? See, in front of you the man remained silent, which made Chen Kong feel relieved. Damn, I still have to pay for it. He knew that these poor B***stards couldn't stand the thought of money. I thought this man was so noble, I didn't expect him to be poor. At this moment, everyone inside could hear clearly what Chen Kong said outside in Kai Yi's silence. After all, Sheng Firen had already opened the door completely at this time. When the firefox inside heard these words, his eyes suddenly darkened. After all, that's 5 million. According to their current abilities, it will take a long time to earn 5 million. Maybe they won't have the chance to earn 5 million in this lifetime. As expected, ordinary people like them are still unable to compete with those rich people. Thinking of this, Firefox even had a self-deprecating smile on his face. Sheng Firen frowned slightly as he looked at Kai Yi, who had his back to her and was still silent. 5 million is indeed not a small amount. Yes, 2 million was enough to make Sun's mother sell her daughter voluntarily, let alone 5 million. I'm afraid there is no one who wouldn't be moved after hearing this. But Sheng Firen didn't want to let today's events just pass like this. After all, this matter is really bad. Thinking of this, Sheng Firen concealed his disappointment with Kai Yi and was about to speak. But before Sheng Firen could say anything, he heard a crisp slap coming from the huge living room. Pa! With one slap, Chen Kang's face was tilted to the side, and his face was full of surprise. He didn't expect that this man was not moved at all. FCK, you really made me laugh. Who do you think I am? Kai Yi sneered and slapped him again. Pa! Another crisp slapping sound echoed throughout the living room. Seeing Chen Kang's head visibly swollen, Sun's mother screamed in fear and dared not say anything. Even the thugs lying on the ground couldn't bear to look on. After all, he was a spoiled young master. After those 2 slaps, he actually burst into tears. Oh, you know how to cry now. Why didn't you cry when you were showing off just now? Yi looked at Chen Kong with a smile, and patted his face with his hands from time to time and said, brother, please, I really know I was wrong. Please let me go. How about 6 million? I'll give you 6 million, please let me go. Looking at the people lying on the ground, Chen Kong now really felt a chill all over his body. Unfortunately, everyone knows that these are just crocodile tears. Looking coldly at Chen Kong, who was crying and collapsing in front of him, it seemed that he was really scared. Kai Yi took out his mobile phone without hesitation and took 2 photos, then pointed at the firefox in the bedroom. What's the point of you apologizing to me? Go kneel down and apologize to my brother. Kai Yi said in a deep voice, and then looked at Chen Kong with frosty eyes. This. Chen Kong hesitated immediately. After all, it would be fine if he just apologized, but he was actually asked to kneel down. He has been arrogant and domineering all his life, and has never even kneeled to his parents and elders at home. It would be really humiliating to kneel down to that man now. Seeing Chen Kong hesitated, Kai Yi showed no mercy and slapped him with another powerful slap. Do you think I'm discussing this with you? Kai Yi scolded. After hearing this, Chen Kong could no longer hold it in and knelt down in front of the firefox window, crying. Brother, I was wrong. I'm kneeling down for you. Please ask him to forgive me. Wu Chen Kong broke down and cried. Seeing Chen Kong rushing in, Sun Chen was still a little scared and quickly took a few steps back. However, soon, Sun Chen frowned and then covered his nose. You, why did you pee? After hearing Sun Chen's words, everyone looked over in surprise. Sheng Firen was originally looking at Kai Yi with great surprise, and after hearing this, he subconsciously looked over. After seeing the water stains under Chen Kang's pants, she immediately frowned in disgust and left the bedroom. Me, I peed. Chen Kong was dumbfounded. He lowered his head and looked at his crotch in a daze. After seeing his wet pants and the puddle of water on the ground that didn't smell very good, he simply couldn't bear it and his eyes went dark and he passed out. Him, what happened to him? Sun Chen was so scared that he quickly clenched Firefox's hand. Firefox didn't say anything, but in fact he was now a little more conscious. But at this moment, he still looked at Kai Yi with surprise and emotion. It is no exaggeration to say that even though he was lying here just now, Firefox himself was moved when he heard the 5 million over there. He was even prepared for Kai Yi to let Chen Kong go. After all, that's 5 million. Who can guarantee that they can earn 5 million in their lifetime? So, at that time, even if Kai Yi really let Chen Kong go, Firefox would not blame Kai Yi. After all, if it were him, he would probably be moved as well. However, Firefox never expected that Kai Yi would directly refuse without any hesitation and without leaving him any way out. To be honest, if I said I wasn't moved, it would be fake. Ding ding, the hero's power, admiration and favorability are detected, and 2000 villain points are awarded. After hearing the system prompt sound, Kai Yi subconsciously turned his head and saw Firefox looking at him with tearful eyes. Judging from his expression, he was obviously deeply moved. What's wrong, are you so moved? Kai Yi walked up and teased. Firefox sniffed at first, but then perhaps felt a little embarrassed and smiled awkwardly. However, he still nodded. Well, brother Yi, you almost moved me to death. Kai Yi looked at him with amusement. Then you must remember how good your brother Yi was to you in the future. You must remember that at the critical moment, your brother Yi gave up 5 million and firmly chose you. Kai Yi joked, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. But he didn't know that these words went straight to Firefox's heart. Well, don't worry, brother Yi. Firefox, will definitely remember you for the rest of my life. Ouch. Firefox was so excited that he raised his hand and pounded the bed, he said excitedly. However, he was apparently so excited that he forgot the wounds on his body. So, when the fist hit him, he started to grimace in pain. Seeing this, Sun Chen also looked over anxiously. Kai Yi just laughed and scolded him, but seeing that he looked embarrassed, he stopped joking and turned to look outside. He was the one who did it, and he himself knew the severity of the consequences. So when Kai Yi saw people pretending to be dead in the living room outside, he was speechless. Get the hell up, why are you pretending to be dead? If you keep pretending, I will make sure you can't get up. Kai Yi walked into the living room and then said sinisterly. Almost as soon as these words were spoken, the people outside stood up with ferocious faces or grinning teeth. Although they could still stand up, it was really painful. There is nothing good about anyone. Just thinking about the medical expenses makes those people feel so painful. Kai Yi looked at these trash coldly. Only that beast Chen Kong cares about these useless people who only have brute force but no real strength. I'm telling you, you have 10 minutes to clean up the living room, clean up the things your young master has left in the bedroom, and then take your young master and get out. Hey, okay. How dare those people resist? Just now, a group of people came up in a huge crowd but couldn't beat Kai Yi. Now, they have been beaten into pieces one by one. How can they still resist? So before Kai Yi had even finished his words, the people over there had already started to clean up. Finally, someone went in with a look of disgust on his face, cleaned up Chen Kang's mess, and then started to carry Chen Kong away. Wait a minute, Kai Yi said. The group of people over there had just opened the door, and when they heard these words, they all froze there. Ah, brother, what's wrong? Is there anything else? Several people bravely asked. Oh, it's not a big deal. Just go back and tell your young master not to act like a jerk in the future, or the video of him crying and wetting his pants might be exposed directly. Kai Yi said directly in a mean way. Hearing this, the group of people suddenly felt a little more sympathy for Chen Kong. But when they thought that it was Chen Kong who caused them all to be seriously injured, the pity in their hearts suddenly turned into gloating. After responding honestly, the group of people left in a large group. After all, they were a group of people, so the noise was quite loud. Seeing that they all went out, Kai Yi closed the door. And just before closing the door, Kai Yi glanced at his neighbor's closed door intentionally or unintentionally. If he guessed correctly, someone was hiding behind and peeking. Without paying much attention, Kai Yi closed the door and went straight to the bedroom. Are they all gone? Seeing Kai Yi coming back, Sheng Firen greeted him with a smile. Although he had been amazed by Kai Yi's various abilities before, Sheng Firen now really looked at Kai Yi with new eyes. She didn't expect that Kai Yi was such a loyal and righteous person. In this age of intrigue and deception, it is not easy to meet someone like Kai Yi. Kai Yi nodded. Well, it's all done, but Sister Fei Ran also delayed your rest. That's not a big deal. Sheng Firen waved his hand with a smile. After all, they are both employees of my company, so it's my duty to do this. Firefox and Sun Chen were both sitting there feeling somewhat embarrassed. Upon hearing this, they smiled sheepishly. Firefox was a little embarrassed to raise his head. He scratched his head and said, I'm really sorry to bother Mr. Sheng and Brother Yi. I'm really sorry for today, sorry for bothering you guys. Sun Chen's eyes were red, and he was so moved that he stood up and bowed. Seeing this, Sheng Firen hurried forward to support her. Kai Yi was not in a hurry to comfort the two, but said with a serious expression. Assistant Sun, Huahu and I are close friends, so I always treat Huahu as my own brother. There is only one old man in his family now, so I don't intend to interfere in his relationship, but I am also worried about him, so there are some things I have to say. Although I know that Firefox loves you, as an older brother, I also love Firefox, so I hope you can handle your family affairs well and stay together with Firefox. You are also a smart person, said Kai Yi, turning his head to look at Sun's mother who was hiding in the corner and dared not say a word, so I think you can understand some things. After Kai Yi finished speaking, Firefox did not say anything, but turned to look at Sun Chen. Sun Chen is certainly not a fool. After all, she was able to reach the position of president's assistant because of her strength. With red eyes, Sun Chen nodded and said firmly, Brother Yi, don't worry, I know all this. Don't worry, I will definitely not let Firefox down, and I will definitely take care of the family affairs. After hearing what Kai Yi and Sun Chen said, Firefox's eyes suddenly turned red with excitement. After hearing Sun Chen's assurance, Firefox couldn't help but look over. As excited as Firefox was when he was preparing to meet Sun Chen's parents, he is now as disgusted. In order to meet Sun Chen's parents, he prepared gifts several days in advance and even bought new clothes. But he didn't expect that he was drugged and then beaten up. Therefore, it would be impossible for him to live in peace with Sun Chen's parents in the future. In fact, he also wanted to talk to Sun Chen about this matter. But I still feel a little embarrassed. Although it has become like this, those people are Sun Chen's parents after all. He was too embarrassed to speak directly. But he didn't expect Kai Yi to ask the question directly for him. After hearing Sun Chen's words, Firefox was somewhat relieved. After all, I have heard Sun Chen's promise. Seeing that Sun Chen promised it directly and neatly, Kai Yi nodded with satisfaction. Then he stepped forward, grabbed Firefox's arm, and lifted him up. Hey, Brother Yi, slow down. At this moment, not only did others fail to react, even Firefox failed to react. Being carried on Kai Yi's back, Firefox grimaced in pain that moment. Seeing this, Kai Yi sneered, "Humph, you feel the pain now. You were not prepared at all before the accident, who do you blame?" After hearing Kai Yi's words, Firefox did not make any excuses. Indeed, when I think about it now, the expressions of Sun Chen's parents were a little strange when they arrived at the restaurant. However, Firefox was so ecstatic at that time that he didn't notice these small details at all. The main thing is that Firefox didn't expect to be tricked like this. Kai Yi strode towards the door carrying the Firefox, and Sheng Firen hurriedly followed him when he saw him. Sun Chen also quickly packed up his things, took his phone and hurried out. However, as soon as she reached the door, she was blocked by Kai Yi. Seeing this, Sun Chen looked up with some confusion. But Kai Yi had a serious face. "I'm here with Firefox, you should take care of your family matters. If it can be handled properly, otherwise this kind of thing may happen again." Quote. As he said that, Kai Yi glanced meaningfully at Sun's mother in the corner of the living room, then turned around and walked into the elevator carrying Firefox. Sheng Firen felt that what Kai Yi said made a lot of sense. After all, the situation today was already so serious. If not handled properly, this kind of thing will definitely happen frequently. So Sheng Firen didn't say anything. He just glanced at Sun Chen, nodded, and followed him into the elevator. After entering the elevator, the atmosphere suddenly froze. Firefox was carried on Kai Yi's shoulder and touched his nose with a somewhat unnatural look on his face. "Well, Brother Yi, just put me down." It was somewhat embarrassing for Kai Yi to carry him like this. After all, President Sheng was standing next to them. When Kai Yi heard what Firefox said, he couldn't help but almost laughed out loud. "Now you know it's embarrassing." What a familiar sentence. Fearing that Kai Yi would ridicule him again, Firefox chose to lie on Kai Yi obediently, not daring to speak. I have to say that Firefox was really badly hit this time. He was taken straight to the emergency room as soon as he was sent to the hospital, and then there was a lot of care. While being pushed away by the doctor, Firefox kept looking at Kai Yi and smiling. "Okay, it's okay. Sister Firen, let me take you home first." After taking a look at the time, Kai Yi looked at Sheng Firen beside him with some apology. This made Sheng Firen stunned. After all, the person had just been pushed in, so why was he leaving? Didn't Firefox just get pushed away? Seeing Sheng Firen was a little dazed, Kai Yi explained. "It's okay, I'll come back after I take you home." "Oh, okay." In fact, Kai Yi also knew that this wound was not that serious for Firefox. After all, it was much more serious than this when he was abroad before. This is at most a temporary immobility. Moreover, after dealing with it, Firefox will definitely call Sun Chen, and it would be somewhat inconvenient for him to listen. Seeing Kai Yi said this, Sheng Firen didn't know what to say. However, even when he was sitting in Kai Yi's car going home, Sheng Firen was still somewhat frightened. "Luckily you are here today, otherwise I might have some. I can't handle it. This is the truth." After all, even if Sheng Firen could call someone over, it would take some time. And Chen Kong had already brought everyone to the living room. "What are you talking about? If I hadn't eaten with you, you would have just called me if you encountered something like this. To Firefox, he is my brother, so it is only natural for me to help him." To you, aren't we friends too? This little favor is nothing. Kai Yi said while steering the car without turning his head. Hearing Kai Yi say this, Sheng Firen couldn't help but affirm that Kai Yi was so loyal. My favorable impression of Kai Yi inevitably increased slightly. It was already late when Sheng Firen was sent home. It was almost 12 o'clock, but the car was parked outside and the lights were still on in the villa. It just so happens that there is someone at your home, so I won't send you in. Kai Yi said very gentlemanly, and then looked at Sheng Firen. But at this moment, Sheng Firen's expression seemed a little strange. Kai Yi followed Sheng Firen's gaze towards the villa and didn't see anything, but Sheng Firen's expression at this time was very ugly. What's wrong? Did something happen? Do you need my help? As he said that, Kai Yi was about to unbuckle his seat belt and get out of the car. It's okay, Sheng Firen sighed helplessly, my parents are probably here. They will definitely nag me again when I go back. Having said that, Sheng Firen rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and looked over. I didn't expect Sister Fei Ran to be so afraid of her parents. Hearing this, Sheng Firen looked at Kai Yi with some resentment. What nonsense are you talking about? It's just that my parents are too nagging and I can't stand it. Having said that, Sheng Firen seemed to have accepted his fate and simply opened the car door and walked out. Forget it, forget it. We have to face it sooner or later. I'll go home first. But it's getting late. Kai Yi, you should also go to the hospital and get some rest. After giving the instructions, Sheng Firen slowly walked towards the villa. Kai Yi looked at Sheng Firen's back with a meaningful look and was not in a hurry to look away. It was not until he saw Sheng Firen walk into the villa that he drove away. When Kai Yi returned to the hospital, Firefox had just been pushed into the ward. After helping Firefox to complete the hospitalization procedures, Kai Yi finally found Firefox's ward. Brother Yi, you're back. Seeing someone push the door and walk in, Firefox looked over happily. Yoha, I didn't expect you were still awake. Kai Yi turned around and saw Firefox lying on the bed. He was immediately delighted at the first sight. Just like what we saw before, Firefox had wounds almost all over its body. So now my whole body is basically covered with bandages, even my arms are covered with plaster. Judging from the state of Firefox, it seems that it has been unable to move for some time. However, Firefox himself looks heartless. Even at this time, he is still grinning foolishly. He, if I faint from this injury, wouldn't it be extremely embarrassing? Firefox laughed. Although he looked at the ward with some curiosity, I didn't expect that I could live in a single room. I haven't stayed in one before. After looking at Firefox speechlessly, Kai Yi stuffed all the hospital supplies he had bought under Firefox's bed. You are the only one who can be so happy while being hospitalized. As he said that, Kai Yi sat on the chair beside Firefox's bed. Didn't I just finish a phone call with Sun Chen? Firefox scratched his head embarrassedly. Although Kai Yi was very curious about what the two talked about, he didn't ask in the end. After all, if he could say it, according to Firefox's personality, he would be able to say it himself. Just recently, Sun Chen has sent her mother on a train back home. She also told me that she has blocked all contact information from her family members, saying that this situation has made her see clearly what kind of people they are like. Having said that, the smile on Firefox's face became even brighter. Oh, just saying this makes you so happy, Kai Yi looked over with amusement. And then, Firefox suddenly became serious. No, Sun Chen just told me about marriage. When he said this, there was actually a hint of shyness on Firefox's face, which made Kai Yi a little stunned. At the same time, he was also a little surprised. Get married? Are you planning to get married so soon? It just happened. Kai Yi didn't expect that the two of them would be getting married so soon. Ahem, not really. I'm just waiting for my wound to heal. After all, we've known each other for 2 years and have been in love for several months. Although it's a bit early to talk about getting married now. But Sun Chen and I both know that we are the right person for each other. Sun Chen just called me and said in tears that she has no home. Brother Yi, you don't know how sad I am, but she said she has no regrets. She also said that there would be no one from her family to help her after she gets married, but she would save up some money for herself, and she said that she wouldn't let me suffer any loss. Having said that, Firefox scratched his head a little embarrassedly. You are such a lucky kid. Hearing this, Kai Yi couldn't help but look at Firefox with admiration. After all, Kai Yi also knew that Sun Chen had good conditions. He had worked hard all the way to where he was now, working as an assistant to the president of a top entertainment company in a big city. Not only did he have 5 insurances and 1 fund, he also had a basic salary of 20,000 yuan per month, and other expenses were calculated separately. This condition is already pretty good. After all, Firefox's current monthly salary is only 8,000. Yihan didn't even pay for their 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. It was Sheng Firen who took the initiative to ask the company to pay for Firefox's 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. However, Sheng Firen and the others did not know that the bodyguards protecting them only earned 8,000 yuan a month. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Firefox nodded a little embarrassedly. That's right. I was so shameless at that time and I didn't expect that she would like me. Hee hee. Kai Yi poured him a glass of water and placed it on the bedside table, and also poured himself a glass of water. Then you just need to be nice to her. I can see that Sun Chen is a good girl. She has been suppressed by her family for more than 20 years without any resistance. She even severed ties with her family for you. But it's better to sever the relationship, otherwise I will be entangled by those parasites. Firefox nodded in agreement, then looked at Kai Yi with gratitude. Brother Yi, today it's really all thanks to you, in every aspect. Kai Yi looked at Firefox with a helpless look. It's good that you know it, just be filial to me in the future. Brother Yi, what are you talking about? You are not old, how can you say you are filial? Firefox couldn't help but make a joke when hearing Yi's joke. You little b*****, Kai Yi scolded with a smile. But it's too late today, don't let a little girl like Sun Chen take care of you. Well, I told her, and she said she would come tomorrow, and tomorrow happens to be the weekend. Kai Yi nodded, then replied to Lu Rai's message. Firefox on the other side also didn't say anything, but in his current state, it was difficult for him to even look at his phone. He sat there leaning against the head of the bed, daydreaming. Kai Yi knew that Firefox was thinking about something, so he didn't say anything and waited for Firefox to tell him what was on his mind. After a long time, Firefox, who was sitting on the hospital bed, let out a long sigh. Brother Yi, I feel like a piece of shit now. I should be thanking the boss, but now I have doubts about him. Hearing this, Kai Yi looked up and saw Firefox sitting on the bed in a daze. What do you suspect? He asked calmly. Although he already had some guesses in his mind, he still wanted to hear him say it himself. That's right, we have no education and we only know how to fight and kill. It's already good enough for us to be able to gain a foothold in Linhai City. The boss also gave us a salary of 8,000 yuan, but now I feel a little unsatisfied. As he spoke, Firefox used his other relatively healthy hand to pull his hair vigorously in annoyance. Do you think it's good now? If you really think it's good, you won't feel satisfied. Kai Yi still said indifferently. Firefox subconsciously wanted to say something, but found that he could not explain himself. If you really think that a person's academic qualifications can really represent a person's full ability, then I really want to call you an idiot. Kai Yi folded his arms across his chest, sat on the chair and looked at Firefox with sharp eyes. But don't you need a degree to join a company now? Firefox looked up at Kai Yi in confusion. So, this is the information gap. Kai Yi said, then picked up the teacup and took a sip slowly. Huh? Firefox looked at Kai Yi in confusion. Kai Yi was still drinking his tea leisurely, and then he slowly said, if 8,000 yuan is really good, why don't you become a bodyguard? This question once again stumped Firefox. He is not. I wanted to say something, but Firefox finally realized that there was really nothing to say. After all, compared to his brothers, Yihan was indeed living a good life. He is surrounded by beautiful women, drives luxury cars that are too numerous to keep up with, and spends money that they admire very much. Thinking of this, a hint of sadness suddenly flashed across Firefox's eyes. But, maybe the boss is capable, he said in a very low voice. Wrong. Kai Yi rejected Firefox's idea without mercy. Hearing this, Firefox immediately raised its head and looked at Kai Yi. Think carefully now, who paved the way for him to have such a smooth journey? After saying this, Kai Yi looked at Firefox steadily. Firefox was confused for a moment, then immediately began to think carefully. When Kai Yi saw the dazed expression on Firefox's face, he immediately understood. As long as this gap appears a little bit, it will become bigger and bigger without him having to make much effort. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for alienating the male protagonist's power, and reward 500 villain points. Hearing this, Kai smiled secretly in his heart. As expected, at least they would understand after a few words. Now Kai finally realized that although Yi Han did have a bit of the aura of the male protagonist. But now he is far away abroad, and we are not fools. Maybe I had just returned to China and hadn't reacted yet. But now everyone has some needs for money. In Linhai, a first-tier city, it costs several thousand just to live. Not to mention that the brothers have to provide for their family members in their old age and also want to get married and so on. With all this trouble, there is simply not enough money to spend. But under the oppression of life, what does the male protagonist's halo matter? What Kai has to do is to tell his brothers the reality. I know you may be a little surprised now, but this was also me some time ago. Having said that, Kai just smiled bitterly. Looking at Kai's expression, Firefox suddenly felt sensitively that there must be something he didn't know. Brother Yi, did something happen, can you tell me? After all, in the eyes of his brothers, Kai is 100% loyal and 100% obedient to Yi Han. So these words came directly from Kai's mouth. That must be what had happened. After hearing Firefox's words, Kai's acting skills burst out again. He first acted as if he was very embarrassed, then turned his head away. Firefox was an impatient person to begin with, and upon seeing this, he became even more anxious. But what he could do was sit on the bed and couldn't move. Brother Yi, didn't you just say this afternoon that you treat us as your own brothers? Don't you want to tell us what happened now? Firefox said this in a very excited tone, sitting on the bed. And now, Firefox is so excited that he wants to know the truth of the matter. How can Kai bear not to tell him? With a light cough, Kai turned back to look at Firefox with a very conflicted look on his face. About the goshawk incident a few months ago, do you think that the boss is so well informed that he really doesn't know about it? Kai said slowly in a low voice. But in the silent night, there were only 2 people in the huge ward. This also caused the words to be magnified several times. What do you mean, could it be? Firefox didn't finish his words, and then slowly lowered his head. Yes, if something happened to the woman they were protecting before, they wouldn't even have the chance to report to Yi Han. Yi Han has already received the news. Therefore, the matter of the goshawk is not a trivial matter. How could he not know about it? Although they had subconsciously thought that Yi Han was very busy and were speaking for him abroad. But now, the reality is before their eyes, and they have no choice but to believe it. Yes, the things Yi Han used to coax women were worth more than 1 million, and a casual gift he gave was worth several million. But when it comes to Goshawk's situation, we clearly know that Goshawk cannot make any money even if he works several jobs a day. He still didn't react and pretended not to know about it. But those hundreds of thousands were just a drop in the bucket for him, not a big deal. Thinking of this, Firefox suddenly began to tremble with anger. Ding ding, the host is detected to have alienated the male protagonist's power, and 500 villain points are awarded. How could he do this? When he first returned to China, his brothers fought desperately for him, but seeing that the desired effect was achieved, Kai sighed slowly. What's the matter? Maybe in his eyes, we are not his brothers, or else. Kai stopped talking before he could finish, and then he coughed a few times to cover up his mistake. Ahem, forget it. Firefox is not stupid, it can see at once that there must be other hidden secrets. Brother Yi, did something else happen? Just tell me and kill my other thoughts. Firefox excitedly threw back the quilt and tried to get out of bed. Seeing this, Kai could only stop Firefox with a worried look on his face. Alright, you're still wounded, don't get excited. No, Brother Yi, you have to tell me otherwise. Okay, I'm telling you, just sit down and be careful with your wound. Do you want to do it again? Kai scolded harshly. Seeing this, Firefox suddenly became obedient. After all, Kai had already promised to tell him. Well, then tell me everything you know. Firefox's face turned red with anger, but he had to sit obediently on the hospital bed. Kai also sat back, then he rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. He just sighed deeply, and then said with a sad face, "Do you still remember the monkey?" Monkey. Of course I still remember him. That heartless guy hasn't contacted us in 2 years. It's a pity that we brothers are still thinking about him, Firefox said angrily. Seeing this, Kai also smiled bitterly. Haven't you ever thought that it's not that the monkey doesn't want to contact us but that he can't contact us? As soon as these words were spoken, Firefox's face, which had originally turned red with anger, suddenly turned pale. He couldn't help but clench the bed rails, then turned to look at Kai Yi with his eyes wide open. Brother Yi, what do you mean by this? Firefox looked at Kai Yi in disbelief, and even his tone trembled a little. Kai Yi's eyes were full of frost and his face was full of grief. He slowly raised his head and looked at Firefox. Monkey, he died 2 years ago. He didn't have the chance to return to his hometown or see his parents. He died in the suburbs of Linhai City. Boom! There was a thunder outside, and in an instant the bright white lightning illuminated the entire ward. But it was only for a moment, and soon the ward was still in that warm yellow color. But there were changes after all. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Firefox suddenly felt cold all over. At the same time, his mind went blank and in a trance, the monkey's often smiling face flashed across his mind. Both of them have eccentric personalities, and they got along very well when they were mercenaries abroad. So in the past 2 years, although Monkey has not contacted Firefox, Firefox still sends him a few messages during the holidays. You are lying, Brother Yi. Firefox forced a smile that was uglier than crying, and then he looked at Kai Yi with a stiff body. Boss, the boss wouldn't kill his own brother, would he? Yi Han wouldn't do that, would he? Monkey obviously didn't do anything. Kai Yi did not say anything, but just looked at Firefox in silence. Facing Kai Yi's gaze, the ugly smile on Firefox's face suddenly disappeared, replaced by a look of resentment. Because Firefox itself also understood that Yi Han was capable of doing such a thing. He pounded the bed with a ferocious expression, then gritted his teeth and said, "Why, Monkey obviously didn't betray him. Who told you about this, Brother Yi?" Firefox's face turned grim with anger. But even so, he still looked at Kai Yi with some uncertainty. Kai Yi withdrew his gaze with a painful expression, then he leaned weakly on the back of the chair and slowly closed his eyes. That day I wanted to send the monkey back home, but I didn't expect to see them kill the monkey. I didn't have time to stop them, so I could only dig the monkey out of the mountains and secretly bury it when no one was around. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire ward suddenly became quiet. But after a while, Firefox lay on the bed and choked, and finally couldn't help but started crying loudly. He was the one who wronged the monkey. He thought that the monkeys went home and lived an ordinary life, so he didn't want to contact them anymore. So every time there is a festival, he will say hello to the monkey, but he will also spit a few words of complaint. Even when he was drunk and got angry, he would curse a few times. However, he never expected that the monkey didn't want to reply to his message. Instead, she was lying alone in the mountains, unable to reply to his messages. Thinking of this, Firefox was suddenly filled with grief. Ding ding, the host is detected to be trying to alienate the male protagonist's power, and the villain value is awarded. Hearing the system prompt, Kai Yi immediately understood. After knowing this, Firefox will probably never belong to Yi Han again. No, I need to ask him. As he spoke, Firefox started looking for his phone with red eyes. However, Kai Yi also knew that Firefox had such a reckless personality. So, the moment he saw Firefox looking for his phone, Kai Yi reached out with one hand and held Firefox's hand, and with the other hand he took his phone. Seeing Kai Yi's action, Firefox was stunned for a moment. Are you crazy? Do you want to die too? Kai Yi frowned and then shouted harshly. Kai Yi's shout also brought Firefox back to its senses. He sat there in a daze for a moment, then he reacted and slowly withdrew his hand. Sorry, I was too impulsive just now and almost got you hurt. Firefox suddenly came to his senses, and when he thought about what he had just done, he was so frightened that his whole body turned cold. After all, if I had really made that call just now, I would have really questioned Yi Han. Then he might be the one buried in the suburbs tomorrow, and Kai Yi might also be implicated. Thinking of this, cold sweat began to flow down Firefox's forehead. It's okay. Anyway, I don't think he wants to let me go. But you'd better not mention this matter in the future. After Kai Yi let go of Firefox's hand, he sat back down. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Firefox's brows twitched again. Brother Yi, what do you mean? What do you mean he won't let you go? Yi Han also wants to. Kai Yi sighed helplessly, and then interrupted Firefox. I don't know either. He had planned to have me infiltrate the Guhua gang before. I'm not sure if he knew that I had buried the monkey. Speaking of this, Kai Yi even had a hint of trance on his face. What? Firefox couldn't help but exclaimed. After all, they all knew that no one who had been to the Guhua gang before could come back. Although those people did get some clues and information, their lives were also lost. It can also be said that once you are sent to the Guhua gang, there is a high probability that you will not come back alive. Why didn't you tell us? How could he send you? Firefox shouted angrily. So, after checking the information of those people who went undercover before, I felt something was wrong. I also felt that the identity he arranged was not safe, so I relied on myself to infiltrate the Guhua gang, but... Having said that, Kai Yi slowly raised his head and looked towards Firefox. However, I currently have no intention of helping him obtain information about the Guhua gang because I feel like he won't let me go. As he spoke, Kai Yi was also observing Firefox's expression. However, it was just as Kai Yi had just inferred. Now Firefox no longer has any feelings for Yi Han. Then what are you going to do? Firefox rubbed his head in annoyance again. Kai Yi looked at Firefox with amusement. It's okay, I have a way, you don't have to be nervous, and don't be afraid that I will die like this. Although Kai Yi has a lot of cards in his hand, he doesn't intend to play them all. He also doesn't plan to reveal his current position in Guhua group. It's not that he doesn't believe Firefox now, but he thinks that Firefox is a bit reckless and a bit insane. You might accidentally reveal your cards later. However, although he has a somewhat reckless personality, Kai Yi still likes Firefox's righteous character. Firefox wanted to say something and also wanted to help Kai Yi think of a solution. But there was no way. He scratched his head for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. However, he also knew that Kai Yi's brain was much better than his, so in the end he didn't say anything. He just reminded Kai Yi to pay more attention to safety. If you really encounter something you can't handle, call him. These words made Kai Yi feel a little amused and helpless. He looked Firefox up and down. If I really need you for something now, how much help can you give me? After these words were spoken, Firefox suddenly fell silent. He coughed awkwardly. Ahem, this is just a minor injury. I should be able to recover soon. Just try to show off. Kai Yi scolded with a smile. But soon, Kai Yi's expression became serious again. The topic has strayed further and further away. At the beginning, we were talking about salary. What from what you just said, do you want to change jobs? Anyway, some things have been made clear, so Firefox nodded without hesitation. Well, I think that for this job, even though Mr. Sheng has helped pay for the 5 insurances and 1 fund, the salary of 8,000 yuan is still not enough. After all, it is a first-tier city, and this amount of money is somewhat restrained. Moreover, Firefox is thinking about getting married soon, so he has to save some money. Not only that, he also has to provide some security for his future family, right? Besides, as a man, Firefox was still embarrassed to let Sun Chen pay for the bulk of the expenses in the future. Not only that, there is only one old man in Firefox's family, and he is already very old. So he can't help much. Firefox still has to rely on itself. But do you think Yi Han would let you resign directly from him? Hearing this, Firefox suddenly fell silent. Yes, the monkey just wanted to go back and honor his parents, but he was killed. Not only does he have to resign, he also has to continue living in Linhai City. As for Yi Han, he might even need to be wiped out. Thinking of this, Firefox's expression became even more depressed. Brother Yi, I feel so useless now. I've been in Linhai City for 2 years, but I'm still nothing. I can't make any money, and I don't dare to resign. I have nothing. Even if we get married right now, I still can't give Sun Chen any guarantee. I understand your difficulties, but for now, Yi Han still cannot act rashly. Only when we have the strength to compete with him can we reveal our thoughts. Hearing this, Firefox was immediately discouraged. After all, what Kai Yi said now is indeed the truth. But he still felt a little unconvinced and uncomfortable. Then what else can we do? You are so stupid, can't you resist? Kai Yi said helplessly, but he didn't expect Firefox to have that brain. Forget it, let's talk about this later. As for your current problem, if you are short of money, I do have a solution, but it will take until your wound heals. Kai Yi looked Firefox up and down, then spoke slowly. Ah, is it true? What's the solution? Just tell me now. Firefox looked over anxiously. But Kai Yi still shook his head with a cold face. No, you are too impatient. You have to wait until your wound heals. Hearing this, Firefox could only nod obediently. Well, then. After glancing at the time, Kai Yi said, okay, I'm leaving first. Don't get excited. Just be quiet for a while and have a good rest. As he spoke, Kai Yi had already walked to the door of the ward. Ah, brother Yi, you won't accompany me today. Let me accompany you, that's a nice thought. Kai Yi smiled, then opened the door, gave a few instructions, and left happily. It was indeed not a particularly serious injury, so Firefox was actually embarrassed to keep Kai Yi to accompany him. Firefox was also joking when he said that just now. At this moment, watching the door in front of him slowly close, the smile on Firefox's face suddenly disappeared. The face that originally had a hint of smile suddenly turned gloomy and fierce, and at the same time, the eyes slowly turned red. The incident with the monkey was too much of a blow to him. Kai Yi could also foresee the situation in the ward after he left, but there were some things that Kai Yi couldn't point out all by himself. It still depends on Firefox to figure it out. After all, everyone needs to grow up. When Kai Yi returned to Lu Rai's house, it was already past 2 in the morning. However, unexpectedly, when Kai Yi returned, he found that the lights in the villa were still on. I have to say, it feels pretty good to go home and see a light still on for you. Thinking of this, Kai Yi even quickened his pace to go home. Opened the door. When he walked in, Kai Yi saw Lu Ruya still working on the sofa in the living room. Sister Ruya, why are you still taking a rest? After hearing Kai Yi's words, Lu Ruya, who was sitting over there, closed her notebook very naturally, and then smiled and said, no, it just so happens that I still have some work to do. Oh, what kind of job requires you to work overtime until 2 in the morning? Kai Yi walked forward slowly, then gently put the notebook in Lu Rai's hand aside. And before Lu Ruya could say anything, Kai Yi picked her up and carried her sideways in the next second. Next time you encounter this situation, don't wait for me. Looking at Lu Rai's tired eyes, Kai Yi said with some reluctance. Knowing that no matter what she said, she could not hide it from Kai Yi, Lu Ruya just laughed. She leaned in Kai Yi's arms a little tiredly, and then put her arms around Kai Yi's neck. What's the matter? I'm just a little worried. The two returned to the bedroom upstairs, and seeing how tired Lu Ruya looked, Kai Yi couldn't bear to do anything else, so he just hugged Lu Ruya and rested. However, Kai Yi is not a heartless person. Kai Yi will not let down those who treat him sincerely. And the performance he brought is also a very good proof. Sheng Firen was still discussing the matter, but Kai Yi had already started contacting his company and Guhua Group. After only 1 week of cooperation, the sales of cosmetics and skin care products under Guhua Group have begun to increase steadily every day. This has led to a significant improvement in the company's atmosphere, especially in the operations department. As a result, Lu Ruya has been smiling these 2 days. Now everyone in the company knows that Kai Yi is not a pretty face or a gigolo, but a real capable person. Kai Yi didn't listen to the discussions outside, and most of the comments were positive. Because he was in his office, smiling from ear to ear looking at his company's stock market and profits. The company has only been established for a short period of time, but it has already achieved several times the profit, which shows that Kai Yi's direction is correct. In this era of big data, Kai Yi had already understood in his previous life that the fastest way to make money is to utilize network traffic. And now on this blue planet where he is, there are some big pies that have not been discovered by others. So Kai Yi is now the first person to eat the big pie. After receiving the documents from Sheng Firen, Kai Yi went to find Lu Ruya and discussed it with her. However, Lu Ruya had never understood this before, and was somewhat confused. However, in the end, she heard Kai Yi's explanation and understood the benefits involved. After all, no matter how good your product is, it is useless. Only when the popularity reaches the national level can the benefits be realized comprehensively. Their company's products are very easy to use and the repurchase rate is amazing. It was so popular even though it was a niche genre before, so now as long as we can increase its popularity like live streaming, the profits will definitely be huge. After discussing things with Lu Ruya, Kai Yi quickly contacted Sheng Firen. What he didn't expect was that Sheng Firen's phone call hadn't been connected for several days. This situation was somewhat strange, so Kai Yi also asked Sun Chen about it later. After all, Sheng Firen's other assistants and secretaries might be perfunctory towards him, but Sun Chen would not. It was from Sun Chen that Kai Yi learned that Sheng Firen was on a business trip and did not bring anyone with him. He said he was going with his family. Hearing about this rather strange business trip, Kai Yi immediately understood. It must be that Sheng Firen's family started to put pressure on her again. This incident was also mentioned in the original book, so Kai Yi was not surprised. But judging by the date, Sheng Firen should be back soon. Sure enough, within 2 days, Sheng Firen took the initiative to call Kai Yi. "Hello Kai Yi." Sheng Firen's voice, mixed with deep fatigue, came through the phone. Sister Fei Ran, are you back from your business trip?" Kai Yi was looking at his company's financial statements. After hearing Sheng Firen's words, he leaned back in his chair. "I'm sorry for contacting you just now. It's true that I didn't check my phone for the past 2 days." As Sheng Firen spoke, Kai Yi could even vaguely hear. "I can hear a hint of fatigue. It's okay, it's only been a few days anyway," Kai Yi said. Hearing that Kai Yi didn't mind this matter, Sheng Firen breathed a sigh of relief. "I heard from Xiao Sun that you called me because you read the information about the variety show. How is it? Do you have any thoughts after reading the information?" When entering the working stage, Sheng Firen's tone became serious. "Well, we have already considered it. I believe in your evaluation ability, so we want to invest directly, and we want to be the only investor," Kai Yi said directly and firmly. This surprised Sheng Firen on the opposite side. "Oh, so bold. Have you discussed it with your company? If you are the only investor, then it is not a small amount, and the funds required this time are also very high." "Don't worry, Sister Fei Ran. We have already considered everything. As long as there is no problem on your side, that's all." After hearing Kai Yi's confident words, Sheng Firen's mood immediately improved a lot. After all, this variety show is mainly for promoting its own artists, plus it does have some bold ideas. At the beginning, she was worried that no one would invest or that the investment would not be sufficient. But Sheng Firen had already thought about it before. She is very optimistic about this project, so she will invest even if no one else invests. After all, she believed that the rewards in the future would definitely be very satisfactory. "Okay, since you have made up your mind, let's choose a time to sign a contract," Sheng Firen said in a very good mood. Kai Yi thought about it, and then said, "How about this? I will go directly to your company to find you. I just happen to have some details I want to ask you." "Okay, then I'll wait for you whenever you come," Sheng Firen agreed without hesitation. Glancing at the time, Kai Yi said, "This afternoon is fine. I'll come find you when I'm done." "Okay, contact Xiao Sun directly when you get here." After they agreed on a time, they hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Sheng Firen couldn't help but frown in disgust as he looked at the messages that kept popping up on his phone. After setting the contact on VX to do not disturb, Sheng Firen finally. He took a breath, then leaned back in the office chair with a tired look on his face. She started her own business just to get away from home. But she didn't expect that even if she got rid of the influence of her family and even if her own career had improved a lot, she still couldn't get rid of the control of her family. Especially now, Sheng Firen thinks he is still very young. But his family was very anxious and had arranged several blind dates for Sheng Firen. Sheng Firen had been deceived before, but later he became more careful and was not deceived again. But unfortunately, this is not very useful. Even if she saw through their scam, they would wait for her at home, wait for her at the company, and force her to go on blind dates. Sheng Firen has become very numb to this. So under this kind of pressure, Sheng Firen began to yearn for Yi Han, who looked very free and easy. It was not so much Yi Han that attracted her, but rather the free and easy temperament of Yi Han that attracted her. After all, that was the freedom she had longed for since she was a child. Accustomed to being controlled by his family, Sheng Firen also wanted to be free and easy. So sometimes, Sheng Firen also wants to have a marriage with Yi Han. But more than a year has passed, and the two have not even confirmed their relationship and are still in the ambiguous stage. Although he had asked everyone below him to call him sister-in-law, Sheng Firen still felt a little insecure. Especially after meeting Lu Qingshuang and hearing what Lu Qingshuang said, Sheng Firen was inevitably hit hard. But in fact, Sheng Firen is also a bit stubborn. So she didn't choose to ask Yi Han, but let Yi Han realize her emotions, let him take the initiative to explain to her and ask her. But a month passed and there was still no response from Yihan. When he thought of this, and then thought of the blind dates he had been forced to go on in the past 2 days, Sheng Firen suddenly felt very exhausted. It is obvious that she has founded such a large company on her own and it is such a well-known company. But sometimes, she is still very fragile. Especially under the pressure from her family, this made her feel a little breathless. After taking a deep breath, the turbid air in Sheng Firen's heart dissipated a little, and he turned around and continued to work. Kai Yi over there took a quick look at the report and went to Firen Entertainment shortly afterwards. After all, he doesn't actually have much work to do in the company every day. Now, in addition to dealing with the operations department's affairs every day, he also handles his own company's affairs remotely. The rest of the time he was slacking off, looking at stocks, or going to Lu Rai's office to play for a while. So, now that he has other things to do, Kai Yi has become a little more diligent. After packing up, Kai Yi went directly to Sheng Firen's company. I haven't been here for a long time, and the people at the front desk have been replaced by a new group. So Kai Yi called Sun Chen directly at the door. Sun Chen on the other end replied very quickly and said he would come down to pick him up right away. Ever since the last incident, Sun Chen treated Kai Yi as his elder brother and was very respectful to him, which made Kai Yi somewhat amused and helpless. While waiting for Sun Chen, Kai Yi did not go to the front desk. To be honest, Kai Yi's influence on the front desk is not that good now. Thinking of this, Kai Yi withdrew his gaze from the front desk. However, just as Kai Yi took out his cell phone, a very arrogant voice came from the front desk. Appointment? Who am I? Do I need an appointment? Why don't you ask about my relationship with your CEO Sheng? When Kai Yi heard the voice and looked over, he saw the man looking at the girl at the front desk with disdain. Although his expression was full of disdain, his eyes seemed to be observing the little girl's figure, which looked extremely vulgar. But if there is no appointment, President Sheng said before. What are you talking about? Just call Sheng Firen and ask her what her relationship with me is, and then just say Qin Tian is here. Qin Tian interrupted the little girl impatiently and spoke directly. This. The girl at the front desk was immediately embarrassed. After all, the rules were made by President Sheng, but the man in front of her looked difficult to deal with. I said to call directly, didn't you hear me? Qin Tian looked at his aunt. I was so angry at my mother's dithering that I slammed the table impatiently. The girl had never experienced such a thing before, especially after seeing the bodyguards behind Qin Tian. She was so scared that her eyes turned red. Then she nodded hurriedly and started to dial the phone. The call was connected quickly, but the person who answered the phone was Sheng Firen's secretary, who said he needed to ask President Sheng's opinion. Well, Mr. Sheng's secretary said that he wanted to ask Mr. Sheng's opinion again. The girl had no choice but to look up at Qin Tian timidly and spoke in a low voice. Are you still asking why are you taking so long to get things done? If this happened in my company, I would have fired you right away. Qin Tian shouted angrily at the little girl, then turned around and walked straight towards the elevator. Hey, sir. The little girl was more or less confused when looking at the situation. At the same time, the secretary on the other end of the phone also brought news about Sheng Firen. Sheng Firen clearly stated that he did not know Qin Tian. So after hanging up the phone, the girl called the security directly. However, at this time, Qin Tian also stopped in front of the card swiping machine over there. Without waiting for the security personnel over there to react, he just stepped on the machine and jumped over. Hey, young man, what are you doing? The security guards who arrived late saw this situation and stepped forward to try to stop it. However, Qin Tian was obviously well prepared, so before the group of security guards could stop Qin Tian, the bodyguards behind Qin Tian had already stopped the security guard. Hey, sir, Mr. Sheng has already said he doesn't recognize you, you can't go in. The girl at the front desk was so scared by the situation that she almost cried. Who the hell said Sheng Firen didn't recognize me? She said she didn't recognize me. I have to go up and see if she recognizes me. This stinky woman, why is she pretending to be so noble now? Having said that, Qin Tian strode towards the elevator. In fact, Kai Yi originally didn't want to get involved in this matter. After all, for a company as big as Firen Entertainment, it would be unreasonable to handle these things without some bodyguards. But now Kai Yi doesn't think so. After all, Qin Tian came prepared, and the bodyguards he brought with him were all professionals. In other words, the words that Qin Tian said now made Kai Yi feel very uncomfortable. After all, in Kai Yi's heart, Sheng Firen was a good sister-in-law before, but that may not be the case in the future. So, now when Kai Yi heard Qin Tian's words, he felt uncomfortable. It was also because Qin Tian's men started fighting directly with the security guards that the hall suddenly became chaotic. Although it is working hours now, there are not many people in the hall, but there are still quite a few. Mr. Qin, the little girl shouted anxiously. But Qin Tian over there didn't care about the chaos behind him and rushed into the elevator directly. As the elevator door opened, Qin Tian threw the people inside out and was about to go in. "Ah, what are you doing?" Sun Chen was the unlucky guy. She was in a hurry to come out and pick up Kai Yi, so as soon as the elevator door opened, she walked out directly. But she never expected that she would be thrown out as soon as she walked out. She looked at the man angrily, but he had no intention of paying any attention to her. He walked into the elevator and was about to close the door. It was at this moment that a figure flashed quickly before Sun Chen's eyes. Then, in less than a second, the man who had just thrown her out flew out directly. Yes, it flew straight out and then it hit the card machine. At this moment, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. "Mr. Qin, Master Qin, are you okay?" The group of bodyguards who were still struggling with the security guards, after seeing the situation here, hurriedly walked forward in panic and helped Qin Tian up. Qin Tian was also raised with care by his family. Although he looked like he had exercised regularly, he actually knew nothing. So even though Kai Yi didn't use much strength this time, he just lay there and couldn't get up for a while. "Ouch, pull me up slowly. Are you okay?" The bodyguards tried to help Qin Tian up for a long time but failed, and they immediately started to panic. After all, as Qin Tian's bodyguards, if something happened to Qin Tian now, they would have a hard time explaining themselves. Qin Tian, on the other side, was lying there grimacing in pain, unable to get up at all. But young Master Qin had never been so embarrassed before. So when he struggled for a long time in front of everyone and still couldn't get up, he suddenly became angry and embarrassed. "Go and pull that man out for me, kill him for me." As he said this, Qin Tian pointed at Kai Yi angrily and spoke with gritted teeth. But at this time, the company security guards behind had already rushed up. "I thought there were only a few people, so there were very few security guards." But just at that moment, the front desk had already called the security department, so a bunch of security guards came in again. Although the bodyguards around Qin Tian were all quite skilled, they were still unable to resist facing so many people and were all controlled. The remaining security guards were not polite to Qin Tian at all. Qin Tian was still half lying on the ground and hadn't gotten up yet. The next second, he was lifted up by the security guard. After a while, the hall suddenly became quiet. But thinking about what happened just now, everyone was still a little stunned. After all, I haven't seen such a chaotic situation for a long time. Even the girl at the front desk had her moods going through ups and downs. Fortunately, Firen Entertainment is an entertainment company, and in order to ensure the safety of its artists, its public security is relatively good. But suddenly, the little girl realized something. No, that big guy who just restored everything to peace, didn't he have an appointment either? Thinking of this, the little girl looked towards the elevator with fear. But only after seeing Assistant Sun beside the boss did she feel relieved. This should be an appointment, right? After all, Assistant Sun came down in person. Sun Chen and Kai Yi walked into the elevator together. She patted her chest with some lingering fear. "Oh my god, what happened just now?" Compared to other people who were frightened, Kai Yi was much calmer. "That person came to look for Sister Fei Ran, but it looks like he won't be able to enter this company in the future. After all, the first time caused such a big commotion, Sheng Firen would. It would be really bizarre if he was allowed in." After hearing Kai Yi's words, Sun Chen nodded in agreement. When Sun Chen thought about the man who had just thrown him out, he felt that he must report the matter thoroughly and let President Sheng know how hateful that man was. The elevator arrived quickly, and as Kai Yi walked out, someone soon came to greet him. "Secretary Liu." Sun Chen greeted the man. The man nodded at her, as if in response, and then looked at Kai Yi with a respectful expression. "Mr. Kai, right, President Sheng is already waiting for you." Secretary Liu then took Kai Yi to Sheng Firen's office. Kai Yi nodded, knocked on the door, and walked in after hearing a response. Kai Yi had come to Firen Entertainment many times before, but Secretary Lu was very busy at that time and had never personally entertained him. But the fact that he personally entertained me this time also showed that Sheng Firen seemed to already know what was going on. Sure enough, as soon as Kai Yi walked into Sheng Firen's office, he heard Sheng Firen watching the surveillance camera downstairs. But Sheng Firen's expression wasn't looking so good at this moment. Kai Yi, you're here. Sheng Firen didn't avoid Kai Yi. She raised her head and greeted him, then lowered her head to continue watching the surveillance video. Kai Yi walked forward slowly, and the surveillance video had just finished playing. Looking at Sheng Firen's tired face, which had become completely gloomy, Kai Yi couldn't help but feel a little surprised. To be honest, this was the first time Kai Yi saw Sheng Firen with a black face. Even if there was any bad mood before, it was not as bad as it seems now. After all, every time he saw Sheng Firen before, she was smiling and even very cheerful. This was the first time he saw her with such a gloomy face, and Kai Yi found it somewhat strange. Kai Yi, I really thank you very much. It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, things would not have been under control so quickly. Although he was in a very bad mood at the moment, Sheng Firen still spoke sincerely, and then motioned Kai Yi to sit opposite him. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, then slowly shook his head. It's okay, it's not a big deal, just a piece of cake. Although Kai Yi said this, Sheng Firen still very grateful. After all, after watching the surveillance video just now, Sheng Firen could clearly see that the people Qin Tian brought were all skilled. Obviously, he had heard about what happened to him before, so he came prepared. Seeing Sheng Firen standing there in a daze with a cold face, not knowing what he was thinking about, Kai Yi hesitated for a moment and then asked his doubts. Sister Fei Ran, I would like to ask, is the person who came today your enemy? Huh? After hearing Kai Yi's words, Sheng Firen suddenly came back to her senses. She was stunned at first, and then shook her head. No, she sighed unusually tiredly. Ah, Kai Yi looked at her in surprise, then why does he look like he came prepared? He is actually my blind date. Sheng Firen was too lazy to hide it anymore, so he just said it directly. The main reason is that in Sheng Firen's eyes, Kai Yi is actually very reliable and he probably won't tell others his privacy casually. Blind date partner, Kai Yi looked over hesitantly. Sheng Firen could still hear the hesitation in his words. She laughed at herself, it's ridiculous, isn't it? I'm going on a blind date now. Having said this, the look in Sheng Firen's eyes suddenly dimmed. If the Sheng Firen that Kai Yi saw before was energetic and cheerful, then Sheng Firen now seemed to be weak all over. No. After hearing Sheng Firen's words, Kai Yi shook his head seriously. Sheng Firen was originally rubbing his brows with a headache, but after hearing Kai Yi's words, he was a little unresponsive and looked over subconsciously. Seeing Sheng Firen looking at him blankly, Kai Yi smiled and said, Sister Firen, you don't need to go on a blind date. You are so pretty and have such a good personality. You must have a lot of suitors, right? Although Sheng Firen had heard such words many times, looking at the very sincere expression on Kai Yi's face, Sheng Firen, who was in a very bad mood at the moment, felt that his mood had improved a little. After all, when other people said such things, Sheng Firen could clearly see the other person's expression. She saw their teasing, their flattery, their greed. But Kai Yi is different. Sheng Firen has been in the entertainment industry for a long time, and he often deals with some old-timers. Even the artists we meet in daily life have their own ideas. Not only that, the time spent in the entertainment industry has increased. No matter how good the acting skills of those artists are, Sheng Firen can still see through their small flaws and expressions. This is also the reason why Sheng Firen felt that Kai Yi was very sincere. Because she was observing Kai Yi's expression, she could already tell that Kai Yi really said this very sincerely. After his mood changed, Sheng Firen's expression finally softened. Yes, that's true. Sheng Firen nodded and admitted it. This is not because she is very arrogant. After all, her own conditions and the company she founded are there. So she does have a lot of suitors, but she never even looks at any of them. Because she knew that those people all had their own purposes. But I'm still a little confused, Sister Fei Ran, you're not my boss, so why do you still want to go on a blind date? This. Speaking of this, Sheng Firen actually didn't know how to explain it. After all, they all understood something in their hearts. Yihan even sent Firefox to her side, but she didn't want to say it directly. In fact, she and Yihan haven't really confirmed their relationship yet, right? In fact, there were many times when the atmosphere between the two of them had reached that point. But every time, I don't know why, there are always a lot of factors that prevent the two of them from having a real relationship. Over time, Yihan no longer obsessed with it. In this way, the two of them had an ambiguous relationship for more than a year. It was also because of this that her family disagreed. After all, they had all investigated secretly, and found that some of Yihan's methods of getting started were not very bright. Therefore, they did not trust his character very much. In addition, he did not respond for a long time and asked Sheng Firen to leave his home. This made the Sheng family even more furious, and their impression of Yihan became even worse. Well, because my relationship with my family isn't very good, so, they don't know my situation and have been arranging blind dates for me. Sheng Firen said concealingly. Kai Yi smiled slightly. But he did not directly expose Sheng Firen's words. After all, some things would not be good if they were exposed directly. But Sister Fei Ran, you don't have to worry too much. After all, things will turn around in the future. Hearing Kai Yi's comfort, Sheng Firen couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. I didn't expect that Kai Yi, a grown man, would actually comfort others and is not a straight man. But in the end, she sighed again. I hope so. She remembered that when she first started working on her own, although she had some conflicts with her family, the atmosphere was not so bad. At that time, my parents were also secretly concerned about me. But it's different now. As the years passed and with Yihan around her, her relationship with her family became worse and worse. At the beginning, my family members also tried to persuade me against the idea of blind dates. But later, strong measures were used. Thinking of this, Sheng Firen couldn't help but sigh again. Seeing this situation, Kai Yi did not say anything, nor did he speak in a hurry. However, he was also observing Sheng Firen. Looking at Sheng Firen's situation, it seems that this incident has indeed had a great impact on him. And it seems that Sheng Firen is not completely nostalgic for his original family, nor does he have no feelings for it at all. This is also a point worth breaking through. It's okay, Sister Firen. Once they know what kind of person the boss is, they will finally give in. Kai Yi said this very accurately. Hearing this, Sheng Firen couldn't help but smile bitterly. If I rely on Yihan, I'm afraid my relationship with my family will get worse and worse. But at the same time, she was reluctant to break up with Yihan like this, and was still waiting for Yihan's explanation. After seeing through the people in the circle, Sheng Firen wanted to find someone outside the circle. Moreover, she didn't want to go through so much trouble to meet new people, mainly because she felt that Yihan had been really nice to her before. Maybe he was just obsessed with his mind, and he was in a foreign country, so he was really far away from me. Although he thought so, Sheng Firen still couldn't deceive himself. Because Lu Qingshuang was already there, even Yan Feifei had bodyguards assigned by him. Not only that, she had also heard before that Yihan had a good relationship with a female police officer. So, in fact, Sheng Firen also understood that Yihan was very likely to bring someone back from abroad. Kai Yi, what do you think of Yihan towards me? As he thought more and more, Sheng Firen couldn't help but ask his questions directly. Hearing Sheng Firen's question, Kai Yi couldn't help but laugh in his heart, and then he said with a vague look, the boss treats you very well. As if he was afraid that Sheng Firen would not believe him, Kai Yi spoke anxiously. Look, the boss always prepares gifts for you during the holidays, and sometimes he even calls you. When you are sick, the boss is also very considerate. While Kai Yi was speaking, Sheng Firen was also observing his expression. Seeing his wandering eyes, Sheng Firen already had some guesses in his mind. And when she saw that his tone became anxious, she felt uncomfortable again. So what do you think of him towards other people? Seeing Kai Yi was still talking, Sheng Firen interrupted him and asked. As soon as Sheng Firen finished speaking, Kai Yi stopped talking. At the same time, facing Sheng Firen's gaze, Kai Yi shifted his gaze away somewhat unnaturally. He did not answer Sheng Firen's words, which caused the huge office to suddenly become quiet. Ding ding, the host is detected to have alienated the relationship between the male and female protagonists of Destiny, and 500 villain points are awarded. Originally Kai Yi was still worried that Sheng Firen seemed to like Yihan more. Even if I say something, it won't be of much use. But he didn't expect that Sheng Firen was still influenced by his words. Look, this is a full 500 villain value. Kai Yi suppressed his smile and said, actually, the boss looks like this. He seems to be flirting with you, but in fact, he still likes you very much. Hearing this, Sheng Firen felt a little upset again. After all, it would be better not to say this. Ding ding, the host is detected to have alienated the relationship between the male and female protagonists of Destiny, and 200 villain points are awarded. Boss, oh boss, please don't blame me. After Sheng Firen was silent for a long time, he gave a bitter smile. Forget it, let's not talk about these things. By the way, are you sure you have read all the documents I sent you? Is there anything you don't understand? Although chatting with Kai Yi was very relaxing, Sheng Firen inexplicably didn't want to talk about this topic anymore. After all, Yihan is like this, and I am still here waiting for his news. It seems that I am very frustrated. Yes, Sheng Firen had lived a prosperous life, but only during this period of time, she was no longer concerned about this matter. Shaking his head, dismissing the thoughts in his mind, Sheng Firen forced himself to focus on his work. Kai Yi nodded, well, I've read the document you sent me, and I think your idea for this new variety show is really great. The main reason is that Kai Yi also learned through some rumors that Sheng Firen also invested a lot of money in this variety show. Among the 6 people participating in the variety show, 3 are from Sheng Firen's company. That also shows that Sheng Firen is very optimistic about this variety show. Since Sheng Firen has invested money, it means that this variety show is relatively safe. Kai Yi was even thinking about whether he should let people from his company come to Firen Entertainment to have a chat after the cooperation between Guhua Group and Firen Entertainment was completed. After all, it is really easy to make money in the entertainment industry. You really don't have any other questions? Sheng Firen didn't expect Kai Yi to be so straightforward and not have any doubts at all. Hearing Sheng Firen's question, Kai Yi shook his head again. Don't worry, Sister Fei Ran. I have already evaluated it. I will not lose money in this cooperation with you. After all, Kai Yi already had a good understanding of the backgrounds of the 6 people participating in the variety show. There are no newcomers in it. They all have some traffic and background, and they can all have fun. Although Kai Yi was so sure, Sheng Firen was still afraid that he only agreed to invest because of their relationship. So even though Sheng Firen saw Kai Yi nodded, he still explained some things to him out of concern. After seeing Kai Yi's affirmative answer, Sheng Firen finally felt relieved and sorted out. The good documents were handed over to Kai Yi. By the way, I see this is your first time investing in a program, right? Sheng Firen retracted his gaze from the computer and then looked at Kai Yi. Kai Yi nodded, yes, this is the first time for our company. It's like this. Generally, investors will follow the program to record in order to see their products appear on screen. Although I will also go to film the program and help watch, do you want to send someone to follow not only to see how much screen time there is, but also to make it easier to deal with other situations if they arise? As he spoke, Sheng Firen looked at Kai Yi. In fact, Kai Yi had already understood this before, and originally he wanted to send someone to follow him. But I didn't expect that Sheng Firen would also go with me to record, so this good thing couldn't be given to others. So the moment Sheng Firen looked over, Kai Yi nodded and made the decision. Well, I've already thought about it. I'll go. You. Sheng Firen looked up and down at Kai Yi in surprise. He knew Kai Yi's position. Any employee could have gone there, this is such a waste of talent. Sister Fei Ran, what's with that look in your eyes? Can't I go? Kai Yi said jokingly. Hearing this, Sheng Firen was afraid that Kai Yi would misunderstand, so he quickly waved his hand. No, I'm just a little surprised. You haven't experienced it before, so you don't know how hard it is to follow the recording. You don't have to go with them in person. Sister Fei Ran, you went there in person. How can I, a man, be afraid of hardship and fatigue? And the fact is that in our department, I am the only one who has relatively free time. Kai Yi said helplessly. Hearing Kai Yi's words, Sheng Firen couldn't help but laugh. She looked at Kai Yi with a smile. Is that so? Well, if you want to go, go ahead. She smiled brightly at Kai Yi, and then spoke cheerfully. When Kai Yi arrived, it was already quite late. While the two were talking, it was time to get off work early. By the time everything was discussed, it was already dark outside. Kai Yi looked at Sheng Firen apologetically. Sorry, Sister Firen, I made you work overtime. Hearing this, Sheng Firen turned off the computer and glanced at him with a smile. After hearing Kai Yi's words, he waved his hand with a bright smile. What are you talking about? This is just a small amount of time. Besides, for cooperation, I would rather work overtime. After glancing at the time, Kai Yi asked, Sister Fei Ran, are you the first person to go to and from get off work recently? Sheng Firen sighed helplessly when he heard this. I've been driving myself these past 2 days. Today, I asked Secretary Lu to hire a driver for me temporarily, but I don't know when he'll come. After hearing what Sheng Firen said, Kai Yi said directly, how about this, Sister Firen, I will take you home directly. No need. It's not like I can't drive myself. Sheng Firen felt a little guilty when he said this. After all, Sheng Firen has hardly driven since he got his driver's license. When coming to work today, Sheng Firen did drive herself, but she didn't dare to walk, so she walked slowly all the way. In the end, she saw that she was about to be late, so she found a parking lot, parked her car there, and then took a taxi. I just happened to want to treat you to a meal. After all, as long as this contract is signed, my performance will improve. Just consider it as my thanks to you. Kai Yi said in a gentle voice. Hearing his words, Sheng Firen was indeed tempted. After all, after get off work, he still had to take a taxi to the parking lot. Sister Fei Ran, if you are worried about going to work tomorrow morning, I can drive your car to take you home. Is your car in the underground parking lot now? Hearing Kai Yi's words, Sheng Firen was stunned at first, and then he began to hesitate very obviously. Well, this morning. Sheng Firen originally wanted to say something just to respond to Kai Yi casually. But there was no way. Looking at Kai Yi's sincere eyes, Sheng Firen really couldn't tell a lie. I always feel that lying in front of Kai Yi's eyes is more or less uncomfortable. Didn't you drive here this morning? Stared at by Kai Yi, Sheng Firen finally lost the battle. She lowered her head slightly and covered her forehead in frustration. No, I was driving, but I was driving too slowly, so I just pulled over to the side of the road. This sounded very novel, and even caused Kai Yi to react slightly. Then how did you get here? Sheng Firen said helplessly. I took a taxi after getting off the bus. After hearing this, Sheng Firen lowered his head again in embarrassment. At the same time, the office suddenly became quiet. After a long time, Sheng Firen heard no movement on the opposite side and then he raised his head cautiously. But unexpectedly, as soon as he looked up, he saw Kai Yi's expression of trying not to smile. You. When Sheng Firen met Kai Yi's eyes, his face suddenly turned red. She looked at Kai Yi hesitantly, unable to utter a word. However, when Kai Yi saw Sheng Firen like this, he couldn't help but laughed out loud. Poochie ha 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 ha, sorry ha 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 ha, I really couldn't help it ha 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 ha. You little brat, stop laughing. Okay, I won't laugh anymore. I won't laugh anymore ha 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 ha. In this way, Sheng Firen successfully got into Kai Yi's car. When Kai Yi went downstairs with Sheng Firen, he was still somewhat curious. So you parked your car on the side of the road, what are you going to do next? It's okay. Secretary Lu said that the temporary driver will arrive tomorrow. Just let him drive, Sheng Firen said casually. As soon as he finished speaking, Sheng Firen's cell phone rang. Kai Yi subconsciously glanced at Sheng Firen's phone, and then saw the 2 words Qintian on it. However, the moment the phone rang, Sheng Firen skillfully muted it. Aren't you going to answer the phone? Kai Yi asked casually. Sheng Firen glanced at the phone with disgust, then stuffed it into her bag. No. Although they said that, when the 2 of them drove out of the underground garage, they could still see Qintian standing at the door of the company. He was surrounded by several bodyguards, so he stood out among the sparse crowd. Sheng Firen naturally saw those people, but she immediately looked away. It's okay. This happens every once in a while. Sheng Firen took the initiative to explain. After all, Kai Yi already knew about her blind date. It's okay to say a little more. Why? Kai Yi was steering the wheel, seemingly asking casually, but in fact he was very curious. Because the blind dates I've dated before were like this too. After a while, they probably gave up. Sheng Firen was obviously used to this, so after saying this, he leaned back in his seat and took out his cell phone. But at this moment, another call came on the phone. Is it his call again? Kai Yi asked without turning his head. No, it's my mother's. Sheng Firen said this very calmly, and then answered the call directly. Kai Yi didn't expect Sheng Firen to suddenly answer the call. After seeing her answer the call, Kai Yi suddenly became quiet. Hello mom. Qin Tian came to find you, why didn't you see him? Mother Sheng's tone was relatively calm, and she didn't yell at the beginning. Mom. Sheng Firen shouted helplessly, and his voice was also mixed with deep fatigue. Originally, Sheng Firen had just regained some energy, but after answering the call from home, he suddenly seemed very tired again. Thinking of what Sheng Firen said, Kai Yi also understood. It seemed that Sheng Firen was indeed forced into a desperate situation by his family. I can understand why you didn't meet those people before, but Qin Tian is different from that group of people. He looks relatively honest and he really likes you. He's honest. Sheng Firen was obviously so angry that he laughed. If he was honest, would he come to my company today and yell and cause trouble? After Sheng Firen said this, the other side fell silent. Maybe Mother Sheng didn't expect Qin Tian to do such a thing. Mom, please don't let me go on blind dates anymore. I've made it clear that I won't follow your arrangements. I don't like those people either. Kai Yi heard that Sheng Firen's breathing became noticeably heavier. This made him subconsciously glance over there, and sure enough, he saw that Sheng Firen's face was already angry, but at this time she was obviously suppressing her anger. Aren't we doing this for your own good? You don't listen to us, are you really? Are you going to marry a gangster? What's so good about Yi Han? He's so fickle, can you bear it? Do you really think he will marry you? Quote. Mother Sheng on the opposite side was obviously a little angry. Mom is telling you, Mom and Dad are doing this for your own good. As long as you try to meet those people, you will know that there is more than just one Yi Han in the world. Yi Han, is not. Pa. Before Sheng's mother could finish her words, Sheng Firen hung up the phone angrily and threw the phone onto the back seat. The traffic light was red at that moment. Seeing this situation, Kai Yi turned around with some worry. Are you okay? Sheng Firen's eyes were slightly red. When she saw Kai Yi looking at her, she lowered her head slightly, as if she didn't want Kai Yi to see her. But little did she know that her current situation was already very obvious. It's okay, I'm fine, it's just that I'm a little excited. Sheng Firen said softly. That's good. If you feel uncomfortable, just tell me. After responding to the roar softly, Sheng Firen leaned directly on the car seat, then looked out the window quietly. Seeing that the traffic light ahead had turned green, Kai Yi started the car directly. After the car drove 2 intersections, Sheng Firen suddenly asked, Kai Yi, are you hungry? Yeah, it's okay. I don't know why Sheng Firen asked this question, but Kai Yi still answered the question honestly. Parking. Sheng Firen straightened up and said. Kai Yi didn't hesitate and parked the car on the side of the road. The moment the car stopped, Sheng Firen opened the door and got out of the car. Seeing this, Kai Yi hurriedly followed. Sister Fei ran, where are you going? Kai Yi walked to Sheng Firen with some confusion. After all, Sheng Firen's sudden appearance did make him a little bewildered. Sheng Firen didn't say anything, but directly held Kai Yi's hand, pulled him and strode forward. Soon, the two arrived in front of a store. The sky had already completely darkened by this time, but the store was still quite busy. There are still many guests coming and going. Looking at the young couples and some young people coming and going, Kai Yi subconsciously looked up at the name of the store. At this moment, in front of the surrounding shops, this store also seems very special and full of rumors. Kai Yi also recognized its very special name at a glance: Night Bar. Kai Yi did not expect that Sheng Firen would directly drag him to the bar. But it can be seen from this that Sheng Firen is indeed in a bad mood. Seeing a stunning beauty in a professional hip skirt pulling a man towards the bar, everyone looked over curiously. There were even a few men who glanced greedily at Sheng Firen, and then looked at Kai Yi, who was being pulled behind with some envy and jealousy. Facing those envious gazes, Kai Yi just smiled and said nothing. You don't understand my happiness. Sheng Firen simply ignored the gazes of that group of people, walked directly to the front desk to book a private room, and then pulled Kai Yi directly to the elevator. But even after walking into the elevator, Sheng Firen still held Kai Yi's hand without saying a word, keeping his head down in silence. Kai Yi also knew that it was better not to ask too many questions at this time. The elevator went all the way up to the top floor. As the elevator door opened, Sheng Firen pulled Kai Yi directly to a private room at the end. As the two of them walked into the box, the wine that Sheng Firen ordered had already arrived. Looking at the wine slowly filling the table, Kai Yi was somewhat speechless. However, as soon as Kai Yi sat down on the sofa, Sheng Firen next to him handed him an iPad. "Look, is there anything else you want to drink? This amount of wine is enough, no need." As soon as Kai Yi declined, Sheng Firen quickly took the iPad and started typing something on it. "I'm sorry to have dragged you here. I just want to drink because I'm in a bad mood," Sheng Firen said weakly while leaning on the sofa. Kai Yi responded and couldn't help but look down. Because of his rough movements on the way up, a button on the collar of Sheng Firen's professional suit had opened without him noticing. This also exposed most of the white serging, and Kai Yi even saw her lace-patterned small clothing. Just like Sheng Firen looks very hot, her clothes also look like her personality, very hot. This made Kai Yi take a second look. But then Sheng Firen straightened up, and seeing this, Kai Yi quickly looked away. Sheng Firen sat up and opened a few bottles of wine with quick movements. "Sister Fei Ran, you can't drink much, right?" Yes." Sheng Firen took a big gulp of wine and nodded obediently after hearing Kai Yi's words. "Then you," Kai Yi said as he looked at the table full of wine. Sheng Firen looked at Kai Yi with a smile, who said that if you can't drink, you can't drink. Perhaps noticing that Kai Yi was a little worried, Sheng Firen took another big gulp of wine, and then patted Kai Yi's shoulder like a brother. "Don't worry, I know the owner of this shop. I have booked this box for a long time. There is a room inside. You can just rest after drinking." Looking in the direction Sheng Firen pointed, Kai Yi indeed saw an invisible door. This couldn't help but make Kai Yi's mouth twitch. He didn't expect that Sheng Firen was such a weak drinker, but he could drink so much. Kai Yi never expected that these two characteristics could be manifested in one person at the same time. Just as Sheng Firen finished speaking, someone knocked on the door of the box. Then the door was pushed open, and a young man and several waiters brought up all the food that had just been ordered. Soon, the table was filled with dishes, but there was obviously more wine. Kai Yi looked at Sheng Firen helplessly, but found that after delivering the food, everyone else had gone out, but the young man who had led the group was still standing beside Sheng Firen. "Miss Sheng, are you unhappy about things at home again?" Kai Yi saw that the young man ignored him and squatted down next to Sheng Firen. Then the young man's eyes began to wander around Sheng Firen's chest with a very dishonest look. Sun Yu," Sheng Firen looked over when he heard the voice. "Would you like me to chat with you?" Sun Yu said with a smile. However, before Sheng Firen could refuse, Kai Yi said directly, "No need. Waiter, please go down first. Sister Fei Ran and I have something to discuss." Right. After hearing what Kai Yi said, Sheng Firen nodded and said, "I'm fine. You can go down and work on your own first." After hearing Kai Yi's words, even in the dim box, Sun Yu's expression still became ferocious for a moment. But after Sheng Firen looked over, his expression immediately returned to normal. "Okay, but if you need anything just call me. I?" Seeing that Sheng Firen had said this, Sun Yu still stood up and walked out somewhat unconvinced. And the moment the box door closed, Kai Yi felt his resentful gaze still on him. Looking at the tightly closed door of the box, Kai Yi couldn't help but shook his head helplessly. Alas, young people nowadays really have no ambition at all. How can you be a gigolo if you always want to live off someone? Unlike him, he not only wants to be a gigolo, but also wants to be the boss's husband. "Kai Yi, don't worry about me. Just eat first. I'll just drink some wine here. If I get drunk later, please help me to the room." As she spoke, Sheng Firen emptied another bottle of wine. In just a short while, she had already drunk 3 bottles of wine. "Drinking like this will hurt your stomach. Would you like to eat some food?" Kai Yi suggested. "Good." Sheng Firen nodded obediently, but just nodded. Because even though she promised Kai Yi, she was still drinking by herself. "Are you drunk?" Looking at Sheng Firen's blushing face, Kai Yi said. "No, that's nothing. I'm not drunk yet." Hearing this, Sheng Firen turned to look at Kai Yi with some dissatisfaction, and then directly refuted. However, at this moment, her fierce gaze towards Kai Yi had become vague. It was obvious that Sheng Firen was a little drunk, but he was still pretending to be stubborn. "Well, if you say you're not drunk, then you're not drunk." Looking at the surging water in front of him, Kai just shrugged helplessly. Don't miss the benefits that come to your doorstep. Kai, do you think my conditions are bad? The surging white water in front of him suddenly magnified, and Kai's eyes widened. The white light swayed violently and even rubbed against the tip of Kai's nose. This made Kai suddenly energetic. No, it's not bad, it's very big," he said after being stunned for a moment. After getting drunk, Sheng Firen was obviously confused when he heard his words. His mind was dizzy and he was unable to react for a while. Ahem. Kai quickly turned serious. No, I mean, Sister Fei Ran, you are not bad at all, on the contrary, you are very charming. After saying this, Kai looked up at Sheng Firen with a guilty look on his face. Kai finally felt relieved after seeing Sheng Firen's expression softened a little. Fortunately, Sheng Firen was drunk now, otherwise Kai would not be able to deceive himself. After hearing Kai's words, Sheng Firen grinned and laughed happily. Hey, you're really good at talking, come on, eat your food, I'll treat you to this meal. As he said this, Sheng Firen patted Kai's shoulder in a brotherly manner. Not only that, she also stuffed a bottle of wine into Kai's hand. Come on, let's drink together. As he spoke, Sheng Firen picked up the bottle of wine in his hand and clinked it with the bottle in Kai's hand. Kai looked over with a smile, and happened to see Sheng Firen looking at him provocatively. This made him raise his eyebrows. How could a man tolerate such provocation? Thinking of this, Kai drank the bottle of wine in his hand in one gulp. After drinking it, Kai turned the bottle upside down with a smile. When Sheng Firen saw Kai's action, his eyes widened slightly. You can drink a lot. Sheng Firen looked at the bottle of wine, and then looked at Kai. It would be fine if she was awake now, but Sheng Firen was not awake at all at this moment. She had just provoked Kai, but now that he was drunk, didn't Kai's behavior seem like a provocation to her? So after sighing, Sheng Firen was ready to imitate what Kai had just done and drink the wine in his hand in one gulp. However, Sheng Firen's alcohol tolerance was obviously not as good as Kai's, and this bottle of wine was a bit too much. Especially at this time, she drank very quickly, which caused her to choke directly, and some of the wine spilled on her chest. Cough, Sheng Firen frowned slightly, then quickly bent down. Seeing this, Kai quickly leaned forward and handed her a tissue, then gently patted her back. How about it? Cough, it's okay, I just choked a little. Sheng Firen sat up straight and spoke. But just looking at her dazed look and the tone of her voice, it was clear that she was not sober yet. Drink slowly, you don't have to drink so much. Before Kai could finish his words, he saw Sheng Firen in front of him starting to drink heavily again. Soon, the remaining half bottle of wine was drunk by Sheng Firen. Kai looked at her actions and felt helpless. It turns out that this person is really both naive and playful. Hey, how's it going? Sheng Firen naturally couldn't see Kai's helplessness, so after drinking the wine, he smiled and followed Kai's example to put the bottle in front of him upside down on the table. Looking at Sheng Firen's appearance, Kai was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Why did you drink so much? Sheng Firen leaned on Kai happily. Little brother, is this too much? You haven't seen your sister drinking before. Oh, so you can drink a lot. That's it. When Kai heard this, he really couldn't help laughing. If Sheng Firen can drink a lot, then who was the person he personally sent home last time? What are you laughing at? I think you are still too young to understand your sister. Having said that, Sheng Firen sighed helplessly again, then took another bottle of wine and started drinking. Are you still drinking? Kai held Sheng Firen's hand. Sheng Firen looked at him in confusion. What's the matter? Can't you continue drinking? You are not drunk. Are you sure you want to keep drinking? Go and rest now. You won't have a headache tomorrow. Humph, who are you looking down on? Sheng Firen, who was already drunk at this time, was not in a position to listen to Kai's advice. I drank like this before. I'm used to it. How could I get drunk? As he spoke, Sheng Firen opened a few more bottles of wine as if to prove his alcohol tolerance. Kai was not angry when he was refuted. Instead, he looked at her meaningfully. As a very kind person, Kai had already given advice in advance. But Sheng Firen obviously didn't listen to Kai, so he was left with nothing to do. Without saying anything else, Kai lowered his gaze to look at the turbulent waves. Because all the wine had just spilled out, Sheng Firen's front was already wet. She was originally wearing a white business suit, but now that it was wet with wine, the texture of the clothes underneath was almost completely visible. And the fatal thing is this hazy feeling, this vague feeling, looking at Kai Yi a little. What are you looking at? Sheng Firen noticed Kai Yi at some point. Kai Yi suddenly came back to his senses and subconsciously looked up at Sheng Firen, and saw that Sheng Firen was looking at him with a slightly frown. No, nothing. Thinking that Sheng Firen was already drunk and would be easier to fool, Kai Yi just said it casually. But unexpectedly, after just a few minutes, Sheng Firen was no longer able to fool people. You still don't admit it. The way you looked at your sister just now was really eye-opening. Sheng Firen's face was already flushed with shame because he was drunk. Especially with those hazy eyes, it looks very seductive. Kai Yi also didn't expect that Sheng Firen didn't understand it just now, but now he directly pointed it out. He looked at her with some surprise, but the next second Kai Yi saw the curve of Sheng Firen's mouth. What is going on? Kai Yi raised his eyebrows slightly and looked over with some surprise. The next second, Sheng Firen sat down next to Kai Yi and even stretched out his arms to hug Kai Yi's shoulders. Before Kai Yi could be surprised again, he heard Sheng Firen jokingly say, "Are you fascinated by your sister He?" Kai Yi looked at Sheng Firen in a daze, and then nodded very honestly. Seeing Kai Yi nodded, Sheng Firen's smile became even brighter. But Kai Yi's attention was not here. As Sheng Firen approached, Kai Yi's arm directly touched that soft surface. Following Sheng Firen's movements, Kai Yi also felt the softness rubbing against him constantly. This made Kai Yi feel a little warm inside, especially since he had just finished drinking. The alcohol also made Kai Yi feel a little impulsive. Then why did you seem so uninterested in me before? Sheng Firen suddenly turned around and began to question Kai Yi. Sheng Firen really felt that she was not bad looking and her figure was not that bad either. But every blind date her family introduced to her was very difficult to describe. This made Sheng Firen somewhat uncomfortable, and also made her really doubt herself. Could it be that in her parents' eyes, she is really an unattractive and terrible person? And when I thought about how Kai Yi didn't seem to be interested in me before. This made Sheng Firen, who was drunk, immediately angry. When did I lose interest in you? Kai Yi's attention was elsewhere at the moment. After hearing Sheng Firen's words, he just said something perfunctorily. But his behavior obviously directly stimulated Sheng Firen. Especially when he saw Kai Yi speaking perfunctorily and not even looking at him, Sheng Firen became even angrier. Look into my eyes and say that again. Sheng Firen stood up suddenly, and in front of Kai Yi's somewhat surprised eyes, she sat directly on Kai Yi's legs. She was originally wearing a tight skirt, and with the noise she made, her lower body was naturally no longer covered. Kai Yi was completely stunned this time. This Sheng Firen is really quite unique. Is this so fierce after being drunk? Looking at the black lace edge, Kai Yi's Adam's apple rolled for a moment. Ding ding, the host is detected to have evil behavior, reward 500 villain points. Kai Yi was stunned again. After all, he hadn't heard this reminder for a long time. Because he gradually became close to each of the heroines. There aren't many villains of this caliber left. Look into my eyes. Not satisfied with Kai Yi's daze, Sheng Firen bent down and held Kai Yi's face with both hands. Kai Yi still hadn't come back to his senses. Because the visual impact just now was really too great. Tell me the truth, did you really think I was unattractive before, or were you just pretending? The drunk Sheng Firen at this time had obviously entered a vicious circle. When Kai Yi heard Sheng Firen's question, he immediately understood. It seems that Sheng Firen wants to figure out this a thing. But, he looked Sheng Firen's delicate body up and down meaningfully, and immediately realized that he couldn't fulfill her wish so quickly. Therefore, Kai Yi pretended to be very embarrassed. As expected, after seeing Kai Yi's appearance, Sheng Firen was successfully stimulated again. This made her so anxious that her eyes turned red. Do you really think I'm unattractive? She said this with some disbelief, then she reached out and held Kai Yi's hands. Under Kai Yi's astonished eyes, the next second Kai Yi's hands were passively placed on the white and surging waves. Ding ding, the host is detected to have villain behavior, reward 500 villain points. Then, what now? Sheng Firen snorted lightly, then looked at Kai Yi with a blushing face. Kai Yi didn't rush to answer her question, but slowly looked at the table. Sheng Firen has been drinking since he came in, even while eating. I was drinking while chatting with her. Looking at the pile of empty bottles, Kai Yi couldn't help but make an estimate. In just a short period of time, Sheng Firen had already drunk almost 10 bottles of wine. These were just the empty wine bottles on the table. Kai Yi wasn't even sure if there were any on the ground. This dish is really delicious and it is really addictive. No wonder he's so drunk now. And in the moment when Kai Yi was silent, Sheng Firen had become completely anxious. As his body began to feel strange, Kai Yi suddenly came to his senses. Then he was surprised to find that Sheng Firen was actually holding his hand and rubbing it. Not only that, even her waist began to twist. How about this? Are you still not moved by this? Her beautiful eyes turned red due to stimulation, and as she spoke, she looked at Kai Yi with some anticipation. At this moment, Kai Yi's breathing suddenly became heavy, especially when he saw Sheng Firen looking at him with a playful expression. With a helpless chuckle, the smile on Kai Yi's lips inevitably deepened. He raised his body suddenly and heard the beautiful woman exclaim, "Oh wait a minute." Sheng Firen was shocked and quickly withdrew her hand to support Kai Yi, looking at Kai Yi with a blushing face. She was so surprised and angry that even her pink little mouth grew bigger. "You, what are you doing?" She looked at Kai Yi with a quick breath. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at her, his face full of provocation. "What did you do to me?" She felt her body starting to feel hot, even though she was drunk and a little confused. But this still made Sheng Firen feel a little uneasy. I just want to see." Her mind was so confused that she didn't even know what to say. Halfway through his words, Sheng Firen suddenly felt that his brain was stuck. "Want to see what charm you have?" Kai Yi took the initiative to ask. She looked over subconsciously. But she saw Kai Yi smiled provocatively. "Actually, Sister Fei Ran, where do you think your charm lies?" Looking at that provocative expression, Sheng Firen suddenly became a little stressed. In particular, the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly burst out. She took off her professional shirt without any temper, and instantly her sexy little clothes were exposed. Seeing the surging water that was wrapped up and still swaying, Kai Yi couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. "Isn't my figure good?" She sat astride the woman, and her confidence immediately returned when she mentioned her figure. After all, many people have praised her figure before. Upon hearing this, Kai Yi grabbed her slender waist with both hands. Sister Fei Ran, you still don't understand." As he spoke, Kai Yi slowly shook his head. "What don't you understand? There are so many women with good figures in the world. Do you think having a good figure and good looks means being attractive?" he said slowly. "Then, what else could it be?" Sheng Firen was stunned. "Come here and I'll tell you." Sheng Firen looked at Kai Yi doubtfully, and then slowly approached him. Her earlobe lightly touched Kai Yi's hot lips, and then Sheng Firen heard Kai Yi slowly say a word. Moment. Sheng Firen's face suddenly turned red, and his whole body also turned red due to the heat. She bit her red lips with her pearly teeth somewhat shamelessly. "What I'm saying is, don't let down the support and rewards from the brothers." Sheng Firen's eyes suddenly became watery, and she looked up at Kai Yi shyly. What you said is true. Of course it's true. Just tell me, have you tried it before?" Kai Yi said his words bit by bit. At this moment, Kai Yi was like a confident fisherman, teaching Sheng Firen step by step how to bite his fishing hook. I didn't." Sheng Firen lowered her head shyly, and then spoke softly. "Yes, I'm already this old, and I have no experience in that area." Now when Sheng Firen says it himself, he finds it quite funny. Thinking of this, Sheng Firen laughed at himself. No wonder Kai Yi nodded in agreement. What number wonder? Sheng Firen suddenly raised his head. Even though she is like this, is it possible that she still has no attraction to Kai Yi? Forget it, it's nothing. Kai Yi suppressed the smile on his face and spoke casually. Sheng Firen gritted his teeth and looked at Kai Yi. Not only was he drunk, but he was also angry. In this way, Sheng Firen began to twist her waist quickly. This was something Kai Yi had not expected. Sister Fei Ran. His breathing suddenly became rapid, and even Kai Yi's eyes turned red when he looked at Sheng Firen. But Sheng Firen didn't notice it. She just noticed that Kai Yi's expression became a little flustered at this time, which successfully made Sheng Firen feel proud. Snort. You just said you have no charm. Although she really had no experience in that area, she just couldn't believe that Kai Yi would not be moved at all. Following Sheng Firen's movements, Kai Yi gradually tightened his grip on Sheng Firen's waist. He looked up at Sheng Firen, who was always getting angry, and then he laughed out of anger at her. Sister Fei Ran, are you sure you want to do this? Hee Kai Yi, you really should see what you look like now. Sheng Firen didn't notice Kai Yi's tone and state at all, and instead continued to mock him. Okay, very good. Kai Yi smiled and nodded, then he turned his hand vigorously. Ah you, what are you doing? The initiative was taken away. Sheng Firen lay on the sofa he looked at Kai Yi in panic. What did you say I did? You molested me, and I can't give you back. As he said this, Kai Yi sneered and then tightly grasped the softness in his palm. Oh wait a minute, wait a minute you. Where had Sheng Firen ever experienced this kind of happiness? After this experience, Sheng Firen suddenly felt a little confused. Her legs rubbed against each other intentionally or unintentionally, and the next second her movements paused. Because she didn't know whether she had just accidentally touched the hard wine bottle, or something else. Compared to Sheng Firen, who is still a newbie, Kai Yi has more experience. Soon, under Kai Yi's manipulation, even Sheng Firen, who was a big shot in the business world, was somewhat defeated. Feeling a warm current passing through his body, Sheng Firen's mind went blank. Wait, wow what's going on wow. Kai Yi looked at Sheng Firen, who was still twitching slightly, with some surprise. I didn't expect Sheng Firen's white hair to be so sensitive. Before he could show off his other moves, Sheng Firen was already unable to resist. At this moment, Sheng Firen, with a blank mind, was lying there breathing rapidly. But when Kai Yi stopped operating, she felt that it was not enough. Her two long legs rubbed against each other intentionally or unintentionally, and she looked at Kai Yi with tears in her eyes. Kai Yi, what should I do? I feel so uncomfortable. Being drunken with his mind going blank, Sheng Firen no longer knew how to express his feelings. Even his speech became a little dazed. Seeing the beautiful lady with her hair loose, Kai Yi knew that it was not the right time yet. Sheng Firen was the only person he saw who had feelings for Yi Han besides Song Qing and Ji Yuanqiu. But now, his relationship with Sheng Firen is not that good, and her favorability towards him should not be very high either. So Kai Yi knew that if he acted rashly now, then the subsequent cooperation and getting along with each other might not be so smooth. But now, it's already this late, how can he still endure it? Thinking of this, Kai Yi immediately threw all the thoughts in his mind out of his mind, and then his big hand slowly moved downwards. I still feel a little uncomfortable, is it here? After hearing Kai Yi's words in a daze, Sheng Firen immediately nodded. You, be gentle. I didn't expect that, Sister Firen, you would be such a s. I have endured the difficulties for you for so long, Kai Yi chuckled. Hearing his words, Sheng Firen's face suddenly felt hot. But at the same time, feeling Kai Yi's movements, the emptiness in her heart was suddenly filled. Oh you, you're amazing. As the two entered the separated bedroom, they could see that the originally soft and clean sofa had changed its appearance. The sofa looked very messy and was wet. But it is also possible that Sheng Firen choked on the wine he drank and accidentally spilled it, getting it wet. But it is also possible. In the night bar, this private box that belongs exclusively to Sheng Firen, even the decoration of the compartments inside is perfect. At first glance, Kai Yi thought this was the home where Sheng Firen usually lived. The decoration style is different from that outside. The scene inside looks much warmer, with bursts of fragrance. Kai Yi could smell that these were the perfumes that Sheng Firen often used. However, this time, after Kai Yi and Sheng Firen came in, the originally tidy room was suddenly messed up. Not only that, but even the scent of the surrounding perfumes was mixed with the scent of heather. Although the air conditioner was on in the room at this time, Sheng Firen was still feeling hot all over, and his body was covered in sweat. Wait a moment, Kai Yi. Sister Fei Ran, how do we wait for this? Two white thighs were wrapped around the waist, and the other two were shaking wildly. Kai Yi is now very able to control himself. If he hadn't controlled it intentionally, he wouldn't have been able to show off his superb driving skills as the god of cars in Akina Mountain. However, for Sheng Firen, a newbie who doesn't even dare to drive a car. She didn't dare to drive at all and parked the car on the side of the road. She definitely couldn't accept the car going too fast. Increasing the speed rashly did put her in a difficult position. However, as for driving skills, it would be better to practice more with the god of driving. Speed up the pace. The following content will definitely surprise you brothers. The next day, Sheng Firen was woken up by his precise biological clock. However, when Sheng Firen regained consciousness and before he could open his eyes, he already felt sore all over. Especially those legs. If Sheng Firen hadn't known clearly that she was at work yesterday, she would have really thought that she went hiking yesterday. She opened her eyes drowsily and sat up. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her mind and some vague images suddenly emerged in her mind. But it's not clear. It was when she wanted to compete with Kai Yi in drinking, and it was also when she complained to Kai Yi that she felt she had no charm. The most important thing is, her most vivid memory was when she very boldly sat astride Kai Yi. Ah! With a sudden scream, Sheng Firen was so scared that he sat up directly from the bed. After she sat up straight, she turned her head sharply and looked to her side. There was no one around her, but the big bed was very messy at this moment. And she also stiffened her body and slowly lifted the quilt. As expected, due to the pain, her fair skin turned a little blue. No way I didn't really molest Kai Yi, did I? Sheng Firen held his head in shock and shouted. After all, in the memory of yesterday, it was me who was harassing Kai Yi because of drunkenness from the very beginning. Even at this moment, Kai Yi's helpless expression was still unusually clear in Sheng Firen's mind. Why not? Just when Sheng Firen was standing there in a daze, a familiar voice came to his ears. This frightened Sheng Firen so much that he trembled immediately, and then he looked up in the direction where the sound came from with some surprise. At this time, Kai Yi was also wearing a scarf and walked out of the bathroom slowly. He looked a little anxious, especially seeing the water stains on his body that had not yet been wiped off. It was obvious that he hurried out after hearing the noise. Sheng Firen had just come back to his senses, and now he was sitting there looking at Kai Yi's figure. His face suddenly turned red, and he started to be dazed again. What a perfect body! This person is much more well-trained than those she had seen before. You can tell at first glance that you are someone who exercises regularly. Just when Sheng Firen was stunned, Kai Yi slowly walked to the window. What's going on? What happened? As he spoke, Kai Yi reached out his hand with a worried look on his face and slowly pulled the messy hair beside Sheng Firen's cheek back. No, it's okay. After noticing Kai Yi's actions, Sheng Firen slowly came back to his senses. Her face flushed and she quickly averted her gaze, but she couldn't help but look up at the perfect figure again. After hesitating for a moment, Sheng Firen finally asked his question hesitantly in a low voice. Well Kai Yi, we didn't do anything yesterday, right? Sheng Firen closed his eyes and asked in self-abandonment. But in fact, at this moment Sheng Firen already had the answer in his heart. After all, it was already like this. Even if Kai Yi told her that they really didn't do anything yesterday, she wouldn't believe it. I did do something last night. Before Kai Yi could finish his words, Sheng Firen said sincerely, sorry it's me, I was impulsive. Last night, she was the one who took the initiative first. Sheng Firen just now realized that he could be so fierce after getting drunk. But what? Kai Yi hadn't finished speaking yet when he suddenly heard Sheng Firen's words and was unable to react for a moment. Well, it was indeed my fault last night. If you want any compensation, just tell me, Sheng Firen said sincerely. As she spoke, perhaps she was still a little embarrassed to look Kai Yi in the eye, so she slowly lowered her head again. Kai Yi had not expected that things would develop to this point. He looked at Sheng Firen with a somewhat amused look, and then spoke slowly. It was you, Sister Fei Ran, who first molested me yesterday. Hearing this, Sheng Firen felt even more guilty, and he lowered his head even lower. But we two didn't make it to the end, Kai Yi said slowly, and then sat directly next to Sheng Firen. What do you mean by not making it to the end? It's just what I mean. I just used your legs a little bit. Yes, Kai Yi did not make it to the end yesterday. It's not that he can bear it, but he knows that the current situation. If something really happened, considering how much Sheng Firen likes Yi Han now, she might try her best to avoid meeting me. So after hesitating for a while, Kai Yi endured it a little and did not go to the end. But I have taken all the advantages I deserve. Thinking of this, Kai Yi looked at his system page. Ding ding, the host's bold and treacherous behavior is detected, and 6,666 villain points are awarded. Therefore, the system only gave a villain value of 6,666 last night. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Sheng Firen took a while to react, and then he suddenly understood. No wonder her thighs are so tight, it turns out it's because. Thinking of this, Sheng Firen's eyes suddenly widened. But it must be said that Sheng Firen was relieved about this result. No, but I'm still sorry. I'm sorry, Kai Yi. I was just in a bad mood yesterday. I didn't expect that after drinking, I would. Sheng Firen bit her red lips slightly and looked at Kai Yi with shame on her face. It's okay, it's okay. If you look into this matter carefully, both of them are wrong. Kai Yi said softly. In fact, after the two of them became so close, Sheng Firen already felt that there was something a little awkward between them. Even after waking up, she had already started to worry about how to face Kai Yi in the future. Especially after seeing Kai Yi walking out of the bathroom, although his perfect abdominal muscles were very tempting, she didn't dare to look up because it was too embarrassing. However, at this moment Kai Yi was sitting next to her, speaking to her in a gentle voice, which made Sheng Firen feel less awkward. But even so, she still sat there wrapped in the quilt until a big palm fell on her head. You clean up and get ready to wash up. I'll go to the bathroom to clean up. After rubbing Sheng Firen's head, Kai Yi turned around and walked straight into the bathroom. Sheng Firen also wrapped himself tightly in the quilt with a flushed face. It was not until he heard the bathroom door close that he raised his head and took a breath. I glanced at the time and it was still quite early. But Sheng Firen was still ready to pack up and leave as soon as possible. After all, this room, which he had decorated so exquisitely, was now full of traces of their affair. The messy bed, the water marks on the sheets. There were also the trash can and the used tots under the bed, which inevitably triggered some unclear memories of Sheng Firen. His face was getting hotter and hotter, and Sheng Firen was so scared that he quickly raised his hand to rub his face. She threw back the quilt and prepared to look for clothes. However, she only just realized now that not only her inner thighs were covered with bruises, but her entire body was covered with purple bruises. There were even 2 teeth marks on the soft surface. She stared at the marks on her body with her eyes wide open. She was so embarrassed that her whole body turned red. After a long time, she quickly covered her face with her hands and screamed silently. After calming down for a while, Sheng Firen was afraid that Kai Yi would come out of the bathroom, so he quickly got up and packed up. However, just as she got out of bed and was about to stand up, she felt her legs go weak. Her body staggered suddenly, and she was so scared that she quickly grabbed the cabinet beside her, but she still failed to hold on, and she fell to the ground. She even brought the teacup off the cabinet and threw it heavily to the ground. The moment he fell to the ground, Sheng Firen's mind was blank. She didn't expect that she would lose her balance, nor did she expect that the noise she made would be so loud. Moreover, with such a loud noise, it was impossible for Kai Yi, who was only separated by a door, to not hear it. Thinking of this possibility, Sheng Firen suddenly became panicked. She wanted to get up quickly and go to the bed, but her legs were so weak that she couldn't stand up for a while. Then she thought about pulling the quilt over her. But she was helpless. She was so panicked at the moment that even her movements became a little anxious. So, before Sheng Firen pulled off the quilt, Kai Yi had already pushed open the door and walked out of the bathroom. Sister Fei ran. What happened to you? Are you okay? Are you hurt? Having said that, before Sheng Firen could react, Kai Yi had already strode forward, picked up Sheng Firen and carried him sideways, then sat on the bed himself. Sheng Firen stared at Kai Yi in a daze, especially when he saw that Kai Yi was already dressed neatly, but she is meticulous. Especially since she just fell directly to the ground like that. This made Sheng Firen extremely ashamed, and his eyes turned red. He didn't know whether he was angry or ashamed. Why are you crying? Did you fall? As he said that, Kai Yi lowered his head and began to examine Sheng Firen. Seeing this, Sheng Firen felt even more embarrassed, and her blushing body was covered with a layer of pink. But even so, when Kai Yi's big hands stroked her body, she still felt somewhat unable to control herself. He quickly swallowed the shameful sound. Sheng Firen was really shocked. Was that voice just now made by her? She was just touched, but she couldn't help but make that kind of sound. When he thought of this, Sheng Firen was extremely shocked and somewhat overwhelmed. For a moment, Sheng Firen was stunned. What's wrong? Kai Yi lowered his head slightly and looked at Sheng Firen with a gentle smile on his lips. But as a good driver like him, he could naturally tell at a glance what the novice driver Sheng Firen was thinking at the moment. After all, Sheng Firen was so surprised at this moment that he didn't even realize that his thoughts were reflected on his face. Aye. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak clearly, and her eyes became moist. It's okay. These are all normal. It's just that you haven't experienced it before. Kai Yi quickly coaxed. After all, he also saw it from Sheng Firen's astonishment. I didn't expect that although Sheng Firen looks carefree, he is actually quite conservative. Is this true? Kai Yi nodded. Yes, these are all normal, don't worry, besides, you have just experienced all this, the boss told me before, after experiencing more, you know that some people can just chat for a few words. As Kai Yi was talking, he seemed to realize something and quickly stopped talking. Actually, you're just a little shy since you just met me. Although Kai Yi has already explained, there is still a feeling that he is trying to cover up something. Sheng Firen was not stupid either. She also reacted and thought that Yi Han must do this kind of thing often, otherwise he would not say such words. Has Yi Han become accustomed to this kind of thing? This Kai Yi suddenly hesitated. Ding ding, the host is detected to be trying to alienate the relationship between the male and female protagonists of Destiny, and 666 villain points are awarded. Hearing this, Kai Yi couldn't help but laugh from an angle where Sheng Firen couldn't see. However, after hearing what Kai Yi said, Sheng Firen suddenly felt relieved. That's it. Other adults have long been accustomed to this kind of thing, but she is almost 30 years old. Moreover, Yi Han has been doing this kind of thing frequently, so what if she just got a little closer to Kai Yi? Thinking of this, Sheng Firen felt much better. As a result, her bad mood caused by Yi Han not sending her a message to explain in the past 2 days suddenly felt much better. Sister Fei Ran, I think you are having trouble standing on your own now, otherwise I will help you wash up. Having said that, Kai Yi carried Sheng Firen directly and strode towards the bathroom. Oh wait a minute, I can do it on my own. If you could, you wouldn't fall. Kai Yi said directly. Hearing this, Sheng Firen suddenly fell silent. And then, she heard Kai Yi slowly say, besides, I am also responsible for your current situation. Hearing this, Sheng Firen's ears suddenly felt hot, and she was so embarrassed that she buried her head in Kai Yi's chest. As Kai Yi carried her into the bathroom, Sheng Firen suddenly felt the heat in the bathroom. Kai Yi had just finished washing up, so there was still some warm steam in the bathroom. When I think of Kai Yi just here, washing up, then I thought about how Kai Yi would help me clean up later. Sheng Firen suddenly felt extremely ashamed, but she had already acquiesced to it just now. If I refuse again, it would be a bit hypocritical. Besides, didn't Kai Yi say it just now? Is this normal for adults? While Sheng Firen was daydreaming, Kai Yi had already quietly put her into the bathtub. Brothers, it's the end of the month, please vote and help me move up the rankings. The lighting in the bathroom is very bright, especially when you sit in the bathtub without any obstruction. This immediately made Sheng Firen a little at a loss. However, before she could calm down, warm water hit her and warm water began to flow into the bathtub. Is this temperature okay? Kai Yi took a small stool, sat next to the bathtub, and said softly. Yes, sure. Sheng Firen nodded awkwardly, then looked away pretending to be natural. For a moment, the bathroom was filled with smoke, and even in this foggy environment, Sheng Firen actually felt that there was a hint of a filter around Kai Yi. She had always thought that Kai Yi was very handsome, and that he had a kind of charm that others could not fathom. But now, in this situation, she looked at Kai Yi carefully, and seeing the serious expression on his face, she suddenly felt that Kai Yi was even more handsome. The two of them were so close to each other, and at the same time, he was constantly caressing her skin, which made Sheng Firen's heartbeat begin to accelerate. This made Sheng Firen a little confused for a moment. Was his heartbeat speeding up because of shyness or because of something else? Seeing Kai Yi speak, Sheng Firen didn't feel so awkward for a moment. She no longer shamefully covered her upper body with her hands. She bit her red lips slightly with her snow-white teeth, trying hard to endure it. Because just now, perhaps because of Kai Yi's constant caressing, her body began to feel hot again. However, it may also be due to the rising temperature in the bathroom. This is how Sheng Firen defended himself. Sister Fei ran, let me help you apply some shower gel. As he spoke, Kai started to move. As the snow-white and thick foam spread in the bathtub, two protruding lumps of foam began to shake. Ah wait, you be gentler. Sheng Firen suddenly grabbed both sides of the bathtub with both hands, and then said with shame and anger. Oh sorry, did I hurt you? This is my first time helping someone wash up, sorry. Hearing Sheng Firen's tone and blushing expression, Kai spoke seriously, as if he didn't notice anything. But it was this serious expression, contrasted with the movements of his hands, that made Sheng Firen feel extremely excited. Holding tightly onto the edge of the bathtub, Sheng Firen also bit her red lips and closed her eyes tightly. After a while, she leaned against the bathtub and slowly opened her eyes, but her beautiful eyes, which were watery just now looked a little blurry. At this moment, those beautiful eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist, and even the originally dry forehead was covered with a layer of sweet sweat. Looking at Kai Yi's serious expression, he felt something strange. Sheng Firen bit her red lips slightly, and her two slender legs couldn't help but tighten under the thick foam. Although I was drunk last night, my memory is a little fuzzy. Not only the memory, but even the feeling of last night seemed a little fuzzy. She only knew that this first experience made her mind go blank for a moment. But the feeling just now came back again, and she experienced the feeling of a blank mind again. However, this time Sheng Firen was awake. And she suddenly understood why she acted so crazy after getting drunk last night. Because that feeling is indeed fascinating. It even drives people crazy. At this moment, she sensed that Kai knew nothing. Looking at Kai with a serious expression, Sheng Firen felt even more excited when he thought that he had achieved orgasm without Kai knowing. Thinking of this, even without realizing it, her fair and slender hand slowly slid down and sank into the foam. As Sheng Firen's body began to tremble slightly, Kai seemed to sense something. This inevitably made Kai raise his eyebrows slightly. In fact, he had just discovered it. Sheng Firen trembled violently. However, Kai still thought it was because of his improper operation. But now, watching Sheng Firen slowly leaning on the bathtub with his eyes narrowed, his head facing the ceiling. And those pink-red lips were also breathing slowly at this time. This made Kai pay some attention to Sheng Firen's actions at this time. He kept moving and then looked at Sheng Firen's hand. At this moment, one of her hands was tightly gripping the edge of the bathtub. For some reason, the strength caused her fingers to change color. But the other hand, I watched the white arm sink into the foam, but for some reason, it was shaking. This surprised Kai a little. Because he just thought that Sheng Firen was the most conservative among the sisters-in-law. But now, who would have thought that she would start the car herself? Seeing this, Kai smile couldn't help but deepen. Since Sheng Firen himself wanted to pursue excitement, we can't blame him. Thinking of this, Kai's hand slowly sank into the foam and accurately held Sheng Firen's hand. Sheng Firen suddenly opened his eyes and turned to look at Kai in surprise. Sister Fei ran, what are you doing? Kai looked over with pretended surprise. What Sheng Firen was stunned and stammered, I just feel a little itchy there, and I want to scratch it. Really I also want to help you clean up, let's do it together. Having said that, Kai was not polite at all. He took Sheng Firen's hand and started driving. There is no need to worry about Sheng Firen, a novice driver, driving slowly. Kai, the veteran driver, is much more exciting when driving than Sheng Firen. As a result, he even broke into the tunnel several times. The start of this car immediately made Sheng Firen jump with fear. But I have to say that even though Kai drives so fast and excitingly, his skills are much better than Sheng Firen's. Woo Kai, you slow down. Her delicate body trembled violently for a moment, and she felt high, which made Sheng Firen no longer care about being reserved. She couldn't help but arch her back and stared at the pattern on the ceiling with wide eyes. With the sound of water splashing in her ears and Kai turning the steering wheel rapidly beside her, Sheng Firen could no longer hold back and began to moan in a lewd manner. Soon, not only was her body a mess, but her face was also covered with honey sweat. The car god of Akina Mountain took the novice Xiao Bai to experience the car god's skills of Akina Mountain. I hope that in the future Sheng Firen will no longer be the newbie who is afraid to drive, stops the car halfway and takes a taxi to the company. Only. Kai lowered his head and looked at Sheng Firen, thinking that Sheng Firen must have learned some of his skills. I guess it won't be long before she becomes a car god. Huff huff. Sheng Firen leaned over there, looking up at the ceiling with a confused look in his eyes. After the waves of extreme joy passed, Sheng Firen still didn't react. But compared to the confused Sheng Firen, Kai Yi was much more sober at this moment. Seeing that Sheng Firen was very tired and was about to fall asleep, Kai Yi quickly helped her wash her body, then carried her and walked out. After Kai Yi gently put Sheng Firen on the bed, she woke up suddenly as if she was frightened. Wait a minute. Having said that, Sheng Firen suddenly clenched Kai Yi's hand. What's wrong, aren't you tired? Upon hearing this, Kai Yi looked at Sheng Firen jokingly. After hearing his words, Sheng Firen, who had originally calmed down, suddenly felt anxious again. After all, although Kai Yi has already said that it is very normal for adults to do this. So even though she was blushing and her heart was beating fast, she was no longer as awkward as before. But it was indeed too stimulating at once and made her feel a little tired. No, it's okay. It's getting late and I have to go to the company. Having said that, Sheng Firen forced himself to sit up from the bed. I have to say, Kai Yi was really moved by Sheng Firen's professionalism. Are you sure you want to go to work today? As he said that, Kai Yi looked Sheng Firen up and down. Seeing this, Sheng Firen suddenly remembered the scene where his legs went weak and he fell to the ground. But she looked embarrassed and even a little hesitant. I have a relatively important meeting this morning. What time is the meeting? Kai Yi asked. At this time, Sheng Firen was concentrating on his work and didn't notice the look Kai Yi was giving him. The meeting is around 10:30. Wait, what are you going to do? Before Sheng Firen could finish his words, Kai Yi pushed him directly onto the bed. This made Sheng Firen somewhat panicked. After what just happened, the two of them seemed to be getting closer. Therefore, Sheng Firen was not really against Kai Yi, but she always felt that now was not the right time. Moreover, to the last step, she's still very nervous. I was embarrassed to say it directly, after all, Kai Yi had just helped me. So after thinking about it, Sheng Firen said hesitantly. Well, I'm still a little sore right now, can you wait until later? As she spoke, Sheng Firen raised her sparkling eyes and looked at Kai Yi shyly. Seeing Sheng Firen's eyes reddened, Kai Yi said with a bit of a smile. Sister Fei Ran, what are you thinking about? Although I know you are a little impatient after having tasted the sweetness for the first time, you still have to take care of your body. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Sheng Firen was stunned for a moment. What are you talking about? At this moment, Sheng Firen's fair skin suddenly turned red as if it was roasted by fire. Not only that, my whole body started to feel hot. What nonsense is Kai Yi talking about? When Sheng Firen heard his words, she wanted to just pick up the quilt and cover her face. Although what Kai Yi said was indeed the truth, but he can't just say it like that. Thinking of this, Sheng Firen bit her lower lip and gave Kai Yi a reproachful look. However, the next second she saw Kai Yi took out a small bottle of oil from somewhere. What is this? Sheng Firen looked at the small bottle of oil and his imagination began to expand. As an adult, there are some things that I haven't experienced. But she still watched some short videos. A lot of this kind of thing has appeared in those short videos. Don't be nervous, this is just an ordinary bottle of activating oil, not what you think. Kai Yi laughed and then explained. I know, what are you talking about? You are just imagining things. After retorting in a bad mood, Sheng Firen, who was lying there, turned his head away. You are sore all over now. If I use hualuo oil to massage you, you will feel much better. Although it will take up some time and make you late for work, it will definitely not delay your meeting. Kai Yi said softly. Although Kai Yi's voice was very gentle, the gentle smile on his face was also very pleasing to the eye. But Sheng Firen did not let Kai Yi lead him by the nose. Really, does it really work? Sheng Firen asked. He looked at Kai Yi with some hesitation. After all, if it was useless, she could still slowly and limp back to the company. My massage skills are praised by everyone. You will know if it works if you try it, Kai Yi said confidently. It would be fine if Sheng Firen suspected something else. However, Kai Yi is still very confident in his massage skills. After all, from beginning to end, no one who has experienced his massage techniques has failed to praise them. The praise rate is 100%. Well, okay, thank you for your help then. Seeing Kai Yi being so enthusiastic, Sheng Firen felt embarrassed to refuse. Besides, Kai Yi had just helped her once, so it would only waste some time. Besides, she was really tired at this moment. While Kai Yi was giving her a massage, she could just lie down here and rest for a while. Thinking of this, Sheng Firen slowly closed his eyes and prepared to rest. It sounded like Kai Yi was fiddling with something, but Sheng Firen didn't care and prepared to take a nap. He was really tired just now, so as soon as he lay down and closed his eyes a little, Sheng Firen couldn't help but fall asleep. Just when her consciousness was becoming groggy, a warm current suddenly surged through her body. Then the heat immediately surged throughout the body. Unable to hold back, Sheng Firen screamed out in surprise. "What's wrong, Sister Fei Ran? Are you feeling unwell? If you are not feeling well, just tell me directly." Hearing Kai Yi's worried words, Sheng Firen slowly opened his eyes. "I'm not feeling well, I just got scared," she explained somewhat haltingly. "How could I not feel comfortable? On the contrary, under Kai Yi's massage techniques. Now she is really comfortable. It's just a massage, and if I behave too weirdly, it would be a bit embarrassing." Thinking of this, Sheng Firen quickly closed her red lips, fearing that she would not be able to hold back again in the next second. More than an hour later. After the massage, Sheng Firen also had to wash and tidy up, so it took more than an hour for the two of them to walk out of the box. When walking out, Sheng Firen looked at the box outside with some emotion. "It seems that I did drink too much yesterday." My eyes couldn't help but look at the messy sofa. The chaotic memories came to his mind again. Not daring to look any further, Sheng Firen quickly strode out. "Miss Sheng, your health." As soon as the two walked out, Sun Yu, who had been guarding the door, turned around excitedly and wanted to greet them. However, after seeing Kai Yi behind Sheng Firen, Sun Yu's words suddenly stopped. At this moment, both of them had a hint of contentment and satisfaction on their faces. Even both of them had rosy faces, and Sheng Firen walked a little awkwardly. This immediately made Sun Yu understand something. His eyes suddenly widened and he looked at the two of them in surprise. If there's nothing else, I'll go to the company. Sorry to bother you inside. By the way, just like before, don't go into my room." Sheng Firen immediately understood what Sun Yu wanted to say. She stopped him with some displeasure, and after saying a few words, Sheng Firen took Kai Yi and left. Before, Sun Yu was responsible for entertaining her, and he would also clean the box when she left the bar. However, Sheng Firen's cubicle had always been cleaned by other aunties. However, she felt a little guilty today, so she gave this warning with some concern. "How is it? Do you feel better? Not as sore as at the beginning?" On the way to send Sheng Firen to the company, Kai Yi asked with some concern. Hearing Kai Yi's words, Sheng Firen nodded somewhat embarrassedly. Although Kai Yi's massage is very stimulating, it must be said that his massage skills are indeed very superb. "I couldn't even stand steadily in the morning, but now I just feel a little sore. It didn't hurt anymore, and at least she wouldn't have to limp into the company for a while." At the same time, this also made Sheng Firen feel relieved. After all, as the president of an entertainment company, Sheng Firen is very concerned about his image. If she really limped into the company and limped to the meeting, people would really talk about her for a long time. This place is quite close to Firen Entertainment. As soon as Kai Yi parked the car downstairs, Sheng Firen had already opened the door. Wait a moment. Out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of someone who looked very familiar, so Kai Yi quickly held Sheng Firen's hand to open the door. Under Sheng Firen's somewhat puzzled gaze, Kai Yi held Sheng Firen's hand and slowly closed the door that was already opened a crack. "What's wrong?" Sheng Firen turned around and looked over with some confusion. Kai Yi didn't say anything, but just raised his chin slightly to indicate a direction. Sheng Firen was still somewhat confused as he looked in the direction Kai Yi directed. Then she saw the man standing at the door of the company. "Why is he here again?" Sheng Firen said this with some disgust. "It's already working hours, and there's no one downstairs. He's still standing here waiting for you. I'm afraid he knows you haven't arrived at the company yet," Kai Yi said meaningfully. Sheng Firen was not stupid either, so he immediately understood what Kai Yi meant. "I know. I'll check it out when I get back." Sheng Firen said this with a serious expression. After all, there is a new person who leaks information in the company, which makes people feel a little uncomfortable. Kai Yi nodded and said nothing more. After all, this is Sheng Firen's company business, so I can't say much. The car slowly drove into the underground parking lot, and Qin Yi, who was standing there, seemed to have noticed something and glanced over here. But soon, he withdrew his gaze and looked towards the intersection, with a somewhat confused expression. And at this time, Kai Yi had successfully brought Sheng Firen into the underground parking lot. Even after getting off the car, Sheng Firen still looked at Kai Yi somewhat embarrassedly. Kai Yi, I'm sorry to bother you today and to have to send me down personally. Sheng Firen said apologetically. Hearing this, Kai Yi smiled indifferently. They are just small things. It's okay. If you need any help in the future, just call me. Hearing Kai Yi's words, Sheng Firen also smiled, and then after saying goodbye to Kai Yi, he got on the elevator. Kai Yi also quickly reversed the car and drove out from the underground parking garage. Now the company. All the employees in the parking lot have gone to work, so there are not many people in the parking garage. It was already very abrupt when Kai Yi drove in just now, and now Kai Yi immediately drove the car up, which immediately attracted Qin Yi's attention. Hey, you stop the car. As soon as Kai Yi went out, he heard Qin Tian walking towards him with an arrogant look on his face, and then spoke condescendingly. Seeing this, Kai Yi couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, and there was even a hint of coldness flashing in his narrow eyes. Hey, I'm calling you, can't you hear me? I told you to stop the car. Qin Tian walked up to Kai Yi unhappily after saying that, stretched out his hand and slammed the window of his car hard. But unfortunately, Kai Yi had no intention of stopping the car. So the moment Qin Tian spoke, Kai Yi immediately stepped on the accelerator and the car sped away. At this time, Qin Tian's hands were still on his car window. The car accelerated suddenly, and Qin Tian fell heavily to the ground due to inertia. Mr. Qin, are you okay? Master, help young Master Qin up quickly. The 4 bodyguards who were following behind saw Qin Tian fall to the ground like a toad, and the corners of their mouths twitched immediately. But soon, they suppressed the smiles on their faces, and then hurried forward to help Qin Tian up. In just 2 days, Qin Tian has lost all his face in this life. That fall yesterday, everyone in the hall saw it. And now he fell directly on the street. Not only did the bodyguards and security guards behind him see it, but even some passers-by looked at him in surprise. After being helped up by the bodyguards with his head down, Qin Tian shook off their hands in annoyance. Damn it, let me go. Oh. Everyone exchanged glances quickly, and then hurriedly let go of Qin Tian's hands. One by one, didn't you see that car just now? Why didn't you stop it? When they heard that Qin Tian was taking out his anger on them, no one dared to say anything. After all, they had experienced this kind of thing many times. Besides, even if they said that it was Qin Tian who asked them to watch an intersection alone and not move, Qin Tian would not listen. After speeding all the way, Kai Yi finally arrived downstairs of Guhua Group's company before 10 o'clock. Although he had already reported to Lu Ruya yesterday, Kai Yi felt that he should not come back too late. Fortunately, the things in Sheng Firen's small compartment were very complete. Not only is there a dry cleaning machine, but there are also a full range of ironing supplies. This is also the reason why Kai Yi has been wearing this dress for 2 days, and it even got wrinkled last night, but now it still looks neat. Kai Yi took the prepared documents and took the elevator to the top floor. Lu Ruya had said before that you don't need to knock when entering her office. But now when Kai Yi walked to the door, he could still vaguely hear voices talking inside. So after hesitating for a while, Kai Yi raised his hand and knocked on the door gently. Enter. After getting Lu Rui's answer, Kai Yi opened the door and walked in. Kai Yi, you're back. How's your friend? Is he not seriously injured? Looking up and seeing that it was Kai Yi, Lu Ruya couldn't help but smile. Hearing this, Kai Yi shrugged helplessly. It's not very serious, it's just that he can't move his whole body temporarily, but he has a girlfriend to take care of him, so he can be considered a blessing. Hearing Kai Yi's words, Qin Yi and Li Hu on the side couldn't help but look at each other. I didn't think that being injured to the extent that I couldn't move my whole body was not serious. Are you guys talking about things? Kai Yi walked forward and said. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Lu Rui's smile suddenly brightened. Even Li Hu and Qin Yi looked at Kai Yi with some excitement. Yes, we are talking about the recent cooperation with e-commerce. Before Lu Ruya could finish her words, Li Hu, who was sitting next to her, stood up excitedly and patted Kai Yi on the shoulder. Kai Yi, you are really awesome. Tell me quickly if you have learned anything before. This is much more professional than the rest of us. Hey, what are you doing? Seeing Li Hu patting Kai Yi's shoulders excitedly, Qin Yi, who was standing by, stepped forward and pulled Li Hu away, feeling somewhat amused. Can you please slap him a little more gently? You're hurting our god of wealth. Qin Yi joked, and as he spoke, he began to pretend to pat Kai Yi's shoulder. The bladder is broken. Kai Yi looked at these two funny guys and burst out laughing. All right, it's not as exaggerated as you say. How come it's not exaggerated? Li Hu from the finance department is the person who can most directly feel the horror of recent sales. After all, the funds received recently are several times more than before. I heard that your operations department participated in a lot of platform activities, which made sales soar. The products were sold out. Now the backend can't even ship in time, and even the company account is. Li Hu was so excited that he couldn't speak clearly. That's nothing. The reputation and discounts have already been spread. Wait for Double 11 in 2 months, and the situation will definitely be even more exaggerated than it is now. As he spoke, Kai Yi moved a stool and sat directly next to Lu Ruya. But when it comes to shipping, we are already too busy. I suggest adding more people to the backend warehouse. What do you think? Lu Ruya had been looking at the three of them with a smile on her face, and nodded immediately after hearing what was said. Well, this is indeed necessary. Gao Li and Fatty have called me several times, but I haven't found the right person for some time. After hearing what the two said, the other two also nodded. After saying this, Kai Yi turned around and looked at the other two. Can you two still be busy over there? Li Hu and Qin Yi nodded immediately after hearing this. Well, we're doing fine here. Although we're much busier than before, we can still handle it. The two said. After hearing what the two said, Kai Yi put the contract in his hand on the table. This is the contract I got back from Fearin Entertainment. Do you want to take a look at it first? You have already discussed everything. When Qin Yi saw the contract, his eyes almost popped out of his head in surprise. After all, after they embarked on this path, he also paid more attention to the companies they were cooperating with. At the same time, they all know that although there are many collaborations with celebrities, they are all small-time celebrities. However, there are still very few contracts signed directly with Fearin Entertainment. After all, Fearin Entertainment's status is still there. Especially since this is the first time their company has done this project. We never thought that Kai Yi could really get the contract. After all, they heard 2 days ago that Kai Yi couldn't get through to President Sheng on the phone, but later he got through and went to the company. But Kai Yi didn't come home after get off work yesterday, and as a result, he came to work so late today. Although I know Kai Yi went to the hospital to visit his brother. But they had already given up hope that Kai Yi could get the contract. After all, it is indeed too bold to cooperate with the industry leader right from the start. So they have let go of their expectations and hopes. But they didn't expect that Kai Yi actually got the contract. Thinking of this, the other three withdrew their surprised looks from Kai Yi, and then slowly looked at the contract on the table. Looking at the three of them studying the contract over there, Kai Yi felt very happy. There are only 2 words that should be used to describe my daily life. Enjoy. Take a look at the contract. As long as we appear on variety shows and become popular among the public, we will also start to create an IP. However, our products are still too single, so I suggest that the company start developing new products now. In fact, Kai Yi had previously thought of taking this path for his own company. But after all, he already holds a lot of shares in his hands, so he can be considered to be doing things for himself. You can get dividends while enjoying the performance, so why not? I'll notify the R&D department later, Qin Yi said excitedly. Lu Ruya seemed the calmest. But even so, after silently reading the entire document, Lu Ruya directly picked up the pen beside her and signed her name neatly. Kai Yi, buddy, you are so awesome. Qin Yi was so excited that he stood up and was about to pounce on Kai Yi. Hey, don't move. I'm telling you, if you touch me, I'll throw you out. Kai Yi looked at Qin Yi on his body with a somewhat amusing look. Although Qin Yi looks handsome, he really doesn't like that kind of thing. What are you talking about? Qin Yi looked at Kai Yi with a helpless look, then patted Kai Yi's shoulder with a charming look. Don't look at me like this, I like delicate and pretty little boys. After hearing Qin Yi's words, Kai Yi was still somewhat surprised. He looked Qin Yi up and down with some surprise, and then looked at Li Hu. But after seeing Li Hu nod, Kai Yi became even more surprised. After all, in Kai Yi's eyes, Qin Yi was also the kind of exquisite and beautiful person he described. Perhaps seeing that Kai Yi was a little unconvinced, Qin Yi stood up straight. Then, he rolled up his sleeves angrily and began to show off his muscles. Kai Yi, do you look down on me? Kai Yi took a look and thought, wow, this guy does have some potential. However, Qin Yi treats other people's things every day. It's not that he is wrong. It's really that Qin Yi has been misunderstood. Okay, let's get down to business. Looking at them, Lu Ruya shook her head helplessly, but a smile was on her lips. After hearing Lu Rui's words, everyone stopped smiling and sat down. Actually, we just held a small meeting here, Lu Ruya said and looked at Kai Yi. Upon hearing this, Kai Yi looked over carefully, wanting to listen to what the three of them had just discussed. However, after Lu Ruya spoke, except for himself who was a little serious, the other two were all smiling. This made Kai Yi feel a little strange. However, before Kai Yi could ask his doubts, he heard Lu Rui's words. The decisions you made during this period have been very successful. The sales you generated in just a few weeks are almost going to exceed that of the previous year. Lu Rui's tone was inevitably filled with excitement as she spoke. After all, this achievement has brought huge benefits to the company. This sales result is several times higher than before. So we just discussed it. Your actions have directly changed the fate of the company and brought huge contributions to the company. This also proves that your decision is right. Lu Ruya said slowly, but in fact, Kai Yi is indeed so important to the company. From the very beginning, Kai Yi retrieved the goods for the company and recovered huge losses for the company. From now on, Kai Yi has also brought huge benefits to the company. If this benefit is directly placed on an ordinary small company, it can also enable the small company to go public quickly. Lu Ruya understands this principle. So, we just discussed it, Lu Ruya said, and took a document from the side, and then placed it directly in front of Kai Yi. This is the shares given to you by the company. Shares. Kai Yi was somewhat surprised. To be honest, he had not expected that Lu Ruya and the others would directly give him shares. He looked at the three people around him hesitantly, and then slowly opened the file. There is indeed a share transfer agreement inside. The three of them transferred part of their shares to Kai Yi, with Lu Ruya taking the lion's share. Moreover, there are quite a few shares in it. Look at the shares here, it's only 15%. But in fact, Kai Yi still had the 15% that he had obtained from Wang Weilong and Wei Zong. Therefore, as long as Kai Yi signs the contract, he will have 30% of the shares. In this way, Kai Yi became the second largest shareholder of the company. He raised his eyebrows slightly. This result was something Kai Yi had not expected. He looked at the other three people and asked, "Are you sure you want to give me these shares?" As soon as Kai Yi finished speaking, the three people over there nodded. Qin Yi also said directly, "Sure." After all, the three of them had already discussed it when Kai Yi hadn't come back yet. Kai Yi has been in this company for less than a month. But in less than a month, he not only got rid of the company's parasites by himself, but also increased the company's profits several times. This shows that Kai Yi is a talented person. This kind of talent, if he doesn't stay in the company, wouldn't it be a bargain for others after he leaves? Moreover, Kai Yi has only been here for a month. If Kai Yi stays in the company for a longer time in the future, the benefits he will bring can be imagined. This was the decision made before everyone thought Kai Yi had not yet signed the contract with Fear and Entertainment. And now, looking at the contract of Fear and Entertainment, everyone suddenly felt that the money was well spent. First of all, since the three of them said so, it would be difficult for Kai Yi to refuse such enthusiasm, right? Thinking of this, Kai Yi took the pen that Lu Ruya had used and also left his own mark on it neatly. One's own name. Now, Kai Yi obviously owns 30% of the shares and becomes the second largest shareholder of the company. However, at present, only Kai Yi knows about this matter. After a brief chat about Sheng Firen's company contract, the other two became very interested and went back to work excitedly. For a while, only Lu Ruya and Kai Yi stayed in the office. Seeing that the office door was closed, Lu Ruya excitedly threw herself on Kai Yi. Kai Yi, you are such a big darling. As she spoke, Lu Ruya couldn't help but pouting her red lips and kissed Kai Yi on the face several times. Although I have discovered many surprises in Kai Yi before, I have to say that the recent surprises are more exciting than the last. Seeing that Lu Ruya took the initiative to throw herself into his arms, and even wrapped her two long white legs around his waist, Kai Yi naturally did not refuse. So, the next second Kai Yi directly embraced those two long legs with his hands, and even lifted Lu Ruya up. So by the time Lu Ruya reacted, she could no longer get down. She held Kai Yi's shoulders and looked at him with her head slightly lowered, somewhat helplessly. What are you doing? Kai Yi looked over and then couldn't help but teasingly said, you are so proactive, how can I control myself? In an instant, a blush appeared on Lu Ruya's face. Ahem, what nonsense are you talking about? Lu Ruya was about to struggle down as she spoke, you, don't mess around now, there's still a lot of work to do recently. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows, but did not put Lu Ruya down immediately. Helpless, Lu Ruya could only say again, contract, the official seal of the contract has not been stamped yet. However, even though Lu Ruya said this, Kai Yi still held her unmoved. The time I have lived with Kai Yi is quite long. So at this moment Lu Ruya lowered her head slightly and immediately met Kai Yi's eyes. Especially when she saw the burning look in Kai Yi's eyes, she reacted immediately. Suddenly, Lu Ruya blushed. Ahem. There was really no excuse, so Lu Ruya simply gritted her teeth, lowered her head slightly and kissed him. When their lips touched, Lu Ruya originally wanted to separate from Kai Yi immediately. However, Kai Yi was like a whirlpool in a swamp. If you touch it a little, it will be swallowed up immediately. For a moment, the only sound left in the originally silent space was the sound of tisk tisk tisk. Originally, Lu Ruya was held on the back of her head by Kai Yi's big hand, so she couldn't struggle. But at this moment, with Kai Yi's provocation and passionate kiss, Lu Ruya couldn't help but be immersed in it. It was not until Kai Yi raised his finger that Lu Ruya couldn't help but exclaim and immediately came to her senses. Oh wait a minute, I still have to work. Lu Ruya blushed and looked at Kai Yi breathlessly. Hearing this, Kai Yi couldn't help but look at her with a teasing look. Then Kai Yi whispered in her ear, it's already like this, why do you still want to wait? Lu Ruya lowered her head out of shame, and then her face suddenly showed hesitation. However, after several struggles in her heart, Lu Ruya finally bit her lower lip slightly and then nodded. Well, I've been too busy these past 2 days. I have to work. Lu Ruya insisted so much, and no one expected that Lu Ruya would be in a mess, but she still refused. At the same time, this also made Kai Yi believe that Lu Ruya seemed to be very busy these 2 days. Thinking of this, Kai Yi put Lu Ruya on the ground helplessly. Well, work is more important, he said with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Ruya stood on the ground and couldn't help but look at him with some reproach. Then she walked to the desk, found the company's official seal, and stamped it on the contract. Now, the contract came into effect. After keeping one copy, Lu Ruya put the other one aside, thinking of asking someone to deliver it when the time comes. Seeing this, Kai Yi walked up and took the contract in his own hands. I'll send this over when I have time. It's okay, just have someone send it over. Lu Ruya didn't think much about it, but just felt a little embarrassed to let Kai Yi run back and forth. After all, Kai Yi is also a director and a leader. It's okay. Anyway, I have to talk to Fearin Entertainment and the media company. After all, this is the first time that a celebrity has live-streamed a product, and a lot of things need to be prepared. Having said that, Kai Yi said hello to Lu Ruya and returned to his office. After watching Kai Yi walk out, Lu Ruya sat down at her desk feeling somewhat lonely. Lu Ruya had gotten used to having Kai Yi around her. To be honest, now that Kai Yi was gone, she felt a little lonely. Especially when she thought about the intensity of the two just now, Lu Ruya couldn't help but rub her legs. She sighed somewhat dejectedly, and at this moment she felt a little regretful that she had refused. Not knowing the situation on Lu Ruya's side, Kai Yi happily returned to the operations department with the contract with Fearin Entertainment. After the news was announced, the entire operations department exploded. Oh my god boss, you are so awesome. Brother Yi, you are my god. That's so awesome, damn. Ah, it's really Fearin Entertainment really. Well, now that we are collaborating, can we also meet those artists while we are working together? Yes, I like Yan Feifei very much. Hehehe, I like that boy band they released recently. Everyone started talking about it. Seeing this, Kai just stood there quietly. After everyone discussed for a while, he cleared his throat and said, ahem. Although Kai didn't say anything, everyone fell silent tacitly. After all, they still have a high degree of trust in Kai. After Kai came, their commissions, their performance, and their salaries all increased. Not only that, although they are very busy every day, busier than before, they still don't work overtime. While the workload has not increased much and the working hours have not changed much, their wages have doubled. This is the charm of Kai in their eyes. Although everyone likes to slack off at work, the salary has doubled and it's so easy. Who is slacking off? Therefore, in their eyes, Kai is now a god. Your idea is not impossible to achieve. After all, we have cooperated. It is not impossible for us to take a photo together or ask for an autograph, Kai said with a very amiable smile. Hearing this, everyone suddenly became excited. However, everyone should not be too impatient. I know that I will be busy recently and the work content will be more difficult than before, but... As he spoke, Kai raised the contract in his hand. But your salary will also double. Kai's words were like another shot of stimulant to the company. Boss is awesome. Boss is awesome. Brother Yi, brother Yi. Ding ding, passerby A's admiration value detected, reward 1000 villain value. Hearing this, Kai smiled with great satisfaction. After chatting with the people in the operations department for a while, he returned to his office. After returning to the office, Kai directly called the manager of his company. He asked the HR department in the company to pay more attention to the recent campus recruitments and fresh graduates. Because Kai knew that there would be two people named Ma Tang and Ma Weian looking for jobs recently. In the original novel, these two people also brought Yi Han a lot of considerable income. To be honest, Yi Han's own business is just mediocre. You can only avoid losses, but if you want to make more money, you still have to rely on other people's opinions. In the early stage, Yi Han relied on his brother's assassination, in the middle stage, he relied on women, and in the late stage, he relied on two horses. Although Kai now has the support of the system, it is very easy for him to make money. He can make money by just moving his fingers. But with these two people around, it will be safer. The main reason is that these two people not only have extraordinary intelligence, but are also very loyal. This is what Kai is more concerned about. After all, what he values most is loyalty. Before the two met Yi Han, he showed up in advance and directly offered a bigger reward and treatment. He didn't believe that the two would not come under his command. But even so, Kai was still a little worried. So in the office, he took a look at the software he had applied for, so that it would be difficult for him to fail this time. After finishing these things, it was almost noon. And today Lu Ruya is indeed very busy. I heard from the person who came to deliver the documents that Lu Ruya had 3 meetings in a row in the morning and was so tired that her temper was bad. It seems that Lu Ruya will definitely be able to cope with lunch. After thinking about it, Kai turned his gaze to the documents beside him. He leaned leisurely in the chair, and then dialed Sheng Firen's number directly. However, it was a bit strange to make the call at this time. Normally, after a while of making a call, Sheng Firen on the other end would answer the call. But unexpectedly, this time the call was hung up by himself, and Sheng Firen on the other end still didn't answer the call. Kai also felt a little strange, and after hesitating for a while, he sent a message to Sun Chen. Sun Chen always replied to Kai's news very quickly, and this time was no exception. Especially now it's lunch time. Sun Chen on the other side said that it was almost noon and he had not yet gotten off work. It should be that Sheng Firen received a call from home just after finishing the meeting. I heard that someone in the family had an accident, so Sheng Firen was asked to go to the hospital. As he said that, Sun Chen also sent the hospital to Kai. Looking at the message sent by Sun Chen, Kai became somewhat suspicious. After all, Kai knew that the relationship between Sheng Firen's family and Sheng Firen was still somewhat awkward. Especially, my family members were fine yesterday, so why did something suddenly happen today and they have to go to the hospital? Moreover, according to Sheng Firen, his family members had first tricked Sheng Firen out, and then coaxed him out as well. Later, when Sheng Firen refused to return home, he was forced to go back. After hesitating for a while, Kai Yi finally took the car keys and went straight to the hospital. But Kai Yi only knew the hospital, so he didn't know anything else. After arriving at the hospital, he went to find the security guard or something. I went inside to ask again, and it seemed like there were no emergency cases or hospitalizations today. This made Kai Yi a little confused about what to do. It was at this time that Kai Yi caught a glimpse of a very familiar person out of the corner of his eye. Kai Yi was even a little bit unconvinced. After taking a few more glances, he confirmed that the little girl in the white coat in front of him was Li Wenwen. When Kai Yi recognized Li Wenwen, who was talking to someone in front, suddenly realized that someone was looking at her. She didn't expect that when she turned around, she saw Kai Yi. After a moment of hesitation, Li Wenwen was suddenly filled with ecstasy. After hurriedly greeting the people in front of him, Li Wenwen hurriedly trotted towards Kai Yi. "Brother Yi, why are you here?" Li Wenwen's expression, which had always been rather cold, suddenly changed into a smile of surprise when she saw Kai Yi. Kai Yi looked behind Li Wenwen, then asked in surprise, "Wenwen, do you work in this hospital?" To be honest, the things concerning Li Wenwen all happened after Yi Han returned to China and took down Lu Ruya, and Kai Yi had not seen much of what happened afterwards. No. Li Wenwen held the things in her arms and shook her head obediently when she heard it. "I am following my mentor to practice." Kai Yi nodded. "No wonder, I haven't seen you for a long time. When I saw you just now, I didn't dare to go up to recognize you, for fear that I saw you wrongly." Hearing this, Li Wenwen's face showed a hint of resentment. "I recognized you right away," she muttered quietly. However, it's not Li Wenwen's fault for talking nonsense. She indeed recognized Kai Yi the moment she turned her head. It's not because of anything else, it's because Kai Yi is really handsome. In addition, there is a unique charm exuding from the whole person, which makes people remember and recognize him at once. Even since Li Wenwen ran over there, she has seen many people looking at Kai Yi secretly. It's my fault. I haven't seen you for a long time." Kai Yi shrugged helplessly. Having said that, Li Wenwen looked at Kai Yi with some confusion. "Brother Yi, I heard from my brother that you were transferred. Why so sudden?" Since she stopped delivering meals, Li Wenwen hasn't seen Kai Yi anymore. "I don't know why, even though I only met Kai Yi a few times. But perhaps those encounters were too profound, so that after Li Wenwen returned home, she still couldn't help but think of Kai Yi. So later I found an opportunity and went to the warehouse and the company. But unfortunately, Kai Yi was no longer there at that time, and the man named Jolie looked strange. So Li Wenwen didn't dare to stay any longer that time and left immediately." However, although she was a little confused, Li Wenwen still didn't dare to send a message to Kai Yi to ask. The phenomenon of suddenly thinking of Kai Yi only lasted for a while, and then it got much better. She has also been concentrating on her studies. The two of them had been standing in the corridor talking, which was somewhat inconvenient and would hinder others. So as they chatted, the two of them found a relatively empty corridor and sat on chairs nearby. "It's all the boss's instructions. Why are there so many whys?" Kai Yi pretended to be very helpless and said. Hearing this, Li Wenwen didn't ask any more questions. After all, at work, you still have to follow your boss's instructions. "Are you feeling unwell this time?" As she spoke, Li Wenwen looked Kai Yi up and down with a worried look on her face. Seeing this, Kai Yi quickly smiled and waved his hand. No, don't think too much. I came here to see someone, but it seems she is not here now." "Him visiting a patient?" Not really. He is one of our partners, the president of Firen Entertainment." Kai Yi said slowly. "Oh, I know this." Li Wenwen seemed to have remembered something and her eyes suddenly lit up. "Him you know." After hearing Li Wenwen's words, Kai Yi didn't even react. After all, Kai Yi still thought that Li Wenwen didn't pay attention to these things. As the president of an entertainment company, Sheng Firen is also very beautiful, so she is quite famous in the entertainment industry. In addition, she has many talented artists under her, so many fans in the entertainment industry know her. But Kai Yi always thought that Li Wenwen was the kind of person who only focused on studying. I'm not a fan of stars." Perhaps realizing that Kai Yi had some misunderstanding, Li Wenwen waved her hands anxiously. Kai Yi heard directly from Fatty Li that Li Wenwen was a very simple girl who only knew how to study since she was little. "Many times, I even don't care about the confessions of people around me, I just focus on studying." There were also many times when the male classmates personally found Fatty Lee and only then found out that Li Wenwen had not even opened the confession letter. Kai Yi was skeptical before, but now he believes it a little. Because at this time Li Wenwen was waving her hands anxiously, and even her anxious face was slightly red. It looks so cute. Kai Yi didn't expect that the little girl would be so flustered. So when she saw Li Wenwen's anxious little face turned red, this made Kai Yi feel a little amused and helpless, and then he couldn't help but burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? I really have never been a fan of a star. After seeing Kai Yi couldn't help laughing, Li Wenwen finally realized that her actions just now were indeed a little too excited. However, even after she realized what was happening, she still couldn't help but mutter. No, nothing. I'm not laughing anymore. I just think you look kind of cute like this. Hearing this, Li Wenwen suddenly felt her face getting hot. She sat there somewhat stiffly, with her hands resting on her thighs, and she couldn't help but clutch her trouser legs in embarrassment. Ding ding, the favorability of the destined heroine has been detected, and 200 villain points are awarded. After hearing the system prompt, Kai Yi couldn't help but feel that Li Wenwen was even more adorable. After all, Li Wenwen was indeed the most shy girl he had ever met. It seems that it is indeed very simple. Every time Kai Yi saw Li Wenwen looking shy, he couldn't bear to continue teasing her. However, at the same time he felt reluctant. Seeing Li Wenwen's look, the desire to play a prank in his heart came out again. Li Wenwen blushed and lowered her head, not daring to look up at Kai Yi. She felt her face was very hot at this moment, so she thought she must be blushing and did not dare to look up. After calming down for a while, Li Wenwen whispered, I actually don't know who she is, but a senior recognized her, so I know that she is President Sheng of Fear and Entertainment. Kai Yi looked at Li Wenwen with amusement, who didn't dare to look up, and suddenly felt his hands itching. He couldn't help but reach out and rub Li Wenwen's head, but he saw Li Wenwen's body visibly stiffen. Kai Yi quickly withdrew his hand. After all, the little girl is so shy. If I continue like this, she might be so shy that she won't dare to look up the whole day. Li Wenwen clenched her clothes with both hands, paused for a moment, and then said, Then, Miss Sheng's family was fine, they just sprained their ankle, and then they seemed to have gone straight home. Yi nodded, is that so? Now that he had already returned home, he really felt embarrassed to go along with them. Thinking of this, Kai Yi looked at Li Wenwen standing beside him. But he didn't expect that he also caught the little girl peeking at him. However, after making eye contact with Kai Yi, Li Wenwen quickly turned her head back. Ahem. Li Wenwen quickly coughed twice pretending to be calm, and even pretended to look around. She pretended to be looking at something, but she didn't know that her acting skills were too immature. In front of Kai Yi, the movie emperor, she couldn't disguise herself at all. By the way, it's already noon, are you going to eat at school? Kai Yi asked calmly. Number. Li Wenwen shook her head slowly, and then said, I plan to go back to school to eat, because I have something to do in the school this afternoon. It seems that Li Wenwen is indeed very busy now and loves her studies very much. Kai Yi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. How about I treat you to a meal and then take you back home, Kai Yi suggested. Hearing this, Li Wenwen immediately raised her head and looked at Kai Yi with some surprise. There was only a hint of hesitation on her face, and then she waved her hand helplessly. No need. I can eat it myself. I won't bother you anymore. Kai Yi could naturally see clearly the hesitation and struggle on her face. It's okay. I'm going to eat hot pot too, but don't you think it's awkward to eat hot pot alone? I don't want someone to put a stuffed bear across from me. As he said that, Kai Yi smiled slyly at Li Wenwen. Li Wenwen's previous reservedness suddenly became a little more relaxed by Kai Yi's appearance. After hesitating for a while, Li Wenwen nodded and said, Okay, thank you for your help. So, Kai Yi waited until Li Wenwen changed her clothes, then took her straight to the hot pot restaurant. By the way, which school are you in now? Kai Yi asked while steering with a focused look on his face. I'm at Linhai University now. Oh, it's quite close to the hot pot restaurant. I'll take you back later. No need. Seeing that Li Wenwen wanted to say no again, Kai Yi quickly interrupted her with a smile. What do you mean no need? Don't worry, I'll take that route back to the company. Seeing Kai Yi said so, Li Wenwen felt embarrassed to refuse. After all, she is not a person without emotional intelligence. Well, okay, thank you for your help then. The hot pot restaurant the two came to this time was a relatively ordinary hot pot restaurant, the kind without private rooms. Even when the two of them entered, the place was already crowded. This hot pot restaurant is located between several schools, so there are quite a lot of young couples coming here to eat. Although it was very noisy inside, after the two of them walked in, some people still looked at them a little more. Li Wenwen doesn't come to places like this often, and although her family has some savings, it's not that difficult. But when Li Wenwen thought of Fatty Li's hard work, she couldn't bear to spend more. Moreover, although Li Wenwen has not yet entered society, she knows that ordinary people, at Fatty Li's age, are already married and have children. Even those who are slower have girlfriends. But Fatty Li didn't have it, and if he really wanted to get married in the future, it would cost a lot of money. Over the years, Li Wenwen has been under the care of Fatty Li and has never done any heavy work. Even though I had worked as a part-time worker during the summer vacation on a whim, Fatty Li ordered me to go home and study hard. Fatty Li loves his sister so much, so Li Wenwen naturally also cares about Fatty Li. So as soon as she entered the hot pot restaurant, Li Wenwen suddenly became a little restrained again. After all, she had never been to such an occasion before, and she was afraid that some of her small actions would make others look at her strangely. Kai Yi was keenly aware of Li Wenwen's condition, so he reached out and held her hand. The hot pot restaurant was packed with people, even in the aisles, it was crowded. Li Wenwen is an honest girl. When she sees others coming, she always gives way to them and lets them go. But when the people behind saw this, they also followed. Li Wenwen was too embarrassed to say anything, so she just stood there and didn't dare to move forward. Until Kai Yi held her hand and protected her as he walked forward. While she breathed a sigh of relief, Li Wenwen looked up at Kai Yi with her heart beating faster. It seems that many times, when encountering some situations, Kai Yi can solve them easily. At this moment, Li Wenwen just looked at Kai Yi's back and felt very safe. Then, she couldn't help but look at the hands they had been holding. But after just one glance, Li Wenwen was so embarrassed that she quickly looked away, and was even a little embarrassed to look at the two people holding hands. Okay, let's just sit here, Kai Yi said as he stopped in front of a seat. This location is in the corner of the entire restaurant. Although the surrounding is still very noisy, it is much more private than other locations. As expected, when Li Wenwen saw this position, she seemed to be relieved. Kai Yi also realized that this little girl was indeed socially anxious. Come to think of it, those who concentrate on studying and turn a deaf ear to what is happening outside the window don't interact with others very often, so this is the case. I ordered some things. Take a look and see if there is anything you like. Kai Yi handed the iPad to Li Wenwen with a smile. After taking a look, Li Wenwen symbolically ordered two and returned them to Kai Yi. After all, Kai Yi ordered a lot of things. If we order so much food, will we not be able to finish it? Li Wenwen said worriedly. Hearing this, Kai Yi said confidently, it's okay, believe me, I'm a big eater. Hearing Kai Yi's words, Li Wenwen couldn't help but look at Kai Yi with a smile on her face. Good. It's still summer vacation now, are you going to start getting busy? Kai Yi looked at her curiously. Li Wenwen nodded, well, although I can take a holiday, I don't want to stop studying. Wow, you are such a talent. If I meet one, I really want to recruit you to the company, Kai Yi said, and then shook his head in a pretentious manner. What a pity, you are a medical student. Li Wenwen looked at Kai Yi's funny expression with a helpless look, and the nervousness in her heart completely disappeared. At the same time, what surprised Li Wenwen was that the two had not seen each other for a long time. But when we met again, I didn't feel awkward at all. Not only that, Kai Yi is very talkative. When chatting with him, Li Wenwen even felt that they had endless topics to talk about. At once it can be said that the two people are now in completely different industries. This also made Li Wenwen feel very surprised. Even when they finished their meal and were about to leave, she still felt unsatisfied. She even felt that the two of them could chat for the entire day. Li Wenwen was immersed in the conversation between the two, but Kai Yi discovered something else. Even when he was taking Li Wenwen away, Kai Yi glanced at another corner of the restaurant. Especially after seeing the woman with the stiff back, Kai Yi couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips slightly. I never expected to meet Song Qing at this time. Then Kai Yi looked at the person opposite Song Qing. It looks like the two of them are on a date. Without looking further, seeing that Song Qing looked a little nervous, Kai Yi took Li Wenwen out. This meal took almost 2 hours. Li Wenwen looked at the time on her mobile phone and was somewhat stunned. What's wrong, did it delay you from doing something? Kai Yi asked. Li Wenwen smiled embarrassedly, that's not the case, I just didn't expect that I could eat for almost 2 hours. As Li Wenwen spoke, she felt even more embarrassed. Because she had never experienced this before, she could eat a meal for almost 2 hours. This experience now made her feel somewhat novel. After all, she has always put study first, so every time she eats, she won't take up too much of his time, thinking about studying quickly. So every time she eats, it only takes about 20 minutes at most. It has never happened before that it can be 2 hours faster. The more Li Wenwen thought about it, the more curious it became. I always thought eating was boring, so I would quickly finish eating and then study. She explained to Kai Yi somewhat embarrassedly. Kai Yi took her to his car, smiled when he heard it, and then said jokingly, then I can understand that you don't feel bored when you eat with me. Li Wenwen was stunned at first, then nodded gently, looking very honest. Looking at her like this, Kai Yi even thought that she was a little silly. Especially when Li Wenwen looked dazed, she looked very. The contrast is very cute. Unable to help but rub Li Wenwen's head again, Kai Yi then helped her open the car door. I successfully sent Li Wenwen to the school gate. Because Li Wenwen had something to do in the afternoon, she hurried in. Kai Yi was originally thinking about returning to the company, but before he started the car, a message alert sounded from his mobile phone. The message was sent by Yi Ruo, but Yi Ruo didn't say anything. She just silently sent a few photos. When Kai Yi clicked on those photos, he couldn't help but hold his breath. I didn't expect that I had only been away for less than a month. This little witch is getting better and better at playing. The little witch in the photo is wearing tight lace pajamas, but the style looks more like a swimsuit. The pajamas fit her body very well, making the little witch look curvier. Not only that, the clothes were all white, but there was a pair of delicate and small black wings on the back. The little black wings also created a huge contrast with the snow-white clothes and the fair skin. This instantly changed the atmosphere of the photo. In the photo, the little girl in the front photo is kneeling on the carpet with her head tilted and looking at the camera with an innocent expression. But the next second, the little girl stuck out her tongue with a sly and charming look on her face, and her posture became bolder as well. Looking at the looming sexiness, Kai Yi had to admit it. Yi Ruo is something. Maybe it was because Kai Yi had not replied to Yi Ruru's message for a long time, which made her a little anxious. Yi Ruo, why aren't you talking? Are you mesmerized by me? Hearing this, Kai Yi immediately started typing with a feeling of being at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Kai Yi, yes, I am fascinated by you. Yi Ruo, hee hee. Looking at the two words, hee hee, Kai Yi could even imagine the smug expression on Yi Ruru's face at this moment. Yi Ruo, can you see more? Kai Yi raised his eyebrows, can I? Yi Ruo, it is possible, but it is conditional. Looking at the message sent by Yi Ruo, Kai Yi suddenly became interested. Kai Yi, oh, what are the conditions? Yi Ruo, one photo of abdominal muscles, and another photo of me. Kai Yi, I understand now. It seems that you are greedy for my body. After Kai Yi sent this message, Yi Ruo on the opposite side suddenly fell silent. Seeing the other party typing in the chat box, Kai Yi couldn't help but laughed out loud. After a long time, Yi Ruo on the other side finally replied. Yi Ruo, humph, what's the matter? Yi Ruo, I've already shown you my photos, can't you let me see them? Kai Yi looked at the phone with a smile on his face. He could already imagine Yi Ruru's frustrated look. However, before Kai Yi had time to reply to Yi Ruru's message, someone knocked on the car window. Kai Yi turned his head subconsciously and saw a slightly familiar face. Kai Yi can still remember this face. After all, his memory is pretty good. How could he not remember the face he just saw? Yes, the person outside the car window at this moment was the person who had just had dinner with Song Qing. Seeing that Kai Yi didn't respond, the man outside began to knock on the car window anxiously again. It was only after a while that Kai Yi slowly rolled down the car window. At the same time, he looked over slowly. What's up, buddy? Brother, can you please move aside? How can I park my car when you take up such a large space? The man complained impatiently. But when he heard this, Kai Yi immediately laughed. He took a quick look outside and then said, dude, is your eyesight not working well? I heard it clearly above this parking space. The car on your left is not parked properly, right? After hearing Kai Yi's words, the man choked. What's the matter, he's not here right now. Besides, maybe that's his teacher's car. What if I disturb him at work by calling, but you're staying here now and can't move. I see there's a lot of space on the other side of you. Hearing this man's self-righteous tone, as well as his tone that sounded a bit like moral blackmail, Kai Yi simply rolled his eyes rudely. You're a good talker, but your brain isn't very useful. I won't move. What are you going to do? Kai Yi looked over calmly. I think you don't know what's good for you. How can you be so unreasonable? Do you have any sense of public morality? I don't have any, buddy. But I think you have a lot of public morality. Having said that, Kai Yi turned off the car. FCKICU. Xiao Gong, what's wrong? Is the parking space not suitable? At this moment, Song Qing's voice came from behind. Senior, it's okay. You don't have to get out of the car, I'll be there in a minute. Seeing that Song Qing seemed to be coming over here, little Gong hurriedly spoke. Then he took a deep breath, and with a painful look on his face, he took out 200 yuan from his wallet and handed it to Kai Yi. Isn't it just money? That's easy. Just move the car and I'll give you the $200. How about that? Kai Yi was really amused by this idiot's train of thought. He looked at the young man with disdain, and then said sarcastically, Young man, how much money can I make in a minute? 200 yuan, you are sending away beggars. This time, the young man choked again. But it was just a meal, and the young man took out 400 yuan with a painful look on his face. Alright, don't you just want money? Is 600 yuan enough? Xiao Gong, haven't you finished talking yet? It was at this time that Song Qing slowly walked over from behind. Seeing Song Qing coming, the young man immediately pushed the money inside in panic. Ah, it's okay, it's okay. Senior is quite nice. She said she'd move the parking space later. Really so good, then you should thank them very much. After hearing what the two said, Kai Yi slowly lowered his head and looked at the 600 yuan that had fallen on him. Kai Yi couldn't help but laugh out of anger. He raised his head and looked over, and happened to meet Song Qing's eyes, who had just walked over. The moment she saw Kai Yi, the smiling expression on Song Qing's face suddenly froze. What a coincidence. Kai Yi took out the 600 yuan with a smile, and then clapped his hands. You know each other. Hearing Kai Yi's words, the young man was stunned for a moment, and then he looked at the two of them. However, Song Qing's reaction was relatively quick. The stiffness on her face disappeared immediately, and then she pulled her hair up a little embarrassedly. Ahahaha, yes, we know each other. Quote. The young man was completely confused. He looked at Kai Yi in bewilderment. Well, buddy, I'm sorry for what happened just now. He said in a low voice. Obviously, he didn't want Song Qing to know what he had just done. Kai Yi raised his eyebrows. Do you know him? As he spoke, Kai Yi shook the 600 yuan in his hand as if with some doubt. At this point, the young man opposite and Song Qing both became a little panicked. After all, both of them were a little afraid that Kai Yi would reveal something. Kai Yi turned his head to look at Song Qing and saw that Song Qing was wearing a hip-hugging long skirt with a small white shawl on the outside. With a slight curl of his lips, Kai Yi nodded. Yes, I know him. Having said that, Kai Yi casually threw the 600 yuan in his hand directly into the young man's arms. Now Song Qing looked at Kai Yi with some confusion, and then looked at the young man. But after just one glance, Song Qing's attention was all focused on Kai Yi again. Kai Yi on this side also suddenly realized that the 600 yuan was actually of some use, but the young man's money was a little dirty. But he still had a few $100s in his car, and it was still clean. Yes, we are friends. Seeing Kai Yi said this, Song Qing also hurriedly spoke. Oh, this is it. I'm really sorry for what happened just now, said the young man very embarrassedly. Kai Yi nodded casually. Yeah, it's okay. Seeing Kai Yi's cold attitude, both of them felt a little embarrassed. Song Qing even turned her head to look at the young man. Okay, Xiao Gong, I don't have anything to do here. Why don't you just go, and there's no need to send me to school? She smiled gently. It was obvious that the young man listened to Song Qing very much. After nodding, he said goodbye and got into the car directly. Well, I'll be leaving first. I'll treat you two to a meal next time. I'm really a little embarrassed for what I did just now. Having said that, the young man left. Are you on a date? Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at Song Qing. As soon as the young man left, Song Qing suddenly became nervous. Especially after Kai Yi asked the question, Song Qing shook her head again and again. No, not a date. Oh, I see. Kai Yi nodded, and then said, get in the car. Originally, Song Qing felt relieved when she heard the first half of Kai Yi's sentence. But she didn't expect that Kai Yi would ask her to get in the car right after that. This made Song Qing stunned for a moment, and then she stood there in embarrassment. Seeing Song Qing standing there motionless, this was what Kai Yi expected. However, he was already very surprised to meet Li Wenwen today, and he didn't expect to meet Song Qing as well. His hands were on the steering wheel, tapping it occasionally. Don't want to get in the car? Kai Yi narrowed his eyes and looked at Song Qing, or are you afraid that I will do something here? Song Qing stood there stiffly for a long time before she took a deep breath and sat in the passenger seat on the other side. I'm really not dating anyone. The junior student just now is from my hometown. We just got together for a while, and he didn't have any bad intentions. Song Qing clutched her bag tightly and spoke nervously. Kai Yi did not rush to reply to Song Qing, but slowly raised the car window. Now, the space in the car is completely private. This also made Song Qing even more panicked. Song Qing tensed her waist nervously and continued, I just went back to school today for something. Don't get me wrong, summer vacation is almost over, so I need to deal with some things in advance. Oh, Kai Yi responded meaningfully. Seeing Kai Yi like this, Song Qing couldn't help but become even more panicked. We two really didn't do anything, don't get me wrong, and my junior is a very honest person. Song Qing was afraid that Kai Yi would catch her again. After all, given Kai Yi's fickle personality, no one knows what he will do. No bad intentions, honest. Kai Yi couldn't help but laughed out loud. Then he leaned forward slightly and got closer to Song Qing. It was only me who met him today, otherwise others might have really been scared by your honest junior. What do you mean? Song Qing stepped back warily. Kai Yi took out 600 yuan from the storage box in front, and without even looking at it, he stuffed it into Song Qing's chest according to muscle memory. Using money to humiliate people, what do you think is your junior student honest? Song Qing was leaning against the car door at this time. She lowered her head slightly and looked at the 600 yuan stuffed in front of her chest, and suddenly felt her face burning. Or is it because you were sitting in the passenger seat that made him want to fly? Kai Yi said with a sneer. And you should have seen me from the hot pot restaurant, it's really chilling. Song Qing, do you really not want to see me? Kai Yi reached out and pinched Song Qing's chin hard. No, I don't want to disturb your date. Song Qing looked at Kai Yi in panic, and suddenly an idea flashed in her mind, and she quickly explained herself. Oh really? Kai Yi looked at Song Qing in silence. He didn't expect that Song Qing's emotional intelligence had improved and she could actually speak. He pinched Song Qing's face in a good mood. Well, I like what you said now, but don't do such immoral things in the future. It's just me who you met today. If you meet someone else, be careful that you will be gnawed to pieces. After saying that, Kai Yi withdrew his hand, straightened up and sat up. This made Song Qing stunned. She looked at Kai Yi hesitantly. She didn't expect Kai Yi to be so obedient. After all, based on Kai Yi's previous personality, she thought Kai Yi would still do something to her. I didn't expect. Kai Yi really did nothing. Okay, get off the car, I have something else to do. After hearing Kai Yi say this mercilessly, Song Qing was even more surprised. What does that mean? Is it possible that he really doesn't do anything? Song Qing was still somewhat unbelievable. After all, in her heart, Kai Yi was still a pervert. Noticing Song Qing's surprise, Kai Yi just sneered. What are you surprised about? You are not as attractive as other women. I am not so hungry as to play with you here. Kai Yi started the car as he said that. Until I saw the car in front of me drive away and disappear completely without a trace. Song Qing finally came back to her senses, but Kai Yi's words were still lingering in her mind. Although Kai Yi didn't do anything to her, she was still more or less relieved. Needless to say, Kai Yi's words just now were indeed very hurtful. In just a moment, Song Qing's face turned red with anger. She bit her lips tightly and stomped her feet angrily, and then her mood improved. However, perhaps because of the excessive movement, everything on his body fell to the ground. Song Qing looked down in confusion and found that what fell down was several hundred yuan. At the same time, this also made Song Qing suddenly realize that she still had several hundred yuan on her chest. With a red face, she quickly took all the things down, then she looked around in panic. After finding that no one saw her, she quickly stuffed all the money into her bag, then straightened her back and walked into the school. Kai Yi on the other side did not rush back to the company, but looked at the documents he placed on the back seat. After thinking about it, he still called Sheng Firen. However, after several calls, Sheng Firen on the other end of the phone still did not answer. Kai Yi did not call back, but went straight back to the company. For Kai Yi, these jobs at Guhua Group were easy to do. After all, with the help of skills, you can finish all the work for the day in just 1 hour. So Kai Yi has been busy in the office, actually he is busy with his own company's affairs. After all, ever since the media company made money, Kai Yi has also developed all his other companies. Since there is already money in the account, his plan will not be restricted anymore. Although the Yi Group is also involved in some skin care matters, the majority of its investments are in heavy industry. As for Kai Yi, what he needs to do now is to quickly develop his business ambitions and strive to be on par with the Yi family in the shortest possible time. It doesn't matter if there is a small loss during this period. After all, he can ensure that he has sufficient funds and that other companies continue to make money for him. Also, as long as he could attract Yi's orders to his own company at a low price, he would definitely lose more than himself. When he thought of this situation, Kai Yi felt very happy. Then he looked at the documents on his desk. And the company name above is obviously ARC. Kai Yi worked diligently all day and asked around. Well, Lu Ruya still has to work overtime today. After all, recent sales have doubled, which has resulted in some of the original departments now being short of staff. Although the company has started recruiting talents as soon as possible, it is still somewhat too late. After all, online sales have increased exponentially in the past 2 days. With a sigh, Kai Yi prepared to have a casual meal and stay in Guhua Company to work overtime for his art group. Thinking of this, Kai Yi ate a casual meal and then held a small remote meeting. But just as the sky was getting dark, a cell phone suddenly rang in the quiet office. Kai Yi picked up the mobile phone beside him and answered the call while looking at the files on the computer. I thought it might be a call from Art Group. Hurry, come to Qingwan Villa and borrow it from me. Hearing the familiar voice coming from the other side, Kai Yi looked at the phone screen with some confusion. When he looked down, he didn't expect that the caller was Sheng Firen. Sister Fei Ran, he called out in confusion. However, Sheng Firen on the opposite side seemed a little dazed at this time, and sounded like he was drunk. Come and pick me up, quick. Without answering Kai Yi, Sheng Firen on the opposite side kept repeating, asking Kai Yi to pick her up. Afterwards, Kai Yi heard a bustling sound coming from the other end of the phone, as if someone was calling Sheng Firen. However, hearing the rustling sound, it should be Sheng Firen who ran away. She picked it up slightly and didn't think much about it. After turning off the computer, Kai Yi took the car keys and left. After confirming the navigation, Kai Yi rushed all the way to Qingwan Villa District. This villa area is also a well-known villa area for the rich. It was built quite a long time ago, so the people who live in it are generally those who have achieved financial freedom early on. As for the residents inside, their achievements have now doubled, so the security is still good. But no matter how good the security is, it can't stop Kai Yi. After quickly entering the villa area, Kai Yi located the location of Sheng Firen's cell phone and headed straight there. Soon, Kai Yi arrived near the location of the mobile phone. But looking at the situation outside, the phone should have fallen into the green area inside. After parking the car on the side of the road, Kai Yi walked into the grove. Yes, this villa area covers a very large area, which means that the area before each household is also very large. And the greenery inside, looking from the foot of the mountain, is also lush and verdant forests. I have to say, if you hide in there, you really can't be found for a while. Thinking of this, Kai Yi had already approached the location of the phone. At this moment, the cell phone rang suddenly from the right. Kai Yi paused, walked forward, and found Sheng Firen's cell phone, but unfortunately, Sheng Firen was not there. Looking at the phone that fell between the rocks and the incoming call, Kai Yi couldn't help but squint his eyes slightly. Yes, the note above is indeed a very familiar note. Qin Tian, Kai Yi murmured softly, chewing these 2 words over and over in his mouth. He didn't expect that this man named Qin Tian could force Sheng Firen to this point. Thinking of this, Kai Yi leaned over slightly and picked up Sheng Firen's phone. Kai Yi put his phone into his pocket, muting it. After all, Sheng Firen's cell phone was in his pocket, so there was no need to track it. Thinking of this, Kai Yi took the flashlight and carefully observed the ground. Although it didn't rain in the past 2 days, it was not too difficult for Kai Yi to track a person. He soon got a clue and then followed the clues and moved forward step by step. The sound of flowing spring water gradually came to his ears, and at the same time, the faint panting sound also reached Kai Yi's ears. He walked slowly forward, and then his eyes were fixed on a huge rock near the spring. He strode around to the back of the boulder, and sure enough, the panting sound became clearer in his ears. Then Kai Yi also saw Sheng Firen, who was wearing sportswear and curled up helplessly behind the boulder. Sister Fei ran. He walked forward and wanted to help Sheng Firen, who was squatting there, up. However, as soon as Kai Yi placed his hand on Sheng Firen's shoulder, she immediately pulled him back with force. "Open it now. Don't be my friend," he scolded loudly. Then Sheng Firen raised his head and looked at Kai Yi fiercely. However, after seeing Kai Yi, those fierce eyes suddenly became confused. Chi Yi, she blinked blankly, then said uncertainly. "Yes, it's me," Kai Yi said softly, then half knelt in front of Sheng Firen, raised his hand and gently tucked her already slightly wet hair behind her. Why are you here?" Sheng Firen said this a little breathlessly, and then she shook her head vigorously. "Didn't you, Sister Firen, call me?" Kai Yi explained. "Phone, I called you, didn't I call the driver?" Kai Yi looked at Sheng Firen, who was already confused at the moment, with amusement, and then he was about to take out his cell phone to prove himself. "Look at the call records." Seeing Kai Yi was about to get his phone, Sheng Firen reached out and held Kai Yi's wrist. Wait a minute, you take me away first, hurry up." She looked around in panic, then spoke anxiously. "Good," Kai Yi responded, then bent down and picked up Sheng Firen by the waist. It was not until he picked up Sheng Firen that Kai Yi realized that Sheng Firen had been trembling all over since the beginning. Judging from the appearance, she was indeed quite frightened. Lowering his head slightly, looking at the stunning beauty in his arms who was frightened like this, Kai Yi couldn't help but feel a little more pity in his heart. He strode towards his car. Just after Kai Yi put Sheng Firen in the back seat of his car and sat in the driver's seat, he saw someone in the front rushing towards him with a flashlight. Those people didn't even look at the car parked on the side of the road, but rushed directly into the woods. "Everyone, search this place carefully. She hasn't left the villa area yet," Qin Tian said and rushed in with a flashlight. Looking at the beams of light in the woods, Kai Yi couldn't help but sneer. "Idiot." After cursing, Kai Yi started the car and quickly left the Qingwan Villa district. Kai Yi drove very fast and soon returned to the room from the villa area in the suburbs. But in just over 20 minutes, Sheng Firen, who was lying in the back seat, had become completely confused. Take me away, please." At this time, Sheng Firen was obviously so dazed that he had forgotten that he had got on the car, and he kept praying. Kai Yi, take me away, aha," she said while panting and sounding very helpless. At this time, Kai Yi had already parked the car not far from Sheng Firen's house. I don't know what happened today, but there were quite a few cars in front of Sheng Firen's house. However, Kai Yi didn't care much about it. After all, at this moment, the best thing to do was to send Sheng Firen, who was unconscious, back as soon as possible. At first Kai Yi thought Sheng Firen was drunk. But on the way here, Kai Yi understood clearly that he was not drunk at all. He was clearly framed. Thinking of this, Kai Yi opened the back door and looked at Sheng Firen, whose face was flushed. Although she was not wearing the professional suit she had worn in the morning, she was wearing a tight sports short-sleeved top and a sporty short skirt. This dress outlines Sheng Firen's figure perfectly. At this time, after Sheng Firen's actions, the short skirt underneath had become wrinkled beyond recognition. Moreover, not only that, the short skirt has now been rolled up to the waist and abdomen. Kai Yi could see the beautiful scenery below clearly at a glance. Looking at Sheng Firen helplessly, Kai Yi then reached out and carried her out. "Don't worry, Sister Fei Ran, you are already home, and you will be home soon." Home? After hearing Kai Yi's words, Sheng Firen raised his head in a daze. But after looking at his villa with the lights on, Sheng Firen suddenly trembled all over. Then she quickly buried her head in Kai Yi's arms. Hurry, take me away, I don't want to go home, I don't want to go home. As she said this, she struggled violently in Kai Yi's arms, trying to get back into the car. There was no other choice, Kai Yi had to quickly put her back in the back seat. But what I didn't expect was that Sheng Firen had just returned. He just closed the car door. Kai Yi didn't expect that Sheng Firen, who was already in a daze, would suddenly wake up. And there will be such a violent reaction. Thinking of this, Kai Yi looked towards the villa area with a meaningful expression. If you think about it carefully, when I sent Sheng Firen back home, the lights in her house were also on. But at that time, Kai Yi thought there was a nanny or something at home. But now that I think about it carefully, there was something wrong with Sheng Firen's expression when he returned home that time. Later, Sheng Firen even disappeared for a few days. So, Kai Yi withdrew his gaze, and then looked at the several cars parked outside the villa. It seems that there should be someone else in the villa at this time, and those people are most likely Sheng Firen's family members. Thinking of this, Kai Yi got in the car and left with Sheng Firen. Just after leaving the villa area and the car drove out to an intersection, Kai Yi caught a glimpse of a familiar person out of the corner of his eye. Seeing Qin Tian sitting in the back seat, Kai Yi couldn't help but narrow his eyes. After a sneer, Kai Yi took Sheng Firen directly to one of his houses. After all, the company has been established in the past 2 months, so Kai Yi has also invested a lot of money in houses. This house is one of them. In this case, Sheng Firen is still the first woman that Kai Yi has brought home seriously. Thinking of this, Kai Yi had already parked the car in the underground garage, and then he swiftly took Sheng Firen to the elevator. Obviously, Sheng Firen's awakening just now was just caused by being frightened. Now lying alone in the back seat again, Sheng Firen was no longer conscious. Even when Kai Yi carried Sheng Firen out, Sheng Firen's hands had already started to become dishonest. She had been dishonest with herself. But after being picked up by Kai Yi, he started to act disrespectful towards Kai Yi. Wait a minute, Sister Fei Ran, we haven't reached home yet. What home? This is not my home. After talking nonsense, Sheng Firen lowered his head and bit Kai Yi's shoulder directly. Then 2 tender white hands reached directly into Kai Yi's clothes. Hiss. After noticing Sheng Firen's naughty little hands starting to move dishonestly, Kai Yi immediately gasped. A breath of cool air. You witch. He looked down at Sheng Firen, whose face was flushed, and then laughed playfully. Fairy, what is a fairy? Sheng Firen, who was already confused, was still somewhat confused after hearing Kai Yi's words. But even though her face was dazed and looked silly at this moment, her movements were not dazed at all. Her movements are very precise and bold at the same time. Kai Yi almost rushed into the house carrying Sheng Firen in his arms. The moment he closed the door, he pushed Sheng Firen behind the door. What do you want to do? Tell me. Kai Yi leaned close to Sheng Firen's ear and whispered. After saying that, he bit Sheng Firen's earlobe and began to rub it gently. When the passion reached its peak, Sheng Firen couldn't help but moan, and her body trembled slightly with excitement. What do you want? She slowly looked at Kai Yi with her dazed eyes, and then she stared at Kai Yi's face accurately and sighed softly. However, it can also be seen that Sheng Firen is obviously very happy at this moment. Originally her face was full of struggle and discomfort, but now she was obviously feeling much better. Want me? After hearing Sheng Firen's words, Kai Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then what makes you think I want you? Seeing her like this, Kai Yi couldn't help but ask teasingly. Sheng Firen was obviously stunned for a moment, and then his face showed some embarrassment. But soon, Sheng Firen straightened his chest. They all said I have a good figure. As she said this, she looked at Kai Yi with anticipation. Kai Yi shook his head with a smile. Seeing Sheng Firen's somewhat honest appearance at this moment, the evil taste in his heart was immediately revealed. Oh, but aren't there a lot of people with good figures? Kai Yi asked. Obviously, this sentence really stumped Sheng Firen. Sheng Firen was stunned for a moment, and then began to struggle. I will still do this. As she spoke, Sheng Firen lifted up her clothes, revealing her hot waist. Although there was no light in the room at this time, the moonlight outside the window shining on her snow-white skin was still somewhat eye-catching. Are there any comments? If there are no comments, I will make a scene. Put me down. Sheng Firen struggled to get out of Kai Yi's arms, and at the same time tied the hem of her clothes around her waist, revealing her devilish figure. Why are you going downstairs? Kai Yi looked at her with a helpless look. I can also dance girl group dance, Sheng Firen said stubbornly. I have to say that Kai Yi is still looking forward to Sheng Firen dancing a girl group dance. But he still has doubts about the current Sheng Firen. Thinking of this, Kai Yi put Sheng Firen down. Sure enough, the next second Sheng Firen suddenly felt weak all over, and he held onto the wall with weak legs and feet. It hurts so much. As he spoke, Sheng Firen slowly slid down the wall until he sat on the ground. She sat there with a flushed face, then she raised her head with red eyes, blinking her beautiful eyes, and looked at Kai Yi with watery eyes. Wow, why can't I stand up? She said with a slight red lip, panting. Seeing Sheng Firen like this, Kai Yi was immediately happy. If it wasn't inappropriate, he really wanted to take out his cell phone, take a picture, and record this moment. She looked up at Kai Yi with red eyes, and then spoke angrily to herself. Kai Yi walked up to her with amusement and picked her up, then strode directly into the master bedroom. It's okay if you can't dance a girl group dance while standing now, you can still do it in other ways anyway. Thinking of this, Kai Yi's eyes became hot as he looked at Sheng Firen. He strode into the bedroom and put Sheng Firen directly on the bed. Sheng Firen narrowed his eyes slightly and lay on his side on the bed. As her consciousness became more and more blurred, she had already forgotten what she had just done. At the same time, as time went by, she felt herself getting hotter and hotter. Kai Yi. Gasping in pain, Sheng Firen's other hand then kept groping on the bed. It seemed like he wanted to find where Kai Yi was. Unfortunately, she did not find any trace of Kai Yi, which made her very disappointed. Then she curled up on the bed, somewhat helplessly. On the gray bed sheets, those two long white legs were very obvious. I saw that the two long legs were already together, and then they were tangled up. Moreover, as Sheng Firen panted softly, those two long white legs began to rub against each other. Woo, someone, help me. Sheng Firen began to cry helplessly. She clearly remembered that Kai Yi was right beside her just now, but why couldn't she find him now? Sheng Firen, whose consciousness was a little confused at this time, did not notice that Kai Yi was standing next to him. Her confused mind was completely bewildered. She wanted Yi Han to save her, but Yi Han was far away. But his parents gave him back to Qin Tian. Kai Yi, who had been by her side just now, was also gone. This made Sheng Firen feel helpless and shed tears. However, Kai Yi didn't know what was in Sheng Firen's mind at this time. He just vaguely heard Yi Han's name from her mouth. This made Kai Yi's face suddenly gloomy. The love in his heart temporarily disappeared, and he was so angry that he laughed. As expected, Sheng Firen has deep feelings for Yi Han. Thinking of this, Kai Yi shook his hands, and then slapped Sheng Firen directly on the butt. With a scream, the pain also made Sheng Firen feel a little more comfortable. She slowly turned her head to look at Kai Yi, then forced herself to sit up. Kai Yi. She sniffed a little aggrievedly, and subconsciously wanted to hug Kai Yi. But the next second Kai Yi took a step back, which made Sheng Firen stunned. Kai Yi, don't go, okay. Kai Yi was not in a hurry to answer Sheng Firen's words. Instead, he raised his eyebrows slightly and looked over. Seeing Sheng Firen's face becoming more and more aggrieved, he said, do you know who I am now? Sheng Firen's legs slowly moved towards Kai Yi. Her delicate eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and after hearing Kai Yi's words, she bit her red lips and nodded. Well, I know who you are. Can you help me? I feel so bad. It feels like I have a fever all over my body. Sheng Firen said helplessly. I have always been the one helping you, and I did it before. So, am I not at a disadvantage? Taking advantage of the fact that Sheng Firen was a little sober, Kai Yi raised his eyebrows and spoke. Sheng Firen bit her red lips in some confusion. She was not a fool and naturally knew what this favor was. Kneeling and moving forward, Sheng Firen naturally lowered his head slightly. Slowly unzipped the zipper. After a long time, Sheng Fei looked at Kai Yi with red eyes. Why don't you? Kai Yi laughed, with your limited skills, it would be abnormal if I really confessed. But I'm so hot. Sheng Fei's eyes were red as she looked at Kai Yi pleadingly. Kai Yi lowered his head slightly and saw that one of Sheng Firen's hands was buried under her sports skirt. At the same time, this also made Kai Yi's eyes red. Holding Shang Firen's shoulders, he pounced over. Then, he grabbed Shang Firen's little hand that had been causing trouble. How can you entertain yourself? But you don't. Before Shang Firen could finish her words, her red lips were suddenly blocked by Kai Yi. To be honest, Kai Yi was about to explode a long time ago. Although Shang Firen's actions were very immature, they were still provocative. It hurts a little. Kai Yi gently patted her sexy buttocks with his hand. It's okay, relax. It's already late at night after all this trouble. The moonlight was shining brightly outside, and the bright moonlight poured out from the large floor-to-ceiling windows and fell on the big bed. At this moment, the figure on the bed was reflected on the wall. I saw two figures on the wall entangled tightly together. The two shadows were moving violently, as if trying to break through the confinement of shadows. The next day, I opened my eyes blearily, and the familiar feeling of soreness came back again. His mind was still a little confused, and Shang Firen subconsciously wanted to touch the cell phone on the bedside table. But she reluctantly stretched her hand out from under the quilt, only to find nothing. After being stunned for a moment, she subconsciously looked at the bedside table. But unexpectedly, the scene before him was not one he was familiar with. It was not her bedroom at home, nor her cubicle at the bar, nor her lounge at the company, nor the hotel room where she often rested. Woke up. A deep and magnetic voice came from behind me, and it sounded unusually familiar. But before Shang Firen could react to who it was, he was hugged by the person behind him. Then she felt those tight and perfectly formed pectoral muscles against her back. As Shang Firen's body stiffened, she felt her thigh hit something. Why aren't you talking? Kai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, lowered his head slightly and buried it in Shang Firen's neck. As he spoke, he rubbed Shang Firen's neck with his lips. At the same time, he naturally felt that Shang Firen's body suddenly stiffened. It must be said that this also made Kai Yi's evil taste suddenly emerge. He hugged Shang Firen tightly, bringing the two of them closer together. Kai Yi, Shang Firen said with some surprise. As the feeling on the thigh became clearer, Shang Firen's face also became hot. Her face flushed, and she quickly raised her head and covered her face in shame. At the same time, she suddenly recalled yesterday's memories. After learning that her parents were injured, she rushed to the hospital. But fortunately, it was just my father's ankle that was sprained. The two elders then suggested having a meal at their villa, and Shang Firen naturally agreed happily. After all, as long as the two elders don't act up, Shang Firen is still happy to get along with them. When it was almost time for dinner, Shang's father said that his legs and feet were aching badly and he wanted to drink the wine at home, so he asked Shang Firen to go to the villa area in the suburbs to get it. She didn't think much about it, but she never expected that she would meet Qin Tian as soon as she reached the gate of Qingwan villa area in the suburbs. Now, Shang Firen was completely certain that his father was doing this to bring him and Qin Tian together. She originally didn't want to pay attention to Qin Tian, but Qin Tian kept following her. This made Shang Firen very helpless when he heard Qin Tian say that he wanted to have a good chat. She naturally suspected Qin Tian, but he also said he would stand at her door and chat. Hearing him say this, Shang Firen's vigilance naturally subsided. I originally wanted to have a good talk with Qin Tian, I really didn't have any feelings for him. But for some reason, even though Shang Firen and Qin Tian did nothing, she slowly felt something was wrong with her body. The body starts to feel sore and weak after regaining his strength. Shang Firen originally wanted to return to the villa, after all, there were servants at home. But before she could take any action, she was controlled by Qin Tian. Fortunately, it was already getting dark by then, so she was able to escape without being stuffed into the car. Of course, Shang Firen also remembered what happened later clearly. After thinking about what happened yesterday, her face couldn't help but look unhappy again. But when he thought about what happened between him and Kai Yi last night, Shang Firen's face started to get hot again. Kai Yi was dissatisfied with the fact that Shang Firen was still distracted at this time. What are you thinking about, huh? Kai Yi said jokingly, pushing his hips slightly. Yeah, Kai Yi. Noticing his movements, Shang Firen couldn't help but exclaim. Then she couldn't help but call him out in reproach. What's wrong? What does Sister Fei Ran want me to do for you? Kai Yi asked with amusement, and then the big hand that was originally on Shang Firen's waist began to slide up slowly. Holding the white and soft flesh, Kai Yi began to knead it. Yeah, wait a minute, Kai Yi. I'm so tired, don't. Sheng Firen clenched the bed sheet with one hand, and then said shyly. You say it's not okay, but why do you look like you're enjoying it? Kai Yi said in her ear. Almost instantly, Sheng Firen's face turned red again. Kai Yi. After hearing Sheng Firen say this through gritting his teeth, Kai Yi withdrew his hand. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Do you feel uncomfortable now? Kai Yi sat up from the bed with amusement, then leaned against the head of the bed. At this time, Sheng Firen buried his face in the quilt with his whole body flushed, only half of his face was exposed to look at Kai Yi. After hearing what Kai Yi said, she just said in a muffled voice, No, it's okay, I'm fine now. Although I felt some pain in my body, especially in a certain place. But she was still a little embarrassed to say it. Raising his eyebrows slightly and looking at Sheng Firen, Kai Yi was still very confident in his abilities. So, she was more or less unconvinced by what Sheng Firen said now. Yes, by the way, is my phone here? Without waiting for Kai Yi to speak, Sheng Firen poked his head out from under the quilt and spoke softly. I'll get it. Having said that, Kai Yi lifted the quilt and got out of bed. Sheng Firen nodded and responded. But before Sheng Firen could retract his gaze, he saw Kai Yi walking naked off the bed. This made Sheng Firen's whole body turn red like a shrimp. While feeling extremely ashamed, Sheng Firen couldn't help but follow Kai Yi's gaze. She just looked at Kai Yi's perfect figure, even though she already knew that Kai Yi had a good figure. But now seeing it again, she couldn't help but exclaim in her heart. This was simply the most perfect body she had ever seen in her life. Suddenly, Sheng Firen's eyes paused. After taking a glimpse of the size of the shaking object, her face turned red and she quickly hid her head under the quilt. She knew it was big, but she didn't expect it to be this big. Your phone is here. It still has power. Kai Yi looked at the phone that he had muted, and after silently unmuting it, he handed the phone to Sheng Firen. But he didn't expect that when he turned around, he saw Sheng Firen had curled up in the quilt again. This time, Kai Yi was a little confused. What's going on? Kai Yi walked up to Sheng Firen and asked with amusement. Sheng Firen shook his head and said in a muffled voice while hiding under the quilt, No, it's okay. Don't want your phone anymore. Kai Yi said jokingly. Yes. Sheng Firen said this, and then slowly reached his hand out from under the quilt. However, after a long time, Kai Yi still did not hand over the phone. She shook her hand in confusion, but before she could get the phone, she suddenly realized that her hand was held by someone. Before Sheng Firen could finish his strange words, he was pulled up with great force. Before Sheng Firen could react, he sat up in a daze. Sheng Firen came to his senses when he realized that the quilt on him was slowly sliding down. Then she exclaimed quickly, pulled up the quilt and covered herself with it. Kai Yi, what are you doing? She looked over with a red face and some anger. Kai Yi stood there, feeling a bit amused and helpless. After seeing Sheng Firen's expression, he shook his head with a helpless look. In the past 2 days, I have seen everything I should have seen, and I have also seen everything I shouldn't have seen. Now you are still shy. Although this is the truth, Sheng Firen is still shy. Even now, after hearing Kai Yi's words, she subconsciously wanted to refute him. But after opening my mouth, I found that there was nothing to refute. So she could just sit there and blink her big red eyes at Kai Yi. After seeing Sheng Firen's resentful expression, Kai Yi handed over the phone. Sheng Firen took the phone and subconsciously glanced at the time on it. What, it's already 1 in the afternoon. Sheng Firen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. As she spoke, she looked out the window in surprise. Seeing this, Kai Yi was even kind enough to go forward and help her open the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows. In an instant, the sun shone brightly in the bedroom. It's getting late. Do you want to get up and have lunch? No, I have to go to the company. Having said that, Sheng Firen got up in a hurry to put on his clothes. However, she felt even more sore all over now than yesterday. So before she could get out of bed, she fell back onto it. After being stunned for a moment, Sheng Firen looked at Kai Yi somewhat embarrassedly. Kai Yi, could you please give me another massage? This time, Kai Yi couldn't help but laugh. Do you think you are still in the same condition as yesterday? What's the point of massage? Take a good rest. I have called Sun Chen to ask for leave for you. She also sent your computer over. As he spoke, Kai Yi pointed to the computer beside him. Having said that, Kai Yi couldn't help but give Sun Chen a thumbs up in his heart. She is worthy of being my brother's wife. She is such a nice person. Sheng Firen took a look and saw that it was true. After being stunned for a while, she finally sighed and accepted the reality. But even so, Sheng Firen, who was sitting over there, still looked annoyed. She couldn't help scratching her hair and said regretfully, "How could I sleep so late?" Her biological alarm clock has always been quite accurate. Especially yesterday, she was so tired. The biological alarm clock still woke her up directly. But why today? Is it because she is too tired? Sheng Firen's face turned red, she was puzzled. It was already past 5 when we went to bed. It was already getting light. It's not surprising that you've slept until now. Looking at Sheng Firen like this, Kai Yi couldn't help but say teasingly. After being stunned for a moment, Sheng Firen's face suddenly turned red. She coughed to pretend to be calm, and then said, "Ahem, well, okay then. By the way, the clean clothes are on the small sofa. I'm going to go wash up first." Seeing that Sheng Firen was a little embarrassed, Kai Yi pointed at the clothes on the sofa and went to the bathroom. However, after going to the bathroom, Kai Yi turned on the faucet, but did not rush to wash up. Instead, he called the system. "Kai Yi, system, are you here? It's very strange. After having a close contact with Sheng Firen yesterday, I didn't have much villain value left, so I didn't give any reminders today." After Kai Yi called out, the system did not make any sound. "Kai Yi, system. Seeing that there was no response from the other side, Kai Yi became somewhat irritated. "System, coming. Kai Yi, why was there no villain value broadcast when I was drinking Sheng Firen?" "System, host, please don't worry, because the plot has gradually deviated from the track and developed faster than in the original novel, so we have performed emergency maintenance and it is expected to return to normal in 10 minutes. Kai Yi, why do you need to do maintenance every day? If you can do it, do it. If you can't, get out." The system hurriedly said, "Host, please don't go to woohoo, the plot is really too different from before so." Kai Yi, okay. But this is indeed true. After all, Kai Yi did develop everything ahead of time. Even though Yi Han was going back to China early, he still acted quickly and poached a lot of girls. After receiving the system's reply, Kai Yi finally felt at ease and began to take a shower. By the time Kai Yi finishes taking a shower, the system should have almost recovered. Ding ding, the host is detected to have villain behavior, reward 6,000 villain points. Ding ding, the host is detected to have bold and treacherous behavior, and 666 villain points are awarded. Ding ding, host is detected to have a reaction action, reward 600 villain points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host for taking down the destined heroine Sheng Firen, and reward villain points. Ding ding, in this upgrade, the lucky draw treasure box has also been upgraded, please check it carefully. The first few sentences should be hints of yesterday and today's villain values. But Kai Yi's attention was still attracted by the last sentence. "Kai Yi, what have you upgraded?" "System, host, I'm sorry, you need to check the treasure chest upgrade yourself when you draw the lottery, but please draw the lottery at your discretion, after all, there is a probability." "Kai Yi, you guys are so dark." "System, the host is joking." "Kai Yi, hee. Without paying any more attention to the system, Kai Yi put on his clothes, wiped his hair with a towel and walked out. "You're coming out." Seeing Kai Yi coming out, Sheng Firen on the other side also turned his gaze away from the computer. Just when Kai Yi was talking to the system in the bathroom, he heard bursts of keyboard typing sounds outside. I didn't expect Sheng Firen to be so positive about his work. "Even though I'm so tired, I still insist on working." "Well, I'm done washing, do you want to wash too?" Kai Yi suggested. Sheng Firen on the other side nodded, then typed on the keyboard for a while, then closed the computer and stood up. At this time, Sheng Firen had obviously regained her image of a strong woman. However, this image somewhat collapsed after she stood up. As soon as she stood up, she fell unsteadily onto the sofa. "Ah!" After a scream, Sheng Firen raised his head from the sofa and covered his red face. "I thought I would feel better after taking a rest, but I didn't expect." Seeing this, Kai Yi walked forward with amusement. "It's okay, this is normal. Let me carry you to the bathroom." Upon hearing this, Sheng Firen raised his head and looked at Kai Yi in front of him. Hearing his words, I couldn't help but recall the intense chaos between the two of them in the bathroom of the bar cubicle. Looking at Kai Yi with a blushing face, Sheng Firen asked uncertainly, then don't mess around. This made Kai Yi feel a little bit amused and helpless. When have I ever been so reckless? Isn't it always you who pesters me every time? After hearing Kai Yi's words, Sheng Firen choked. She wanted to defend herself, but before she could say anything, she thought about it for a while. She also had to admit that what Kai Yi said did make sense. From the beginning 2 days ago until last night, I had indeed been interfering with Kai Yi. After realizing this, Sheng Firen's face turned red with embarrassment. Seeing Sheng Firen blushing and not talking, Kai Yi just shook his head and smiled, then walked up to him and carried Sheng Firen to the bathroom. Having promised not to do anything rash, Kai Yi really didn't do anything rash. After he carried Sheng Firen into the bathroom, he turned around and left. Take a slow bath first. I'll go outside to cook. He spoke softly, and then Kai Yi turned and left. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Sheng Firen looked at him with some surprise. Can you cook? Kai Yi smiled and nodded. Why are you surprised? Sheng Firen nodded slightly. Yes, a little, because there are not many men around me who can cook. Look, there's one coming out now, Kai Yi teased, then walked out and closed the door. After walking out of the bathroom, Kai Yi walked out of the bedroom and came to the kitchen outside. After closing the kitchen door, Kai Yi directly opened the lottery page. After looking at the above, I now have a total of villain values. It has to be said that the system upgrade really interested him. In addition, Kai Yi has been accumulating villain points for a while, and he also wants to have a good draw. Without any hesitation, Kai Yi directly chose the Supreme Treasure Chest 10 times. Ding ding, congratulations to the host, you got charm points x 1000. Ding ding, congratulations to the host, you won 1 outdoor adventure equipment. Ding ding, congratulations to the host, you got the swimming skill mastery. Ding ding, congratulations to the host, you got the diving skill mastery. Ding ding, congratulations to the host, you have drawn the outdoor survival experience mastery. Ding ding, congratulations to the host, you got the charm value x 666. Ding ding, congratulations to the host, you won 1 watch unpaced. Ding ding, congratulations to the host, you won a lifeboat x1. Ding ding, congratulations to the host, you got charm points x 500. Ding ding, congratulations to the host, you got the favorability panel x1. Ding ding, warm reminder, the host still has some villain points left, do you still need to continue the lottery? After hearing what the system said, Kai Yi did not speak for a long time, but just looked at the system panel with a serious face. Now that I think about it, the things that the system drew during the previous lottery were all things that I could use in the future. After all, the original book was there, so Kai Yi felt that the system was indeed able to predict the future. But now, looking at the outdoor equipment, various survival skills and so on, there is also a lifeboat in the back. I have to say, when Kai Yi saw these rewards, he felt a chill down his spine. Kai Yi, system, can you know what will happen in the future? System, sorry host, this system is not aware of this. The system is only providing you with lottery and other services. Kai Yi, he knew that this system was not reliable. Even if the system really doesn't know the subsequent plot, it means that this lottery mechanism may draw things according to future needs. Although he wasn't sure, Kai Yi always felt that it was not a good sign. So after hesitating for a moment, Kai Yi did not continue to draw the lottery. After all, he had to leave something for himself for the future, right? It's getting harder and harder to get villain value now, so you better spend it sparingly. Thinking of this now, Kai Yi rejected the system's proposal. Kai Yi, no need. After saying that, Kai Yi began to look at the favorability panel that he had drawn last. Looking at the explanation above, it should be that when you see someone, you can see how much that person likes you. However, this favorability can only be used when you see that person. After giving it a little thought, it's not particularly useless. After all, it is very convenient for Kai Yi to know accurately how much the other party likes him. Thinking of this and listening to the noise coming from the bathroom, Kai Yi began to prepare lunch. What happened yesterday really exhausted Sheng Firen. Kai Yi knew it just by looking at Sheng Firen's condition today. Therefore, he is now preparing to prepare some good food for Sheng Firen to nourish his body. Sheng Firen originally just wanted to take a simple bath, but there was no way. At this moment her whole body was aching badly. So, after hesitating for a while, Sheng Firen decided to take a good hot bath. Fortunately, hot baths can be helpful. Although Sheng Firen's legs couldn't help shaking when he stood up to walk out after taking a shower, he could at least stand steadily. As soon as I opened the bathroom door, the fragrance outside spread throughout the bathroom. As Sheng Firen walked out of the bathroom, the fragrance became more obvious. She sniffed her nose and suddenly felt hungry. But the smell was so fragrant that it made her somewhat suspicious. Was this meal really made by Kai Yi? Thinking of this, Sheng Firen slowly walked out of the bedroom and reached the kitchen door. Seeing Kai Yi still busy cooking inside, Sheng Firen was surprised to understand. It turned out that these things were really made by Kai Yi himself. At that moment just now, she even thought that Kai Yi had secretly ordered takeout. Thinking of this, Sheng Firen couldn't help but stand there, staring at Kai Yi's back as he concentrated on cooking. And for a moment, Sheng Firen actually had the thought that it would be nice to have a boyfriend like this. You're out, get ready to clean up and eat. Just then, Kai Yi came out of the kitchen with the prepared lunch. At the same time, Sheng Firen, who was standing there in a daze, suddenly came to his senses. He lowered his head slightly, feeling a little awkward. Okay, I'll help clean up first. Having said that, Sheng Firen quickly walked into the kitchen. Seeing her reaction, Kai Yi was a little confused. Turning his head in confusion, Kai Yi saw Sheng Firen with his head slightly lowered, revealing his snow-white neck. Looking up again, I saw the 2 red earlobes. But he didn't seem to say anything just now. Shaking his head with some amusement, Kai Yi couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that girls tend to think too much and imagine too much. But this is not a bad thing. Thinking of this, Kai Yi turned around and put the food in his hand on the table. Sister Fei ran, just get the chopsticks and spoon out. The porridge is just cooked and it's too hot. I'll do it. Oh okay. After responding, Sheng Firen, who was originally at a loss, quickly took his things and went out. However, even if she walked out now, she was still a little embarrassed and didn't dare to look at Kai Yi. Please sit down first. I'll bring out the cooked porridge. Having said that, Kai Yi strode towards the kitchen again. It was not until Kai Yi walked into the kitchen that Sheng Firen slowly raised his head. She sat at the dining table and looked at Kai Yi with full eyes. I don't know why, is it because cooking is a plus? This made Sheng Firen unable to help but want to go and see Kai Yi. At the same time, this also made her unable to help but pay attention to Kai Yi's actions. Even when Kai Yi asked her to come out and fetch the hot porridge, Sheng Firen couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster. Thinking of this, seeing that Kai Yi was about to come out, Sheng Firen quickly looked away. Sheng Firen couldn't help but raise his hand and pat his cheeks, forcing himself to calm down. After all, Sheng Firen was someone who had seen big scenes and did business often, so he was able to calm down quickly. While eating, she couldn't help but look around. Is this your home? Hearing this, Kai Yi nodded and said, it's one of my houses. I don't usually stay here. I wanted to take you home yesterday, but you didn't want to go back, so I brought you here. Hearing this, Sheng Firen's eyes suddenly became dim. Yes, even when I was unconscious, I didn't want to go back and face my parents. It can be seen that she is now completely disappointed with her parents. I'm sorry, I really troubled you yesterday. My parents were at home yesterday, so I didn't want to go back. Sheng Firen said in a depressed mood. It's okay. It's not a problem. Kai Yi comforted softly. However, these words did make Kai Yi feel very happy. In that situation, Sheng Firen actually chose to believe himself instead of believing his parents, which made Kai Yi quite happy. So, can you tell me what happened yesterday? Looking at Sheng Firen who was eating listlessly with his head down, Kai Yi said tentatively. Hearing this, Sheng Fei Ran subconsciously raised his head and looked over. Although he was in a bad mood, Sheng Firen still couldn't help but eat his food in big mouthfuls. She is indeed tired and hungry now, but the most important thing is that the food made by Kai Yi is really delicious. After hearing Kai Yi's words, Sheng Firen hesitated for a while, and then told Kai Yi what happened yesterday. In fact, Kai Yi had guessed these things a long time ago, and now he asked Sheng Firen just to confirm it. At the same time, he also wanted to know how much Sheng Firen trusted him. Thinking of this, Kai Yi started to check Sheng Firen's favorability towards him. As expected, Sheng Firen's favorability towards me was not very high at this moment, just barely reaching 60%. But even so, Kai Yi was satisfied. After all, he and Sheng Firen had not had much contact before. However, it seems that the favorability level will become more difficult as time goes on. Thinking of this, Kai Yi began to be curious about other people's impression of him. Is that so? Kai Yi nodded slightly and responded, "What are you going to do now?" Sheng Firen frowned slightly, and looked very depressed. "Anyway, they will definitely be waiting for me at home, so I won't be going home recently." Having said that, Sheng Firen couldn't help but smile bitterly. But just as he finished speaking, Sheng Firen's cell phone beside him rang. Kai Yi looked over subconsciously and saw the notes above. But the next second, Sheng Firen hung up the phone and blocked the call. Seeing her skillful movements, it was obvious that this was not the first time she had done this. "Your parents called you?" "Yeah." Sheng Firen nodded with a somewhat unhappy expression. As if she knew what Kai Yi was wondering about, she continued, "This is the 5th phone number that has been blocked today. But this is not a solution." Upon hearing this, Sheng Firen paused for a moment. After turning off her phone, she pretended to be indifferent and said, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, there is no difference between us and breaking off the relationship." "Why doesn't it matter? Don't you still want to return to the previous family atmosphere in your heart?" Kai Yi said. After saying this, the surroundings suddenly became peaceful. It got quiet. Sheng Firen also sat there with his head down and didn't say anything. Kai Yi knew that his words really touched Sheng Firen's heart. Even though Sheng Firen is indeed a little disappointed with his parents' behavior now, their relationship was still very good before. So Sheng Firen still longs to return to the previous family atmosphere. But now Sheng Firen doesn't understand why they always introduce her to someone and force her to believe in them. And his parents also didn't understand why Sheng Firen chose Yi Han. This is when the relationship began to unravel. The lack of understanding between them also caused their relationship to become increasingly worse. And now, what happened yesterday has completely become a fuse. This made Sheng Firen completely disappointed with his family. And in such a quiet atmosphere, Sheng Firen's cell phone rang again, but Sheng Firen still muted the phone without even looking at it. "Even though my phone was muted several times, I still received a lot of calls." But Sheng Firen ignored it all. What's the point if I'm the only one who cares? They don't care about me." Sheng Firen said this with a sarcastic look on his face, but as he spoke he couldn't help but choked up. She was originally a little princess who was spoiled and brought up in the family. So now that she has grown up, she didn't expect the gap to be so huge from before, which made her feel a little overwhelmed. Sheng Firen originally didn't want to lose her composure in front of Kai Yi. But when she thought about what happened yesterday, she felt really sad and aggrieved. "So I couldn't help but tears in my eyes." It was at this time that Kai Yi's cell phone rang. Kai Yi looked down and saw that it was a call from Sun Chen. After hesitating for a moment, Kai Yi still answered the phone. "Hello. Brother Yi, is Sister Fei Ran still with you now?" The moment the call was connected, Sun Chen asked anxiously. "Well, what happened? Did something happen at the company?" Yes, there was a small situation. Mr. Sheng's parents are here," Sun Chen said helplessly. Hearing this, Kai Yi was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that Sheng's father and mother would go directly to the company. "Are they making a fuss?" Kai Yi asked doubtfully. "No, they just kept asking where our President Sheng had gone. We just kept calling President Sheng, but the call didn't go through. Wait a minute, uncle and aunt. Hello Fei Ran." Before Sun Chen could finish his words, his phone was snatched away by someone. The next second, a deep middle-aged male voice came over. Hearing that the other party was silent, the man continued to ask. "Is Sheng Firen on your side? What is your purpose? Tell me, what do you want?" Hearing what Sheng's father said, Kai Yi couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Could it be that he thinks of himself as a kidnapper? "Uncle, don't worry, it's not what you think." Kai Yi smiled helplessly. However, after hearing a male voice, especially calling him uncle, the person on the other side became even more excited. "You are Yi Han, right? Yi Han, what on earth are you thinking? What kind of magic potion did you feed my daughter?" Mr. Sheng on the opposite side couldn't help but yelled. Kai Yi. Although he remained silent, he was quite pleased to hear these words. Sheng Firen, who had been sitting there in silence, heard what his father said at this moment. Before Kai Yi could react, his phone had already been snatched away by Sheng Firen. What kind of magic potion? Don't you guys reflect on it? Do you know what I went through last night? He roared angrily at that direction, and Sheng Firen couldn't help but choked up and broke down. If Yi Han hadn't given you the medicine. Mr. Sheng wanted to argue with Sheng Firen, but after hearing Sheng Firen's choking voice, he suddenly became quiet. Firen, yes, did something happen yesterday? Father Sheng's tone was obviously a little panicked. You can ask Qin Tian about these things, don't bother me, Sheng Firen said and hung up the phone abruptly. She was so angry that she threw her phone away the next second. But the moment he raised the phone, Sheng Firen suddenly woke up. She also remembered that the phone in her hand was not hers, but Kai Yi's. She looked at Kai Yi a little embarrassedly, and after handing the phone back to Kai Yi, she sat down and wiped her tears with her hands. Sorry for the loss of composure, she said with a sniff. After he finished speaking, Kai Yi could visibly see a hint of hesitation and struggle on Sheng Firen's face. But after a moment, she finally chose to continue eating. Kai Yi didn't expect Sheng Firen to be so supportive. It's okay. You actually look cute. You're different from your usual self. After shrugged, Kai Yi put his phone aside and continued eating. These words stunned Sheng Firen for a moment. She looked at Kai Yi in surprise, then lowered her head and started eating again. However, the whole person seemed to be more restrained. But, just after dinner, Kai Yi cleaned up the table, and Sheng Firen went to the bedroom to work. Kai Yi's cell phone rang again. This time the call was from an unfamiliar number. Hello. Is this Mr. Kai? A gentle female voice sounded from the other side. Although the voice sounded quite young, Kai Yi could still guess that the person on the other side was quite old. He even guessed that the person opposite was Sheng Firen's mother. Is it Madam Sheng? Without any concealment, Kai Yi asked directly. This made the person on the other side stunned. Yes, it is me. Excuse me, is there anything you want to talk to me about? Kai Yi said in a distant tone, as if he was doing something official. If someone who didn't know heard what he said, they might think that the two were discussing business. Well, actually, you should have guessed it. I called you because of Fei Ran's matter. I wanted to ask, is Fei Ran still with you? Mother Sheng said cautiously. Perhaps because Sheng Firen was still with Kai Yi at the time, her tone sounded very polite. Yeah. Kai Yi glanced at Sheng Firen, who was sitting in the bedroom and eavesdropping, and replied, it's still here with me. Hearing this, Sheng Firen looked up at Kai Yi with some resentment. Obviously, she didn't want Kai Yi to reveal his location. Then you guys. We are just ordinary friends. Knowing that Mrs. Sheng wants what answer do you want, Kai Yi spoke directly. He didn't have as low an EQ as Yi Han, and he also realized that parents were actually very important to Sheng Firen. So some things cannot be rushed. As expected, after hearing Kai Yi's words, Mrs. Sheng opposite was obviously relieved. Actually, we are also very curious about what happened yesterday, but we asked Qin Tian several times and he didn't explain it clearly. He just said that when he went back to get the wine yesterday, he said a few words that made Fei Ran angry. Mrs. Sheng said this with some embarrassment, obviously knowing that Sheng Firen was very resistant to them and wanted Kai Yi to speak to them. Some unpleasant things did happen yesterday. I suggest you check the surveillance cameras in the Qingwan Villa area. Kai Yi said in a cold tone. Oh, okay, thank you. Knowing that Sheng Firen was still very resistant to them, Sheng Firen was very emotionally intelligent and did not ask other questions, nor did he let Sheng Firen come to answer the phone. After thanking Kai Yi politely, he hung up the phone politely. After putting away his phone, Kai Yi turned around abruptly, and as expected, met the eyes of Sheng Firen, who was eavesdropping over there. He looked away in panic, but perhaps because he felt he was too guilty, Sheng Firen looked over again. Why didn't you tell them the address? Why didn't you ask them to come over? I thought you were going to betray me after you answered their call. Sheng Firen was curled up on the sofa, and as he spoke he couldn't help but squint his eyes. Kai Yi shrugged helplessly. In your eyes, am I such a person with no emotional intelligence? Having said that, Kai Yi sat directly next to Sheng Firen, and before Sheng Firen could react, he hugged Sheng Firen into his arms. What are you doing? I still have to work. Forced to bury her head in Kai Yi's arms, Sheng Firen couldn't help but speak with a blushing face. Work is the work you are talking about. Just staring at a blank document, Kai ruthlessly exposed Shang Firen's lie. Ahem, well, how could that be? She defended herself somewhat guiltily. From what you said before, I thought your parents were difficult to get along with. But I didn't expect your mother to be so polite just now. She seems easy to get along with. As Kai spoke, he lowered his head slightly and observed Shang Firen's expression. Sure enough, the next second he saw Shang Firen's expression become subtle. She doesn't have a bad temper, it's just that sometimes. Shang Firen muttered softly, but he didn't know what to say anymore. After all, to be honest, her parents' tempers are not that bad, and they are well-educated people after all. As he was thinking about this, Shang Firen suddenly realized something. Indeed, my parents have always had good tempers since I was a child. At present, the only time he would be more irritable was when it came to matters concerning Yi Han. Thinking of this, Shang Firen frowned slightly. Although Shang Firen felt that if he and Yi Han were really together, it would be nothing if they confirmed their relationship afterwards. Although others mind Yi Han, he doesn't mind. But why can't Yi Han and his parents live in peace? When he thought about how Yi Han and his parents had always disliked each other, it made him, as the middleman, physically and mentally exhausted every time. This made Shang Firen sigh again. How so? Why can't they just get along well with each other? Thinking of this, Shang Firen's brows furrowed even more tightly. As she thought about it, she couldn't help but fall asleep leaning on Kai's shoulder. Although I had slept for 8 hours, I couldn't help being too tired last night. This also resulted in Shang Firen becoming confused whenever he relaxed his mind a little. Seeing Shang Firen fell asleep, Kai looked at her meaningfully. After quietly carrying Shang Firen to the bed, Kai stood beside the bed and pondered for a while before turning around and walking into the kitchen. Kai had already seen Shang Firen's expression just now. But this speed is still too slow for Kai. Although he is currently relatively satisfied with his power, after all, it has developed to this point in just a few months. But that's not enough. Even if he is really stronger than Yi Han, he is the destined male protagonist after all. What is the destined male protagonist? He is the kind of person who, in novels, seems to be dead, but can unexpectedly come back to life and make a complete comeback. So regarding the male protagonist luck, Kai didn't dare to gamble. The only thing he can do now is to develop rapidly again so that he can completely crush Yi Han later. Because Kai knew that he had already intended to kill him. If he knew what I was thinking, he would do whatever it took to kill me. So the future journey for the two of us will be a matter of life and death. And Kai never thought of being soft-hearted. Thinking of this, Kai's expression turned completely cold. Then he started to deal with the work on the Ark. Although Ark's work is going smoothly, we cannot let our guard down. Although he was fighting a price war, Yi Han had been working hard for 2 years after all, and his connections were better than his. Country. Why? Mosley, why are you so absent-minded these 2 days? Are you feeling unwell? Yi Han looked at Morris with concern. As he said this, he put down the wine glass in his hand and sat next to Morris. But the next second, Morris showed a calm expression and moved aside silently. This immediately made Yi Han's expression stiffen, and even his movements paused. Nothing, just thinking about something. As he spoke, Morris looked toward the sea in a trance. I haven't talked to Y for several days. Even if we can talk, we always just say good morning. Besides, the season hasn't ended yet and her rank has already gone up, so there's no reason for her to get involved and ask him to lead her in playing games. And Y also said recently that he is very busy at work. So Morris was also very sensible and did not disturb him during Country Z's working hours. After all, she also knew that work was still very tiring. But this made Morris depressed every day. She wanted to chat with Y, wanted to be on the phone with him, wanted to hear his voice. Even, the photo of abdominal muscles flashed through his mind, and Morris couldn't help but sigh again. Fortunately, she will be able to return home soon, and then she will be able to meet Y in person. Thinking of this, Morris's depressed mood improved a little. We finally get out to play today, how about going on a jet ski? Yi Han suggested. No, I'll just sit here for a while. After smiling politely, Morris still refused. She knew what Yi Han was thinking, but she didn't want to have close contact with this person. Oh well. Yi Han responded with a forced smile and picked up the wine glass beside him again. He drank the glass of wine in one gulp, then looked at Morris meaningfully. In fact, when I first came to Country Y and met Morris, the relationship between us was pretty good. At least Morris wasn't as cold as he is now. Later, even Yi-han himself admitted that he was a little anxious. But ever since Morris started playing games during that period, everything changed. However, Yi-han had already asked someone to check the IP address of that person named Y, but they found nothing. This also made Yi-han a little unhappy. He knew that many people actually coveted Morris. After all, as long as he captured Morris, he would have the largest mafia in Country Y as his backing. Before, he was complacent and felt that he had entered their circle early and was able to get close to Morris first. But I didn't expect that it would only go smoothly at the beginning. Thinking of this, Yi-han became even more unhappy. Because he also didn't know which force that Y belonged to. It is also unclear what stage the relationship between the two has reached. The thought of these unknown things made Yi-han even more irritable. But what makes Yi-han even more annoyed is that he is now abroad. After all, if this happened in China, he could get Morris with just a little trickery. As long as two people have had sex, then all you have to do is coax them slowly afterwards. But now, they are in Country Y, and Yi-han still doesn't dare to do such a thing. After all, it would not be good if Morris's father was angered. Buzz buzz buzz. It was at this time that the cell phone in Yi-han's pocket rang. He glanced at the caller, then looked at Morris on the other side, whose attention was completely not on him. Judging from the situation, he doesn't need to say hello. Walking to the other side with the phone in hand, Yi-han's face suddenly turned ugly after hearing what was said on the other side. With a gloomy face, he shouted angrily, "Are you all useless? It's only been half a month, how come Fangzhou has snatched away so many orders?" Yi-han didn't take Fang Arc seriously at first. After all, many small companies have indeed emerged over the years. Especially for a small company like this which has just been established not long ago and is thinking of surpassing the Yi Group. After all, those companies went bankrupt before they could even last long. There were even some that had the potential to develop quite well, but were later forced to be acquired by the Yi Group at all costs. So when the Arc Group first appeared, Yi-han was waiting silently. He thought that as long as they developed, he would use the same old tricks again and threaten them to be acquired. But I didn't expect that only half a month had passed. The Arc Group is actually going to overtake the Yi Group. Although a lot of orders were snatched away, they were not particularly large orders. But there are not many people who can snatch a piece of meat from the Yi Group. If you can grab a piece of meat today, you can plunder more next time. Mr. Yi, I have no solution on my end. The approach of the Arc Group is really weird, as if doing business does not require making money. The person on the other side said with great embarrassment. Yi-han naturally didn't believe this. After all, who can start a company without making money? It's nothing more than that Arc now wants to attract some customers without making any money. However, if they continue like this, they will go bankrupt sooner or later. Yi-han sneered, "Don't you want to lose money in business, then satisfy them. At this rate, the Arc Group won't be able to survive until the second half of the month." After hanging up the phone, Yi-han was still somewhat worried. After all, the fact that they were able to snatch so many orders from me in just half a month proves that the other party does have some strength. After standing there and thinking about it, Yi-han was still very nervous. After hesitating for a while, Yi-han finally dialed Lu Qingshuang's number. However, after the call was made, the other end did not pick up the phone. It was not until the call was about to be automatically hung up that Lu Qingshuang answered the call. "Hey, Qingshuang, you haven't slept yet." Yi-han smiled ingratiatingly, and his intimate tone made it seem as if the two were in love. He always felt that Lu Qingshuang fell asleep when she was in love with him. So even if I wake up now, my memory should still be stuck in that time. The whole person should still be willing to do whatever you ask for. Although Lu Qingshuang had said before out of anger that she would not help him with business matters. However, Yi-han never took Lu Qingshuang's words to heart. After all, Lu Qingshuang was the same before, no matter how hard she tried. As long as she started a one-sided Cold War, Lu Qingshuang would not be able to help but bow her head and apologize. Therefore, he naturally thought that Lu Qingshuang must have calmed down by now. So much so that he hasn't contacted me recently, maybe because he felt embarrassed. However, Yi-han didn't care about these. After all, if every woman contacted him every day, he would be very tired. It's not that I didn't sleep, I was woken up by you. Lu Qingshuang on the opposite side was silent for a while, then spoke helplessly and speechlessly. It's just a pity that the two of them were separated by the microphone, and Yi Han could only hear her helplessness but could not see the speechless expression on her face. He smiled in what he thought was a very doting way, and then said, "Sorry, I forgot the time difference over there." Lu Qingshuang. But even so, Yi Han still didn't notice anything, but continued talking to himself. "Actually, I just suddenly missed you a little bit. What about you, did you miss me?" After Yi Han asked this question, Lu Qingshuang on the opposite side remained silent. If this had happened before, Lu Qingshuang would have definitely answered him with great joy. He would say that he really missed her. But now Lu Qingshuang has come to her senses and will not be deceived by Yi Han's words. She now clearly knew that Yi Han's claim of missing her was just an excuse. Through Kai Yi, Lu Qingshuang has also understood what true love and care are. If Yi Han really missed me, he wouldn't call me now. After all, it's already midnight in the country. Besides, Yi Han hasn't contacted me often since I woke up. At the beginning, I would send myself a message, but later on, there weren't many. Lu Qingshuang even thought to herself with self-mockery, maybe Yi Han didn't want her to wake up. Qingshuang, I haven't heard anyone talking on the other side. Yi Han couldn't help but said with some doubt. Sorry, I was so sleepy that I just fell asleep. What did you say just now? These words immediately choked Yi Han. I said I missed you, how about you? After all, he still needed Lu Qingshuang to help him with the work, so he had to say what he had to say. Quote. Lu Qingshuang remained silent and did not speak. Because as long as he said it, it would definitely offend Yi Han. Now she hates Yi Han very much, how could she possibly say that she misses him? After all, when Lu Qingshuang thought that Yi Han wanted to kill Kai Yi, she hated him very much. Not to mention, now he wants me to say that I miss him. Helpless, Lu Qingshuang could only endure and remain silent. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. But Yi Han had long been accustomed to ignoring embarrassment. I'm sorry. It's my fault for not caring about you. After all, I'm really busy here. But I've actually been paying attention to your health. I'll ask Roro from time to time. After hearing the voice on the phone, Lu Qingshuang couldn't help but laugh sarcastically. Oh really? Yesterday, Roro complained to Lu Qingshuang about Yi Han, saying that she didn't know what he was busy with after going abroad. Not only did he not contact her, he even didn't contact Yi's mother, Yi Wenwan. However, Yi Han here was not clear about it either. As soon as I said this, the lie was exposed. Well, I'm sorry, but although I don't have time to call you, I have prepared a gift for you. You should receive it in 2 days. In fact, Yi Han has not started preparing the gifts yet, but now that he has said it, he can instruct his subordinates to do it as soon as he finishes the phone call. This is Yi Han's usual tactic. Lu Qingshuang responded lazily. After all, she was not really looking forward to the gift Yi Han gave her. Obviously noticing that Lu Qingshuang was not in a very high spirits at the moment, Yi Han hurriedly spoke. Actually, I called you this time for something. Oh, what makes you remember me? Lu Qingshuang asked deliberately. Yi Han smiled awkwardly, and then said, you know, actually I trust you the most, before and now. When I first returned to Linhai City, you were always there to help me. So the fact that the Yi group could grow so big is also inseparable from your help. Yi Han said slowly. If Yi Han hadn't said this, Lu Qingshuang would have really forgotten it. When Yi Han first returned to Linhai City, he got many orders from the Yi group on his own. At that time, she drank so much that her stomach felt uncomfortable. As a result, even if the Yi group became bigger and stronger later, it had nothing to do with her. There is not even a basic salary. Thinking of this, Lu Qingshuang suddenly felt that her brain was not very useful before. So actually you also have a share in the current Yi group, and the Yi group cannot do without you. Ever since you woke up, I have been thinking that some businesses and some jobs can only be done better with you, so I want you to continue to help the Yi group handle some business. Of course, the salary is negotiable. Yi Han said in a very gentle tone. But Lu Qingshuang couldn't help but sneered again. If what Yi Han said is true, the Yi group will have its own share. Then I should also have a share of the Yi group's shares. However, what Yi Han said next was what Lu Qingshuang found most ironic. He wanted me to go back and help, but he didn't want to pay too much. Yihan was really a good planner. But I have to say, if Yihan had said this 2 years ago, I might really be moved. No, Lu Qingshuang pretended to be very weak and coughed twice. I haven't been feeling well recently, and the doctor also advised me to rest more. Recently, I haven't even managed the affairs of our company very much. After hearing Lu Qingshuang's words, Yihan suddenly fell silent. After all, Lu Qingshuang has already said so. If I continue to insist, it would be a bit. However, if Lu Qingshuang hadn't helped him manage the company, many things would have been a bit troublesome. Oh well. After sighing, Yihan finally compromised. At worst, we can hire one with a high salary. For now, we can't push Lu Qingshuang too hard. After all, their relationship has been a bit delicate recently. Even after hanging up the phone with Lu Qingshuang, Yihan still felt sullen. Just now I endured the message was not sent out. After hanging up the phone, Yihan cursed and then kicked everything around him viciously. Damn it, no one is happy. Yihan didn't expect that Lu Qingshuang would actually reject him. Things didn't go smoothly as he had thought. If things didn't go smoothly over there, then things wouldn't go smoothly for Morris either. This immediately made Yihan irritable again. However, despite his temper, Yihan still did not take the small company of ARC seriously. After all, he felt that small companies couldn't afford to spend so much money on him. Even if they could afford it, he would just have to use some tricks later on. At worst, I can just let my men kill a few people from the opposing management. Thinking of this, Yihan felt much better. Kai Yi had no idea what happened here a few days ago. After all, he only knew now that all his plans were going smoothly. After finalizing his plan, Kai Yi walked out of the study and into the kitchen. If Kai Yi guessed correctly, he should have dinner with Sheng Firen's parents this afternoon. With this in mind, Kai Yi's men began to speed up their actions. Just when Kai Yi had processed all the ingredients, his cell phone rang again. He washed his hands, went to the living room and answered the phone. Hello. This time it was still a strange phone call. After the call was connected, the voice that came from the other end was the deep, middle-aged male voice that I had heard in the morning. Mr. Kai, right, we have learned some things. At this point, Father Sheng's tone became heavy, so now we want to ask, is Fei Ran over there with you? Can you tell us the address? While listening to what Sheng's father said, Kai Yi could vaguely hear the low sobbing of Sheng's mother on the other end of the phone. Woo Firen, my Firen. This Kai Yi was suddenly embarrassed, and then looked towards the bedroom. It's like this, if Sister Fei Ran doesn't agree, I don't want her to. As he spoke, Kai Yi's face became embarrassed. Let them come. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. When Kai Yi looked back, he found that Sheng Firen, who was lying in the bedroom just now, was already got up. And now she was standing at the bedroom door, looking here intently. Raising his eyebrows and looking at Sheng Firen, Kai Yi asked again with his mouth, are you sure? After seeing Sheng Firen nodded, Kai Yi told him their address. After thanking Kai Yi, Mr. and Mrs. Sheng on the other side hung up the phone in a hurry and seemed to be coming over here. Is this really okay? After hanging up the phone, Kai Yi looked at Sheng Firen with some concern. Sheng Firen stood there with one arm folded and smiled bitterly. It doesn't matter. Even if I don't tell them, they will investigate and come to me. It's just a matter of time anyway. After saying that, Sheng Firen turned around and went to the bathroom to clean up. Kai Yi nodded, this was indeed true. Mr. and Mrs. Sheng arrived very quickly, and just as Kai Yi finished 2 dishes, there was a knock on the door. Just as Kai Yi was about to go out and open the door, he saw Sheng Firen striding to the door with a cold face and opening it directly. Just like Kai Yi didn't expect Sheng Firen to go over and open the door, Sheng's father and mother outside also didn't expect that it would be Sheng Firen who would open the door. After the two of them were stunned for a moment, Sheng's mother's eyes, which were already red, suddenly became moist. Fei, Firen mother Sheng stepped forward and wanted to hold Sheng Firen's hand. But the next second, Sheng Firen walked into the house with a cold face again, and then sat in the bedroom and started working on his own. Upon seeing this, Sheng's father and mother looked at each other, and stood at the door stiffly. Uncle and aunt are here. At this moment, Kai Yi washed his hands and walked out of the kitchen. Hey, you are Shaoqi, right? Mother Sheng said with a smile. Hello, please take care of Sheng Firen. We also checked the surveillance footage, but we didn't expect alas when Father Sheng said this, his expression became complicated. He sighed deeply and said, "But it's a good thing that you have figured out what happened, otherwise Sister Fei Ran would have to take the blame again," Kai Yi said with a smile. Hearing this, both elders looked embarrassed and regretful. "Okay, uncle and aunt, please go in and cook. I'll be ready soon. It's the end of the month, let's vote for the lamb." Hey good. Someone handed over the steps, and Sheng's father and mother quickly nodded and prepared to go to the living room. However, when she smelled the fragrance in the living room, Mother Sheng looked towards the kitchen with some doubt. "Xiao Kai, are you cooking by yourself?" Mother Sheng looked towards the kitchen in silence. Originally, she just listened to Kai Yi's casual remark just now. But after walking in and smelling the fragrance, I subconsciously looked towards the kitchen. Mother Sheng was surprised. She didn't expect that this young man was so good at cooking. "The food looks delicious." Seeing the admiring look in Sheng's mother's eyes, Kai Yi shrugged indifferently, and then said modestly, "I can only cook a few dishes. But since my uncle and aunt are coming over so late at night, it's a good opportunity for us to have a meal before we leave." "No." Just as Mr. Sheng was about to say no, he was poked by Mother Sheng. Okay. Thank you for your help, Xiaoqi." Seeing this, Father Sheng looked at Mother Sheng with some confusion. However, it was not until he saw Mother Sheng gesture to Sheng Firen, who was working in the bedroom in front, that he suddenly reacted. "Xiao Kai, thank you for your help. We came here in a hurry and didn't bring any gifts. I'll ask our assistant to bring them over later." Mr. Sheng quickly changed his words. It's okay. It's what the young generation should do." Kai Yi took the two elders to sit in the living room, brought them 2 cups of tea and said. Seeing that the two elders' favorability towards him had reached 30%, he turned around and returned to the kitchen with satisfaction. There is a degree of favorability, much better than strangers." After Kai Yi walked into the kitchen, the two elders of the Sheng family outside became more reserved. The two of them sat outside, looking at each other, and then looked at Sheng Firen who was still working in the bedroom. After hesitating for a while, Sheng's mother finally stood up and walked towards the bedroom. "Firen, why don't you talk to mom and dad?" she asked tentatively, standing at the door. However, after hearing what Sheng's mother said, Sheng Firen did not raise his head, but continued looking at the computer and working. "Let's talk about it after I finish my work," she said in a cold tone. Mother Sheng stood at the door and was stunned for a moment, then her eyes slightly reddened. "Well, okay, I'll wait until you're done." After saying that, Mother Sheng returned to the sofa and sat down. At this time, Sheng Firen glanced at Sheng's mother indifferently, but quickly looked away. Seeing this, Sheng's father also sighed, then shook his head at Sheng's mother, telling her not to worry. Mother Sheng nodded, and she actually understood it in her heart. These two are to blame for all these things, so it is right for Fei Ran to ignore them now. She must be angry. Therefore, they did not blame Fei Ran for his current attitude towards them. After watching the surveillance video, they didn't know what happened next. But just that piece of surveillance video was enough to make them feel very uncomfortable. When they came, they even thought about letting Fei Ran vent his anger. In that case, at least they wouldn't feel so depressed. Thinking of this, Mother Sheng looked at Sheng Firen in the bedroom with a distressed look on her face. Seeing that his daughter was wronged yesterday and still had to work today, he couldn't help but look at Sheng's father with a resentful look on his face. Sheng's father sighed helplessly, and then quickly explained in a low voice that he would definitely support Sheng Firen's career in the future. After all, the father and daughter were both holding a grudge before, and the people in the mall also disliked each other. Boom boom boom. At this moment, someone knocked on the door outside. Kai Yi had just finished stewing something when he walked out of the kitchen and opened the door. "Who are you?" Looking at the young people outside carrying large and small bags, Kai Yi said puzzledly. I'm President Sheng's assistant." "Excuse me, is President Sheng here?" The young man also looked around. Here, hurry up and bring the stuff in." Having said that, Sheng's father quickly got up and walked over from the living room. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Kai Yi looked at Sheng's father in confusion. Father Sheng looked at Kai Yi with a smile. "I'm sorry you came empty-handed. These are the gifts I prepared. People of our generation give gifts this way. I don't know if you young people like the gifts. If you don't like them, I'll have someone send something later." As soon as he finished speaking, the assistant had already carried all the things to the living room. Hearing this, Kai quickly waved his hand and said, "No need. Uncle, these are enough. Actually, you don't need to bring anything. I will be very happy just to have a meal," Kai said very humbly. Hearing this, the two elders immediately smiled. They didn't expect that this young man could be so good at talking. And it was at this moment that Kai saw that the two elders' favorability towards him had risen to 40% respectively. This surprised Kai a little, although it was indeed easier to gain favorability at the beginning than later. But I didn't expect that the two elders would identify with me so highly. After delivering the things, the assistant left. Father Sheng also took the initiative to say, "Xiao Kai, where do you put these things? I'll help you put them there." No, I can do it myself. Uncle and aunt, go wash your hands and get ready for dinner," Kai said and took all the things into the storage room. Seeing Kai say this, the two elders naturally didn't say anything. This little Kai is quite sensible. Mother Sheng couldn't help but take another look at Kai. When they came, they were both ready to face the cold shoulder. I didn't expect that this guy named Kai would be so enthusiastic. This immediately made the two elders no longer embarrassed. Thinking of this, even Sheng's father nodded in agreement. Kai put the things in the storage room and took a look at the things inside. But after seeing this, Kai had to admit that Sheng's father was indeed very wealthy. Look at the wine and ginseng, as well as some other teas and so on. All these things added up, it's already over 500,000. He is indeed a man from a wealthy family. But what Kai didn't expect was that when he came out of the storage room, he found that the two elders had already cleaned up the table. As soon as he went out, he saw the two elders coming out of the kitchen with food. Seeing Kai looking at her with some surprise, Sheng's mother smiled and said, "Little Kai, we can't help you with cooking, so we can only help you clean up." As they spoke, the two elders placed all the food on the dining table, and even prepared the cutlery and poured water. Both of them looked like they had never done any housework, so they felt a little awkward about doing the work. But they did a pretty good job. Especially Mr. Sheng, he looked extremely awkward when he was working. Seeing the two elders like this, Kai had to admit that it seemed that the two elders really doted on Sheng Firen. Their relationship had been bad before, and it was because things had gotten too tense before, and they each had their own opinions, and they were all holding a grudge, which led to this. After all, if Sheng Firen wasn't here, these two wouldn't have done this. If you say that the two elders are doing this to give face to Kai, in fact, to put it bluntly, they are giving face to Sheng Firen. After all, if it weren't for Sheng Firen, given his current status and position, the two elders wouldn't pay much attention to him, let alone take the initiative to give him gifts and help him with work. And now, Kai didn't even need to do anything, the two elders had already prepared everything for dinner. The only thing left was the porridge that Kai was cooking. "Uncle and aunt, please sit down. I'll bring out the porridge." "Oh, okay." Mother Sheng quickly pulled Father Sheng to sit down, and then she looked like she wanted to say something but hesitated. I watched her look towards the bedroom and then look back at me. Kai knew what she was thinking without even having to guess. "Sister Fei Ran, please come out and finish your meal quickly," Kai called softly. "Yeah, okay." Although Sheng Firen still didn't raise his head, his tone was obviously much better. By the time Kai brought out the cooked porridge from the kitchen, Sheng Firen had already come out. At this time, she was sitting opposite the two elders of the Sheng family, but her face still had no expression. Normally, Sheng Firen loves to laugh and has a very warm and cheerful personality. So even Kai was a little uncomfortable seeing her like this, let alone the two elders. Before Kai walked over, he saw that the two elders sitting opposite Sheng Firen were already very reserved. I have to say, looking at the dignified appearance and serious temperament of Mr. Sheng, Kai really wanted to laugh. Ahem, Kai quickly suppressed the smile on his lips and walked forward with the porridge. "Eat quickly and try my cooking." As he said that, Kai placed the cooked porridge on the mat. As soon as Kai put it down, Sheng's mother quickly stood up. "Xiao Kai, you made such a delicious meal. You've worked so hard to prepare dinner for me. Come and sit down. I'll serve you some porridge." As she spoke, Mother Sheng quickly prepared a bowl of porridge and placed it in front of Sheng Firen. "Firen, you should drink more porridge. I think the porridge made by Xiaoqi is very fragrant and nutritious." Sheng Firen was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Okay, you guys drink too. Hearing Sheng Firen say this, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on Sheng's mother's face. She turned around and looked at Sheng's father, then nodded repeatedly. Yeah, okay. As she spoke, wrinkles appeared on Sheng's mother's well-maintained face. Shao Kai, today it's really all thanks to you, otherwise we might still be kept in the dark. Mother Sheng said with a look of guilt, distress and gratitude on her face. As she spoke, even her eyes couldn't help but become red. Even Sheng's father, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Firen, this matter is all Mom and Dad's fault. We shouldn't have listened to other people's advice and thought that Qin Tian was a good kid. But don't worry, Mom and Dad definitely didn't push you out for any cooperation. When the matter was clear, I notified everyone to cut off all cooperation with the Qin family. As he spoke, even the usually steady father Sheng's eyes became red. But Kai Yi didn't say anything. After all, it was not the time for him to speak yet. Now, he is actually just a tool to help them repair their relationship and improve their favorability. But this one doesn't lose out in terms of favorability. After all, this is a level of favorability that even the destined male protagonist Yi Han does not have. Moreover, the Sheng family is one of the most powerful families in Linhai City. After all, Sheng Firen and Yan Feifei, who has a red background, are good friends. This also means that Sheng Firen's status is not low. Sheng Firen was eating quietly at first, but after hearing what Sheng's father and mother said, his eyes couldn't help but tear up. Yes, she was also aggrieved. But what Sheng Firen didn't expect was that his father would actually lower his head and admit his mistake on his own initiative. This was something Sheng Firen had not expected. His heart was slightly touched, and Sheng Firen's attitude was no longer as cold as it was at the beginning. She sniffed. I've said it before, Qin Tian goes to me he is causing trouble in our company, so he must not be a good person, and you still don't believe it. Hearing this, Sheng's mother felt even more upset. Didn't you always make excuses to refuse blind dates before? So Mom, I didn't care. It's all Mom's fault. Speaking of this, Sheng's mother couldn't help but shed tears. After all, both parties care about each other, so after seeing Sheng's mother shed tears, Sheng Firen felt very distressed. During the meal, both parties successfully resolved the dispute in Wuhu. After knowing what happened yesterday, Sheng's father's face suddenly turned gloomy, and he said that he would not let the Qin group have an easy time in the future. However, after knowing that Sheng Firen was drugged, both parties tacitly skipped the topic of what happened afterwards. After all, I'm here now and nothing has to happen. Actually, Mom doesn't want you to go on a blind date. After all, my precious daughter is so good, it's hard to find anyone. Really? Mother Sheng hesitated whether to say it out loud. After hesitating for a moment and observing Sheng Firen's expression, she continued. It's really about the previous Yi Han, your father, and I really didn't like him. Having said this, Mother Sheng sighed with great melancholy. Father Sheng on the side also nodded repeatedly. Yes, the things he did behind my back are really unacceptable. Hearing this, Sheng Firen fell completely silent. She did feel quite inferior in some aspects before. Just like when he was drunk and questioned Kai Yi before. In fact, what she cares about is that she has always felt that her parents think she is unattractive and has no advantages. That's why she's been looking for men to get herself into their hands. And now, Sheng Firen realized that this was all for Yi Han. Perhaps her parents took this path because they wanted to keep her away from Yi Han. That's why her parents thought that maybe after letting her meet some people they thought were outstanding, they would avoid Yi Han. It was also because of Yi Han that Sheng's father and mother became so anxious and confused. After realizing this, Sheng Firen couldn't help but sigh. Especially now, Sheng Firen couldn't help but look at the sumptuous dinner on the table, and his parents who were sitting opposite him, looking at him with a gentle smile on their faces. At this time, Sheng Firen suddenly reacted. It seemed like it had been a long time, almost a year, since this family had sat down to have a good meal like this. It was precisely because of this that she had thought about having a meal with Mr. and Mrs. Sheng at home yesterday. And Sheng Firen originally thought that their family might never sit down together to have a good meal in their lifetime. But they didn't expect that they would sit at the same table and have a meal together for the first time in more than a year in an unexpected place. Thinking of this, Sheng Firen couldn't help but look at Kai Yi. Seeing Kai Yi looking at her curiously, she couldn't help but smile softly. Seeing the interaction between Sheng Firen and Kai Yi, Sheng's father and mother couldn't help but look at each other tacitly. As soon as they walked in, they felt that there was something wrong with the relationship between the two. And now, when I look at the relationship between the two people, I suddenly feel that something is even more wrong. They thought, maybe now there is no need for them to interfere, and Sheng Firen will no longer be obsessed with Yi Han. When they thought of this, Sheng's father and mother suddenly felt that their trip today was not in vain. Although there is not enough time to investigate Kai Yi, this young man Kai Yi looks much better than the guy named Yi Han just from his appearance. Moreover, the two elders still remembered Yi Han's attitude towards them when they first met. He even said something like, "Don't bully the poor young people," later. This made the two elders speechless. Their family conditions were quite good, so they had no choice in choosing a son-in-law. They never cared about the family background, as long as they thought the person had a good character. But unfortunately, the boy named Yi Han is too arrogant and seems to look down on everyone. Therefore, they cannot accept people who yell at their elders. But this Kai Yi in front of me is pretty good. The attitude was good from the beginning and the etiquette was also very good. Moreover, from the moment he entered the door, he was helping them ease the relationship and seemed to have a high emotional intelligence. What surprised Sheng's mother even more was that this young man named Kai Yi was not only kind and polite, she is also very good at cooking. Even though they have eaten delicious food from all over the world, they still think this meal is very good. Thinking of this, Mother Sheng became more and more satisfied with the young man in front of her. "But I really trouble you today, Xiao Kai." Sheng's mother couldn't help but say happily, "I'm sorry to ask you to entertain us when we suddenly come to your house today. How about coming to your house for a meal later?" "Yes, your aunt is right. I really have to thank you today. If I hadn't been so busy these past 2 days, I would have treated you right away." Father Sheng on the side also said quickly. Hearing this, Kai Yi subconsciously looked at the two elders. But he didn't know until he looked over. Only then did he realize that in just the blink of an eye, the two elders' favorability towards him had increased a lot. Originally, the two elders' favorability towards him was still above 40%, but in the blink of an eye, Sheng's father's favorability towards him had increased to 50%. Only half an hour had passed. What surprised Kai Yi even more was how much Sheng's mother liked him. In just a few hours, it has already reached 60%. This made Kai Yi blink his eyes in confusion. After all, he was busy talking to Sheng Firen and didn't notice what happened. "Yes, Kai Yi come to my house for dinner in 2 days, Sheng Firen said enthusiastically. This will be very troublesome," Kai Yi said a little embarrassedly. Seeing Kai Yi's humble look, Sheng's mother liked this future son-in-law even more. "It's not a big deal. It just so happens that your aunt hasn't cooked for a long time. I'll just ask you to give me some suggestions," Mother Sheng said enthusiastically again. Seeing this, Kai Yi pretended to be enthusiastic and nodded in agreement. Perhaps the whole family had not expected that in just one meal, the relationship between the two sides would have returned to the state it was a year ago. But after all, it was getting late after dinner, so Sheng's mother and father had to leave. "Firen, do you want to go home with mom and dad?" Mother Sheng was still a little nervous when she said this. Sheng Firen on the other side also hesitated for a moment, then said, "I don't want to go back to Qingwan Villa District yet." "Don't worry, Dad will move the house right away," Sheng's father said quickly. Hearing this, Sheng Firen couldn't help but smile. "Forget about it today. I have to go to the company later. This place is closer to the company. I will go home tomorrow." "Okay, then Mom and Dad will wait for you at your home. Although work is important, you still have to take care of your health." Now, Sheng's father and mother obey Sheng Firen's words. After showing concern for each other, Mr. and Mrs. Sheng left. After seeing the elevator door closed, Kai Yi looked at Sheng Firen in confusion. "You have to go to the company soon as your work so busy." Hearing this, Sheng Firen did not directly answer Kai Yi's words. Instead, he looked at him with some anger and turned back into the house. But after receiving Sheng Firen's look, Kai Yi became even more confused. Until when he saw Sheng Firen's red earlobes and his limping, somewhat staggering steps, Kai Yi finally understood. No wonder Sheng Firen seemed so normal just now, it turns out he was just holding on. Now that Mr. and Mrs. Sheng were gone, Sheng Firen finally relaxed. Now that I think about it, no wonder Sheng Firen suddenly said that he would go back to work in a while. She only said this to deceive Sheng's parents. After all, if she really followed him home, she might be exposed. Thinking of this, Kai Yi followed Sheng Firen with a smile. After closing the door, Kai Yi asked with concern, "Are you still sore now?" Sheng Firen blushed and didn't dare to look back, but slowly walked towards the bedroom. Hearing what Kai Yi said, he just said without turning his head, It's okay, I've recovered a little, but my legs are still very sore." Kai Yi nodded, "Then I'll give you a massage later." "No." Just when she was about to refuse, Sheng Firen suddenly recalled the ecstasy she felt when Kai Yi gave her a massage last time. Although the process was exciting, she had to admit that after experiencing it, she still wanted to try it again. "Ahem, okay, thank you for your help." Sheng Firen pretended to be calm and agreed, then walked into the room. Seeing her blushing and pretending to be calm as she started to work, Kai Yi just shrugged casually. After returning to the bedroom, Sheng Firen sat there, waiting with some anxiety in his heart. Just by recalling the last time Kai Yi gave her a massage, Sheng Firen couldn't help but blush and her heart started beating fast. It's not that Sheng Firen has never had a massage, but he has to admit it. The massage Kai Yi gave her was also the most comfortable, the most memorable and the most special. And she even still remembers the massage techniques Kai Yi used on her. Thinking of this, Sheng Firen subconsciously looked outside. The sound of running water in the kitchen continued, and it was obvious that Kai Yi was still washing dishes there. But Sheng Firen just imagined the massage technique and immediately felt something was wrong. "Even my breathing has become rapid." Realizing his current situation, Sheng Firen couldn't help but look towards the bedroom door with some anticipation. She was expecting Kai Yi to finish all that quickly and come to the bedroom, and at the same time she bit her lower lip slightly. After realizing his current situation, Sheng Firen couldn't help but feel a little angry and embarrassed. And this anger and shame was directed at herself. She cursed the doctor in her heart for being useless. Just thinking about those things, I became impatient. Thinking of this, Sheng Firen couldn't help but frown slightly, raised his hand and gently patted his forehead. Why is she like this now? In all the years before, she never felt like this. Such hunger. Or what? Sister Fei ran, "What are you doing?" Just when Sheng Firen was getting angry and embarrassed, Kai Yi, who was busy with his work, was standing at the door without him noticing. Hearing Kai Yi's voice, Sheng Firen subconsciously raised his head. Kai Yi was seen leaning casually against the door frame, squinting his eyes and looking at Sheng Firen with a smile. I just had a slight headache, so I rubbed it. How could he not dare to speak out his thoughts? Sheng Firen could only start making up stories. Built it. When Kai Yi heard Sheng Firen's words, he just raised his eyebrows slightly, and it was unclear whether he heard it or not. Headache? He looked at Sheng Firen in confusion. Is it because your body hasn't recovered yet and you're working? Yes, I think so. Sheng Firen didn't dare to look directly into Kai Yi's eyes. Instead, he looked at the computer screen awkwardly. Sheng Firen now has some doubts. Is it because he hasn't eaten meat for more than 20? Sheng Firen now has some doubts. Is it because he hasn't eaten meat for more than 20 years and suddenly started to eat meat? That's why he is so easily imagining random things. At this time, Kai Yi had already walked slowly behind Sheng Firen. While Sheng Firen was still staring at the computer